Salutations, everybody. Welcome to the ESOC Autumn Championships round of 32 best of 7. Today we have Lucas versus Konsensus. I'm Mr. V and I'm joined by Kanoki for this best of 7. Kanoki, how are you, sir?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm doing really well. I'm really excited. I got to cast Konsensus last week. He had an awesome series versus Sipja. Did I say that right? It's German. So,
Maybe you did.
yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
1-3-0 there. Just really was pulling off some crisp builds with Spain and Ottoman, but I definitely think the challenge is going to be a little bit steeper for him this week. Going up
Yeah,
against Lucas, a really, really excellent player, and probably a player with a bit of a deeper civ pool, which now that we're in the best of 7, you definitely have to have a handle on more civs in order to get those last 1 or 2 wins.
exactly. And we can see that Consensus went in prepared with some India. We haven't seen him play India yet in the tournament. I
Mhm.
believe it's not something that he has played on the ladder at least.
Mhm.
So he came prepared, he came prepared. So we're
Yeah.
gonna see that.
Yeah, it's certainly not a civ that I've seen him pull out a bunch, but I have seen Consensus kind of lean towards H3 play, and we were talking about
Mm.
this before we went live, where, in terms of H3, India can certainly pull off some pretty powerful builds.
Yeah, 100%. And we can see that Lucas came in prepared as well, like ready to face some H3 with some musketeer regression in colonial, stand under the CC, wait for the
Mhm.
Falconet pop. But versus India, that doesn't really work. You cannot really do that because there is the aggro fort and there is a potential Urumi pop or stuff like this. So that's going to be interesting right there to
Mhm.
see how this first match goes.
Mhm. And I think we're ready to dive into game 1, shall we?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's do it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game 1 of Lucas versus Konsensus on Great Plains. And let's get right into the player introductions. In the north of the map, playing in the color blue as the Brits, we have LukasL, possibly the favorite for this series, but we will have to see. And in the south of the map, playing in the color red as India, we have Konsensus. Like we said, winning 3-0 against Sipcha last week and now taking on LukasL. Pretty standard looking starts for both players, but we'll have to see. Kanoki, what do you think about this matchup on this map?
One thing I want to point out, the color are in reverse. I would love those English to be red coats, and those to be in red, but no, he's in blue. And yeah, that's it. My autism is saying no to this. I am against this. But we can see already a TP coming from Lucas. And you know what that might imply? There is this little bill called GMT that is running
Oh,
around
man.
on the ladder. There you go. So we are going to see some spice from Lucas. That's one of the questions we had before starting the stream. Can Lucas go GMT? Great Plains is a good map for that. But is GMT that good versus India? That's really going to be the question for me.
Well, that's something you were saying before the stream started. You said that, Brit doing GMT build versus India wouldn't work as well as it would against other civs. Why do you think that?
Maybe. I say a big maybe there because I don't know, but there is the aggro fort, and on top of that, you can have the siege elephant pop that is going to be very hard to deal with. They are very mobile. They can quickly snipe the falconets. So I feel like it's at least the fortress edge timing is not going to be what kills the opponent. You see, I feel like it's gonna be hard to get rid of India at that timing, but GMT doesn't stop there. There is also the industrial edge timing that follows, and that might be enough to make India, fall after a great amount of efforts.
Yeah, and look
Yeah,
at that. The name of Consensus's deck is 1v1 FF. And we were talking about him
yeah.
possibly, doing age 3 play. That's certainly what he likes to do with Ottoman and Spain and Germany. But we do see the second trading post now coming down for Lucas. So I think
Yeah.
GMT is certainly in the works. That's a big tell. And if Consensus is able to see that early enough with his 2 explorers, he might be able to prepare and play a little more defensive.
Yeah, one of the things that bugs me a little bit in Consensus deck, I think, I'm not sure, but I didn't saw Urumis in Fortress Age. Am I right?
We'll have to see. Yeah, I don't see the
Yeah,
Urumi card. He has a lot of elephants. He does have the siege
yeah.
elephants. He has a lot of units, almost all units in H3. But yeah, no Urumi.
No Yomi. So that's surprising because we versus those big muskets, they can always be good. But at the same time, when the ranger starts coming in, Urmis counter heavy infantry, if I'm correct. I'm not smoking anything right there. I'm
Yeah,
just
no, I definitely think not having that powerful shipment in
yeah
H3, it might end up costing Consensus. But right now, both players, playing very standard,
yeah.
going for a defensive, wonder in his base. And it looks like the aggro fort to me, but it's hard for me to tell from the foundations. Oh no, that is the Carnimata. The aggro fort is
Can
bigger.
imagine.
Yeah, so going for
Yeah,
something more economic here.
I think that's a good adaptation to the GMT in a way. Like you're gonna age up very very fast. We'll see what he goes for in Fortress. That might not be the aggro fort then. That might be just the Carminet Gates, if I'm correct. That gives you the Mahout. So that's gonna be one more thing that you have to push through maybe. But we're gonna see. We're gonna see what he goes for in Fortress. For now, it's gonna be the grid, and we can see that he's pulling the front end towards the Carnimata, if I'm correct.
Hmm.
And that's going to give him a really good eco, really solid eco going through Colonial.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a big tell will be, what are the first cards going to be in H2 for both players? Luke is
Yeah.
probably going to do, yep, there's the 700 coin, getting his market upgrades in nice and early. And there's the outpost wagon. Looks like it's going pretty far forward. We'll have to see how aggressive he is with this placement.
One little mistake right there, I feel, by Konsensus is not to be positioned in front of the English base right now. That's really something that you have to do versus GMT. Force that outpost back. Like those two Falcon Edge just gained 15 to 20 seconds of travel time. Look
Hmm.
how close they are to the base. So that's really something that you have to do versus GMT. Bring your Explorer forward as the English is edging up to make sure that you force that outpost backward. That the outpost cannot be pushed as forward as it is right now.
Yeah.
But
Well, another thing to note there, and it's probably not as important at this point in the game, but with that outpost, he's also claimed,
a hunt.
Consensus's fourth and fifth hunt. And we
Yeah.
know that Britain likes to eat through food very quickly. And so with India, if we get to the 15, 20-minute mark, he might start starving himself out.
Exactly. He still has a lot of hunts on the right side. We can see a lot of backwards on the right side. But the thing is, it's also securing his TP, which I think is a very good call right there. So also securing that big gold mine up in the north. If the Indians want to go towards that big gold mine up in the north, it's going to be difficult. So really good positioning in general. I really like it. And we can see the consulate, I believe, is going down. Maybe the market, or is it? Yeah, it's the market. And we can see 5 sepoy. I believe that's a shipment that has been sent. Or no, it was trained. So it was trained. He's gonna siege that outpost down, and very likely it's gonna go down actually, which means the Falconets are gonna have to go through the base, but it's gonna delay his castle age timing right there.
Yeah. And that is a nice timing there by Consensus. And, with the help of the Explorer Elephants, he should certainly be able to get that down. Sending 4 more sepoys in as well. So definitely investing in getting this outpost down, wants to secure that part of the map and possibly, like you said, buy himself more time when that GMT timing does come in. But might even get this Explorer, get 45 XP. Church going up for Lucas. So very standard GMT stuff. And we'll have to see how soon these two click up to Fortress Age, because it certainly looks like both are going to fight the main battle in H3.
I mean, the ClickUp already began for the English, but it didn't for the Indian right there. So Indian is going to be like almost a minute 30 late to Castle Age compared to the English. So that's going to be a while there to basically come on part edge up wise. But he has that timing to maybe go delay the English a little bit. I'm not sure he wants to push forward at this point because there is likely enough food to get the Islanders already, which means he could get popped. So it's a bit late now to move forward with those sepoys. And I think he will be better off sieging that TP or going back, one or the other. But pushing right now with the Islanders popping is very, very dangerous.
Oh my goodness, look at that. Consensus
Yeah, that's
using
fast.
his army smartly, picked up 210 XP in the
Yeah,
middle
yeah,
of the
yeah.
map, but now going for that trading post. possibly going to get turned away by these tomahawks. And now that he sees the tomahawks, he knows that the rest of the units are going to follow very soon. So he has a very, very short window to respond to this, to get some units out so that he doesn't just get bowled over, because he does not have, or did he go with the Agrifort for his next wonder? No. So he will not have the protection of the Agrifort.
Oh, but wait, Tower is victory. Is it the one that gives you the big button for increased attack, speed, and everything? I believe that's the one, right? And he has
Yeah.
and the Carni Mata is the one with the ceasefire. No?
No, that's the Taj Mahal, I believe.
Ah,
Yeah.
that's the Taj Mahal. Okay, yeah, you're right. So yeah, we don't no ceasefire. He's likely gonna wait for a big pop. Likely a first elephant. Is it gonna be the siege elephant? Is it gonna be something like the Maut? I would be very surprised by the Maut. I think it's more gonna lean towards the siege elephant. But at the same time, right now, he's not macroing towards that. We can see that he's just spent his food. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, and there's still potential for him to trade some resources in at the market, but Stereotype making a good point here. If he's able to use his DC fire effectively, and like you said, get out those siege elephants quickly, possibly before this Carnimata goes down, but this would be an excellent thing to target. And I also like the move here by Lucas. He's targeting the houses. They're easy to take down, and they will delay those siege elephants. Siege elephants do take up a lot of population, and right now, Konsensus doesn't really have enough wood to be getting out villagers and be getting up emergency houses.
He's rebuilding the houses at the back. That's something that we often say versus FF timings. Make sure to build your houses at the back of your TC so they don't get sieged down. And we are waiting for a shipment. He's going to send Gurkhas first, and then he's going to wait for the second shipment, likely to get the siege elephants. He's going to lose that wonder, though.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, even if Lucas were able to pull out after killing this Carnimata, this is an excellent trade, right? He's killed 3 houses, he's killed a full wonder that cannot be recovered. That economic bonus is gone forever. And sitting at 32 vills now, so not a bad economy on top of it. Things are looking really good for Lucas.
And on top of that, he forced a Gurkha shipment, which means that the Indian is basically not greeding at this point, you know. So at the same time, he could invest into long term. It was a long term investment on the side of Lucas and no long term investment on the side of Konsensus. So really good trade. He went for 1,000 wood. He went for 8 villages. So he's gonna have a huge boom going into potentially that industrial age. I think he's gonna go for a 20 mana boom at this point, and then think about industrial age, which is a bit greedy to be fair, but feels like he has the space. And I mean, looking at the game, I think he's right.
Yeah, it's totally justified. I mean, there's justified greed and then there's unjustified greed, and this feels very comfortable for Lucas. And look at the amount of manor foundations going down and basically building a wall here. And this is what I love about Brits as a civ. You try to take out these manors and you're really only helping your opponent, but maybe a little bit too aggressive of a push here. There's very little siege in this Indian army, and he has no answer to the 2 Falcons until these siege elephants arrive.
And they just arrived. So there you go. Siege Elephant has the second card. But once again, back-to-back military shipments. So now he has to deal damage. But the thing is, those manors are already up. The villager has already been produced. And now if you siege those manors, you are basically like achieving nothing, because the English doesn't need that pop space right now. He's far from being ousted, and if he rebuilds, it's going to be 1 more villager down the line. So you see, he's already rebuilding some manors at the back instead of building them at the front. So I feel like he's in a really good position, Lucas. The only issue is that Rax being at the front, it's likely going to go down, and that's a costly investment. But apart from that, everything feels fine.
I think Lucas has actually made a good prediction here. Yes, exactly. That's what I was wondering. He went with the stable, and I thought he was going to go for a Hussar switch, which is going to do really well if he can snipe down those Sepoy. And I think a switch to Heavy Cav is exactly what Brit needs here.
I mean, that's the job of those islanders. Oh, nice stomp there by the Indian Explorer. But the Sepoys are going down, it feels, and the Hussars are still alive. The Falconets are coming in. The Siege Elephant, they need to go back. You cannot lose the Siege Elephant, because if you lose the Siege Elephant, then the Falconets can push in, and that's going to be some kind of a cleanup. Maybe if we have a second batch of Hussar, for sure it's going to be. It's a bit delayed, but we can see Lucas waited to see how the fight is going. He's now queuing a second batch of SR, and this is going to be a cleanup if Consensus doesn't have reinforcement.
Oh, it's going to
And we
be
can
more
see
than that. He's got 5 Hussar popping out of the TC as well. He's going to have 10 Hussar here, and he's going to absolutely clean up this army with the help of Minutemen and the Falconets. Only 5 Sepoy to protect, and he is going to lose those Siege Elephants. And like you said, if he loses that siege potential without taking out the Falconets, his base is just going to get rolled over, and this is looking like a really nice fight for Lukas.
he took one of the 2 Falconets down there. We can see a good shot. Oh, Sag, the elephant shooting at the mana right there, and the SRs are finally gonna clean up. So that's one full HP Falconet. It's not as scary as 2, but more than enough to basically push the infantry back, make sure the infantry cannot just come into your base freely. And without those 2 siege elephant, India has no pressure anymore. Basically.
Yeah, and I think, you know, there's 2 negative effects for Consensus here. Number 1, he's not going to be able to protect his own army from the 1 remaining Falconet or any else that Lukas decides to train. But number 2, he really has no way to effectively break down a lot of this infrastructure now. At least with the siege elephants, he could sit back, he could siege down buildings without being at risk. But now he's got to go in there and be at risk of a big reinforcement pop.
And we can see it's already coming. Is he gonna time those longbows with the ranger card, with the ranger in the church, you know, in order to get that big pop of like 20 rangers all of a sudden in his base? I believe that's what he's looking to do. We can see he's still gathering some coin here, and I believe that's the reason. Or maybe it's only for Hussars. It's just gonna be Hussars and longbows, and that mass is not looking very long for this world right there. If he can snipe the British musketeer, the pop from the Hussars.
But it actually might not be enough. There's enough Sepoy here. It's been a full switch into heavy infantry, and both players trying to counter the other. One going heavy, one going longbow, and I love this back and forth.
Yeah, I wonder what the reinforcements are there from India, because we can see a red line on the minimap, and that red line is going to be extremely important. What is coming into the bay? That's just more Sepoy, and I think that's not going to be enough, because we can see that the longbow count is slowly but very surely increasing right there, and those Sepoy are very, very short for this world at this rate, with more and more and more longbows coming into reinforce. We can see another batch of 5 longbows behind this.
Yeah, and they're doing exactly what longbows want to do, which is sitting behind buildings, not having to kite, and just using that superior range, even mixing up some vills to kind of thwart the attack move of Consensus here. And he's losing really expensive musketeers, right? Indian units, very, very expensive, and not always the best quality, and losing them really for nothing at this point.
And we could see that the Mahout shipment has been pointed out, so Mahouts are coming next. They are not yet, but like in like 45 seconds we are going to see Mahouts, but I think the reinforcements are going to come too slow to keep the pressure up until the Mahouts come in, and those Mahouts are going to be slightly too late here in order to reinforce. And we can see that some musketeer have been produced by Lukas just in case this Mahout switch was coming, you know, in order to make sure he doesn't get caught out. With
Veteran upgrade as well. I saw for
Yeah.
a minute there they were still age 2, but Lukas immediately slamming in that upgrade. And he's just done such a good job here of kind of preempting what India could do, right? He predicted the 2 siege elephants, so he switched to cab. And now I think he's predicting the Mahouts, so switching to muskets here.
Yeah, with that fit red line on top of that, you know, that tech that makes them slower, sure, but more HP. And against Mahout and all that AoE damage, making sure that your musketeer are more tanky is extremely important in order to survive. We can see, though, that a nice expansion on the map from India, really controlling the map right there, with the Mahouts finally coming in, a second TC, a stable right there, and those Mahouts are going to try to clash, but all they found is musketeer. They dive into the musketeer. Is that wise? Apparently they do pretty well for now, at least.
And I think that might have been a bit of a mistake from Lukas, because you do have that exposed batch of longbow on the left flank, and maybe if he had targeted his Mahouts over there, but certainly not out of this game yet. I think we were talking about Consensus maybe being a bit of an underdog in this match, but showing he can play. I mean, look at the scores, only a 400 score difference right now.
Clearly, and like English is not going industrial anytime soon. I wonder what he has in order to play Fortress. How many shipment does he have left? Because it's been a while we have been Fortress Age. Yeah, there you go. So he has only upgrade shipment from now on. So there is no reinforcement. And that's really not the case on the side of India. If we look at India deck, I believe he has at least 3 more unit shipments with all those elephants that we saw in the deck. We cannot see because he's popped, but as soon as he's not popped, I think we are going to see 3 more shipments ready.
Yeah, and I really love the villager count here for India. I mean, I think he's actually
Yeah.
out-villing Brit right now, which if you have more villagers than Brit, that really is impressive given their civ bonus.
Yeah.
A 5 villager advantage. And yeah, he doesn't have the Karni Mana bonus, but he is seizing a lot of the map right now.
And he has distributivism. Like that's not something to forget. Like distributivism is actually 2 vills, I believe, on wood.
Yeah, does he
2.5
have
vills.
foreign login as well?
I think so. I think I saw it earlier that in the game. So
Yeah, he
there you
does.
go. So yeah, that's actually like almost 10 villager advantage when you combine the two. And as I said, he has 3 more shipment coming. 4 if we count the Maut that is actually being sent. So 4 more unit shipment, while we don't have that at all on the side of the English. So English has to be careful. He might crumble right there under all of the shipment back to back to back to back, you know.
Yeah, but there is the concern of the Falconets, right? And this is something that Brit
Exactly.
can do mid to late game with that economy. They can get out a lot of artillery. And if you don't have a good answer, if you don't have a good number of siege elephants, with these Mahouts, yes, they can get in, but there's enough muskets here to defend the artillery. And so I'm just wondering what the response from Konsensus is going to be. Is he going to try to also raid his opponent's base, or is he going to try to get out some siege elephants to deal with the Falconets?
I think he should try to get some siege elephant. We saw the castle on the left side, which was really, really smart by Consensus, basically making sure English cannot push out of its base for hunts freely. You know, he has to invest in order to get access to the hunt, which is very, very interesting by him. Really nice touch, you know. And we can see, I believe that's Musketeer combat right there that is coming on the side of English. Musketeer combat is coming, and as you said, we need those siege helis. I don't know if he has the building to actually train them. Oh, that's a siege heli in queue right there. We can see, so he is training some siege helis.
Yeah, quick note before the fight here. Occam, shout out to you in the chat. Distributism is 2.5 vils, foreign logging 4 3/4 vils. So about 7 vils worth of eco there. Certainly an advantage, and I would definitely say that India does have the superior eco at this point in the game.
Also, isn't the Asian market better than the European one when you count all of the upgrades?
I
I'm
think
not
the
sure.
techs are, I know the techs are a lot cheaper, but I'm
Yeah,
not sure which
maybe
one's
that's
better.
only. Maybe
Oh,
that's only
man.
that. And we can see big engagement right there. The Mauts are going to come in, but 2 Mauts
What
are
a
actually
hit by
blocked
the
at the back.
siege elephants! 2 Falconets going down immediately, and this is going to be a cleanup for Consensus. The Mahouts, yeah, they're not going to do so well against the Musketeers, but look at how much damage they're taking. Gurkha's in the back doing good damage, and I think India's going to win this fight decisively.
Yeah, and those Mauts are not doing that well, but they are not dying as well. That's the issue, and there are still some longbows behind this. 2 Mauts, only 1 Maut is going to survive. Sage right there, but at least 1 Maut survive, and right there, on top of that, he has sepoys, so he can actually push forward, but I think what he should try to do, instead of pushing the base, maybe force the agenda onto the hunt on the left side. Make sure to send a batch of 2 or 2 of sepoys on that left side. Try to push English out of those hunts instead of diving into the base. You know, in between all those asses, it becomes hard to micro and stuff. I would go for that hunt on the left side, but we can see the reinforcements are actually not doing that on the minimap,
Well,
which is a
bad
bit sad.
engagement here from Consensus. I know he's ahead, but he can't just start throwing away units like this. Gonna go in with the SOARs, but he definitely needs those siege elephant reinforcements if they're still alive.
They are at the back, but hey,
Oh
that's
my
enough.
god!
That's enough.
Kinoki, Consensus just won game 1, beating the clear favorite Lucas. What a start, and playing a civ that is actually pretty unfamiliar, coming out with India and beating Lucas's Brits.
Yeah, I'm I'm actually very impressed. Maybe Lucas was a bit too greedy, you know. We said 1,000 wood and 8 villagers in the mid game, which was very, very greedy. He got a lot of villager count all of a sudden, but maybe that was a little bit too much tempo sacrifice right there, and not enough invested into units or going into industrial in order to unlock those very powerful shipments. Maybe just got a bit greedy and surprised by how much damage really the Indians can do in response, basically.
Yeah, Absolutely, but yeah, continuing to play really, really crisply, a lot like we saw last week with Sipcha. And again, he really favors that age 3 fight. You know, he doesn't like to play a lot in age 2, and once again showing that he's a much better player than I think others have been giving him credit for.
Yeah, I don't know. I see someone in the chat asking if Consensus is not considered as good as a player as Lucas. I'm gonna ask the chat, like, have you played against him? Or how big will you rate him compared to the other? What are your basically your bet on this series? But if we look at match history and elo basically, and also the pedigree in a way, their curriculum vitae, I'm gonna say Lucas is the favorite right there. But maybe those information are not as relevant as we thought, because very good display right there by Consensus, and we can see that mass really never going down from from India right there on the graphs.
Right. Yeah, and I think it comes down to Lucas is probably the superior player, but probably also the more rusty player. I think Consensus has been
Maybe.
playing a lot more consistently than Lucas has. So maybe that's going to give him the edge he needs. But I mean, winning with one of his non-standard civs is certainly going to give him a better chance at winning the next 3 games.
Yeah, for sure. I'm still very surprised there were no Urumis in this deck. I would love to know why. Um, but hey, apparently doesn't need them.
Yeah,
That's it.
yeah,
But
and
the,
it'll
the
be
guy is a true
interesting.
Chad. He
Yeah.
doesn't need them. But yeah.
And we'll have to see what Lucas pulls out for his second Civ because Brit is kind of your vanilla, everything goes kind of Civ, and possibly maybe playing something he wasn't as familiar with the GMT. You know, I'm seeing a couple comments in
Yeah.
the chat saying like, what if Lucas had played standard Brit? And I think possibly it would have gone better for him. You know, the GMT build was good, but there were certainly parts where it didn't feel super comfortable, super familiar. But Lucas still a very, very good player, so certainly not out of this game by far.
Like at the same time, if he plays normal, quote unquote, can he push for an aggro fort, fast enough in order
Hmm.
to deal damage before India reaches fortress? Like that's the question right there, because I think that semi FF build order was really a reaction to GMT. And not necessarily the only way he knew how to play India, if you see what I mean. But yeah.
Absolutely. Ray, to answer your question, I'm not sure what the highest ELO is in DE. I want to say it's around 2,300, 2,400. I don't think it got as high as it did in Legacy, where some guys were getting way up there. But 1v1, I think it's around 23, 2,400.
And we have the usual Elo doesn't mean anything complain in the chat. We all agree, guys. We all agree. But hey, when it's time to compare the thing size,
Mhm.
it's useful.
Yeah. And it's one of the only stats, we have. When it comes to data, there's only a few things we can go on, and that's win rate and elo. And then I guess, depending on what civs you think are better, everybody's got their own tier list. Some are good, some are really bad.
Really bad.
But yeah, we're getting into game 2 now. It's going to be Lakota versus French on
On
Dakota.
apparently it's your hometown, mate.
It is. It is. This is my homeland. I
Damn.
do. I do live in the Dakotas, though. I always tell people when I'm casting that this is not what it looks like. So AOE3 not representative of what the modern Great Plains show. We don't have buffalo roaming everywhere. Although I wish we did. But I think we're ready to jump into game 2, Kanoki.
Indeed we are. Okay. We are waiting for prediction before we go in. I let you do the intro again, Mr. V.
Oh, sounds good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are in game 2 of the ESOC Autumn Championships. Lucas versus Consensus. Currently, it is 1-0 to Consensus after taking a very, very well fought game 1. But we are on Dakota now, and in the north side of the map, playing in the color blue as Lakota, we have LukasL. And in the southern part of the map, playing in the color red as the French, we have Consensus. And going for a trading post is the French player. I'm assuming Lakota is going to go for a TP as well. But, you know, French, we talked about this before the matchup, Kanoki, about being a very, very kind of basic, reliable Civ, can do a lot of things fairly well. Maybe not the master at any one thing, but how does French deal with Lakota in this matchup?
I'm gonna be fair. I have absolutely no clue. So I'm gonna find with you as well. And on top of that, this is Dakota, and Dakota is a very specific map because the natives are extremely good. French also get access to excellent natives through the ancient regime card. You can also send, the card that gives you natives based on tribe, but apparently it's not going to be a native strategy because that could also be a thing. That can be a very powerful, basically early game in which you are not really prepared for. But that's not what we are going to see. Very standard threat right there coming out of Konsensus. And on the side of Lucas, for now, we don't see any trading posts.
No.
Interesting.
That is interesting. And looking at his deck, it's possible that he might be going for something a little bit more Age 3 based. We kind of see basically two main builds out of Lakota, right? We see the Age 2 infantry rush with, Axe Rider support, or we see something a little bit more boomy into Age 3 where it's Rifle Rider and Wakina rifles. But what we do know about this map is there's really only one place to put a forward base, right? And that is the center of the map between the two trading posts. It's where every forward war hut or barracks goes, and we'll have to see if either player tries to claim that part of the map. But like you said, the Cree trading post is very, very useful, can get out those CDBs, or you can even get access to the Cree rifles, which are pretty good if you want a skirm in H2 and you don't want to rely on crossbows or C-tan bows.
They are extremely tanky, actually, which is a very specific feature, I would say, for a skirmisher. I believe they have like 150 HP base, which is insane. And the second TP is usually very good as well because you either have, I believe, the Cheyenne or the Comanche on this map. I believe for the second one, there you go, the Cheyenne, which have a cavalry that counters over cavalry, and you also have the Bison that you can spawn in your town. So, like, very, very good map for natives in general. We have seen Aimzag doing something with the Germans in order to defend versus the Fat Fortress with those natives. So there is some possibility, but that's not what we are going to see here. Very likely, extremely aggressive play coming from Lucas. What is he? The chief. Okay, so the wood. He's going to jump with the wood. I think French is going to be playing it safe with military building in his base because I don't see how he can push out on the map versus a warrant. I would not play forward base versus Lakota. In my opinion, doesn't look great in my opinion. Did he kill the French explorer actually?
It's
I
totally
feel like he did.
possible. Yeah, it
He
is
did.
because, and I'll tell you the reason why he was able to do it. And I said this last week, and I'll say it again this week. It is because the Lakota Explorer is the dumbest, most frustrating mechanic in this game for me. I hate that man on the horse.
I'm gonna agree with you, but because usually people complain about shimmy runners, but I am an Inca main. So if you are gonna complain about the Lakota warship, I fully agree with you, mate.
Oh,
This
the
thing,
horse feed's already calling to ban me because I'm gonna stick to my guns. Okay, horse feed, you were casting with me last week. You know that guy is stupid. You know that he shouldn't be that fast. He shouldn't be that powerful. He's the ultimate treasure stealer, and I will go to my grave claiming it. All right, I'm done. We can move on.
so we can see the jobs coming in. We can see the forward warrant with a TP in transition coming out of Lucas. I don't think he's going to go for more TPs though. That wood that is being sent is likely going to be invested into Aina's production, maybe a stable behind, but I don't think so. Probably Aina's, maybe a second warrant is going to come down. We can see on the French side as well some wood that is coming on the floor. He's training some musketeer. What is that wood going to be used for? Likely some crossbows, some pikes. I don't think so. And maybe a stable or a second production building right there, a second racks. Oh, and I was wrong. We can see a second TP coming and a stagecoach coming. So a very delayed stagecoach, actually, not the usual one that we see with a 5-minute stagecoach. It's like a stagecoach without messenger, which is very weird.
Yeah, and seeing as this is only a 2P or a 2 trading post line on this map, maybe Stagecoach not coming in quite as valuably as you might see on a 4 trading post line or a 5 trading post line. But I was
Yeah.
kind of intrigued to see that Consensus started with the 700 wood and not the 4 CDB, which usually is the more standard kind of card to open with in Age 2 is French. But I think he's just going to go with muskets here. Just a nice all-around unit. Can deal with any Axe Rider raids. Not going to be too worried about C10 bows, seeing as they are such a weak unit. And going to be able to deal with the Club Warriors that come out as well.
But right now, I think Consensus hasn't used his wood at all. We Yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm wrong here. The Stagecoach is linked. Gaius, our awesome production person, just reminded me. So yeah, that is linked.
It is linked, but it's two small trade lines, if you see what I mean. It's not a big trade line that gets you 80, 80, 80. No, it's two small trade lines that are going to get you, there you go, around 30, 29. So it's a very constant income, but a lower income that you can have on other maps thanks to that TP. But we can see now the 4 Axe Rider, Sit and Bows finally coming. We already have some Clubmans in order to get rid of that trading post. And we're going to have the 4 TP Lakota with Stagecoach against the French. He has used his wood, but for what? That's my big question. What was the wood for French invested into? Likely upgrades. And there you go, a stable. That's what I was wondering about. We can see a stable right there, a church in order to get some XP trickling. I really like that. Church, also the text, to get more line of sight. Might seem weird, but it's actually extremely useful to see a little bit further. So there you go. He's gonna basically play nice in his base, he's gonna tuck himself, put a little fire up there, try to wait for the winter to go out, and then push out from there.
Yeah. Just got to shout out a couple of things while we got a moment here in the game. Raid by Lionheart of 143. Thank you, Lionheart, one of our favorite British casters. And we also, I think we got a follow from, what was it, Benahas. Thank you so much for that. But I think, Lucas is doing something that is really, really effective versus Consensus specifically. And he's keeping him in Age 2, which, again, we've talked about it before. Consensus just strikes me as someone who's more comfortable in the Fortress Age, and now kind of forcing him to play in the Commerce Age where perhaps he's not as comfortable.
He is edging up with Exile Prince. We saw him shipping the 700 coin, so he's gonna try to age Exile Prince, so he's not gonna get a big batch as he edges up. He needs to keep those musketeers alive, though. That's one of the big things. I hope he has the Grey Coats upgrade for his villagers. He's gonna have a shipment ready. Yes, he does. He's gonna have a shipment ready as he reaches Castle Age. And I wonder what that shipment is going to be. Is it going to be the Cuirassiers? I believe so. We can see a Minuteman pop. I'm not sure that's the proper timing for a Minuteman pop right there, but maybe it's enough. Maybe it's actually enough to clean some Aenas, clean some Axe Riders.
One thing to point out, Kanoki, I don't want to cut you off, but he might have the shipment, but he barely has the population. He's lost so many houses. He's only at 30 pop. And yes, he's now in the third age, but I really do think Lucas has pushed at almost the perfect time here.
Yeah, and he's going for 5 Dragoons versus that amount of Aenas. I'm not sure, but okay. I mean, Dragoons are hard to kill. That's one of the pros of the Dragoons. And we can see the CDB there being put to use in order to clean up this. He's going to clean up this attack because we don't see a lot of reinforcement coming. But what I'm worried about is that there are 4 TP Stagecoach behind this. Lucas is going to get an eco behind this, likely transition to Castle Age himself. And the damage was done. That's a stable. That's 2 houses right there. A lot of idle time. All the musketeers down. Once again, a military shipment being used, and we can see French is Lakota. What is Lakota doing? Did he cancel the dragoons and went for 100 wood? 1,000 wood. I think so. And Lakota is gonna edge up behind this.
Yeah, and the thing that's really going to be frustrating here for Consensus is that 1,000 wood's going to come in, which usually that supercharges your infrastructure, right? It allows you to get down a second barracks, a second stable, more market upgrades, maybe even upgrade a TP or go for the Crete trading post. But what he's going to have to do now is he's going to have to spend that entire shipment, 1,000 resources, basically to just recover what he lost. He's going to have to rebuild housing. He's going to have to reconstruct his barracks. And so basically that amazing shipment is only going to get him back to where he was 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, instead of pushing his own agenda further, basically, we can see a few dragons being used for raiding right there. I don't think there is anything on the map right now that can like reasonably catch dragoons, so that's a good move right there. But those hunts, like I like how he's pushing his villager towards his army, you know, instead of having his villager at the back and his army forward, which basically open yourself for raids. He's pushing with his villager towards his army, towards his forward base, which is really, really good at that point of the game. And yeah, Lakota is in a really good situation right now.
Yeah.
Wakina rifle coming out.
Japheth thinking I'm Mongpa. I'm honored, but no. We do have a similar voice now that I think about it. But, you know, the one thing about these Dragoons that I want to point out, because there's a cost to this, right? Yes, he's going to be very mobile. Yes, he's going to be very fast, hard to catch. But he's also going to have very low siege potential, which means there's really not a lot he can do in the near future to deal with these 4 TPs. And that bonus is going to continue to stack in Lucas's favor. And now that they're both in age 3, I think Lakota has a decisive advantage.
Yeah, I have to agree with you right there. See, he's gonna try to siege this TP, but the problem is, as you said, there is no siege there, so that TP is gonna take a while. There are more Wakina rifles than there are units in the opponent army, so that's very dangerous to actually push out. And what's gonna happen is that Lakota right now doesn't have the eco in order to invest into the fire pit, but like in 4 minutes, he's gonna be able to deploy some of those villagers onto the fire pit as the fights are happening, and that's where the trouble is really gonna start to pile up against Consensus right there. It's when that fire pit will be online. It's when those Wakina rifle, maybe rifle riders that are gonna be coming behind this are gonna be buffed, and they are gonna do absolutely stupid damage.
Yeah, and then while we have a break here, I'm just going to point out that the conspiracy theory that you're secretly Kaiser is perhaps still alive and well in the chat. But here's why I know you're not Kaiser Klein is because I don't think you've sworn or insulted anybody this entire campaign.
I mean, I'm trying not to, I have to say. I'm trying not to. And as I said yesterday, I don't have his micro skill. Otherwise, I would be on the other side of the cast. I would say I would be the one playing, you know, if I was Kaiser. But I'm not. So there you go.
No, and I mean, like you said, this is looking very good for Lakota, and he's just got a really nice composition, right? These Wakina rifles are a very effective unit, and he's getting out a very scary mass of them. So we'll have to see. The 2 Falconets are going to be maybe a little bit difficult for Lakota to deal with, along with the 3 Cures. So I mean, there's a lot of variation here in Consensus's composition. But I don't know, Lakota's economic advantage and just the sheer mass he's put together, it might be enough to make sure that composition doesn't matter.
Yeah, and I think that we are seeing some rifle riders right there being assembled. Yeah, there you go. That's already. Yeah, those are rifle riders. I'm not tripping right there. Oh, are they bow riders? Yeah, they are bow riders. So the bow riders are gonna do perfectly fine, and some rifles. So they are both. There you go. I was right in both cases. But we can see a nice mix coming out, and that's gonna counter. I like once again, Lucas. You can see like the previous game. Basically being one step ahead, you know, when it comes to unit composition, making sure that he has the counter to what counters his army, which I found really interesting. French is trying to expand right there, but sadly for him, I think Lucas is smelling blood. You know, he's like, there is something wrong here. French doesn't have a hunt in base. He must be looking for a hunt. I don't see French pushing on the right side, so I'm gonna go on the left, and there you go. That's likely a fight. Is he gonna kill the Explorer? He's not killing the Explorer, he's gonna try to engage the 2 Falconets getting the first shot right there.
Yeah, but the Falconets are in a really nice spot right now. They're covered by the tree line and by that treasure. The Wakinas are doing so much damage to these Dragoons, but even some Halberdiers getting mixed up. And yeah, I think this is pretty well microed here by Consensus, but it's not going to be enough. Just the sheer mass of Lakota is going to take over, and the French army has been decimated, Kanoki. I
Yeah.
apologize for what happened to your countrymen.
Yeah. My countrymen are actually in pain, and that's not finished because we can see the Axe Rider are going to chase those skirmisher, making sure this is a clean wipe. And from there, it's going to be really, really hard to remass for Konsensus. And on top of that, as we said earlier, like, the fire pit is not online yet. That was a fight without the fire pit. He's gonna trouble to access food at this point. We can see the militiamen way too late, and it's gonna be really hard to actually come back from there. Yeah, he is not even gonna try.
Yeah.
GG, well played.
Shout out to Slavo, by the way. Subscribe for 8 months. Thank you, sir. You are fantastic. But yeah, that was a really, really well played game for Lucas. And that was just on a map that favored Lakota, quite heavily, I think. That's just a map built for their play style. Lots of TPs, lots of, moving around, getting raids in. And yeah, Lucas, perfecting that build quite well.
Yeah, fully agree. Once again, one thing I wonder is if French play natives here, does he has the power? Because you get that native embassy for free. You get that very powerful shipment, with the allied nations. Very early, you can get a big pop right there, popping on the forward base, making sure that you clean up Lakota before they get, their tri-comp going. And maybe that could be a way to actually deal with this. But I'm not sure. Maybe I'm just rumbling right there and it doesn't work at all. Try it at home if you want to, or don't if you don't. But there you go. Very, very interesting game right there.
Yeah, certainly really interesting. And again, I think, Lucas just kind of put Consensus on the back foot. I think Consensus, he likes getting up to age 3 without really having to engage in age 2 very heavily. But, after getting that map control, Consensus did what he could to try to get his own half of the map, putting down that second TC. But then when the big fight came, just the sheer mass of Lakota and the effectiveness of their units, the Wakina rifles, the bow riders, the rifle riders, just proving too much for France.
Yeah, way too much. Way too much. Heavy cav in general. There was too much heavy cav, not enough cuirassiers to actually tank, to actually like make sure the splash damage is dealt for long enough. Only 3 cuirassiers, I believe, in this fight. Uh, Maybe 6 or 5, but not more.
Mm-hmm.
And for sure that wasn't enough. Like he needed like 2 more batches of 5 in order to hold versus that mass of Lakota, basically.
Mm-hmm. I
So
love the conversation going on in chat. A bunch of legacy players. I haven't heard some of these names in forever.
yeah,
Diaraga,
Giga
Blackstar, H-To. I was always a Mito man myself, so
Oh
showing my
man.
age there. But yeah, really, really cool. I love seeing the mix of the newer players and the legacy players, just kind of coming together and still watching these tournament games. But 1-1, we're certainly not going to be seeing a sweep. Hopefully we go to a full 7 games. That's what I'm hoping for. But the next matchup is Aztec versus Russia, which just feels
Mm.
I don't know. That
Feels
gives me a
feels
bad
Alaska.
taste in my mouth.
Yeah, it feels
What?
Alaska, when
Yeah.
when you when you don't play the water, you play Ross or you play Aztecs. And
Yeah.
very likely, if we go to a 7 game, we are gonna see Ross and Aztec, but in the reverse order.
Mhm.
So we're gonna see Phil's non TP. The map we are actually loading the game. Who is playing Aztec actually? It's Lucas. Okay, Lucas playing Aztec and Konsensus playing Russia.
Mhm. Yeah. On
Interesting.
Alaska, which yeah, of course, very historically accurate, Russia versus Aztecs. But yeah, I don't know. I would just out of instinct say that Aztec has the advantage here. I mean, both civs are kind of known for pulling
Yeah.
off some pretty aggressive builds, but I think Aztec at this point is just better at it. And I think Aztec, mid game has the better eco, although Russia does tend to scale very well into the long game, but we'll have to see what happens. All right, let's dive into game 3. All right, salutations again, ladies and gentlemen. This is game 3 of the ESOC Autumn Championships round of 32, Lucas versus Consensus. It is currently 1-1. Game 1 going to Consensus, game 2 going to Lucas. We are on the map Alaska, and in the north of the map, playing in the color blue as the Aztecs, we do have Lucas, the winner of the last game, picking up a very quick wood treasure. And in the south of the map, playing in the color red as Russia, we have Konsensus. And like we said, maybe not Russia's best matchup, but what do you think Russia has to do to beat Aztecs here, Kanoki?
Magic, something like this. No, we're gonna see. Apparently, Consensus has an ID because he couldn't have picked with Russia onto this map. So maybe he has an ID. If someone knows in the chat, or maybe you know, Mr. V, why is nobody playing Odenoshoni on this map? Like, I really wonder.
I'm
Is
not
it because
sure.
of the lack of TP map of TP?
It might be.
Because a water map, that is very aggressive. So in general, Odenoshoni are pretty good defensively with those warriors. You also have the Tomahawk pops. I feel like. So I don't know. Feels like a good water map to me for Odenoshoni, but maybe you absolutely need that TP. So I don't know. I'm still surprised we don't see them on this map. Really.
Yeah. And boy, it really looks like the chat has a clear favorite for the winner here. It's it's currently 1 for Consensus and what is it for Lucas? Oh my gosh, this is so lopsided. But we could see some magic here out of Lucas, out of Consensus, like you just said. I did notice that he does have the Surovov reforms in his deck, and he's got all of the Strelet shipments to possibly get a huge batch. I have seen that in a couple of tournament games. I've seen it more in team games than 1v1, but it can certainly catch your opponent off guard, and it can get you kind of a cheeky win if you play it right. Oh, that's right. That's right.
Oh.
Gaius reminding me that during Seepjan, he did pull off Surovov reforms, and he did get a win last week doing that. So if Lucas has done his homework, he will be able to maybe see what's coming. Maybe just take a look at the deck and be able to see it.
Oh,
But
that's
yeah,
that's for sure a rush deck on the side of Aztec. Look at all of those unit shipments coming in H2 right there. We can see both Slinger shipment, the Pumas, the Coyotes. Yeah, that's gonna be a rush, very, very likely here from Aztec. And as we said, Suruvov reform, I'm not sure how you pronounce it. It's an excellent card, but you need to be H3 for that.
Yeah. And you basically need to be undisturbed for a good, 7,
Yes.
8 minutes. You need time to build up those Strelet numbers, which, if you have 30 Strelets waiting to become Musketeers and then, 20 Coyotes come into your base, you're going to be in for a bad time.
Yeah, so the big question is going to be, is Lucas going to grid and go for, that Warrior Priest boom? Or is he going to just straight up rush? And as
I'm
you said,
thinking rush.
if he did his homework, he should rush.
Yeah.
But that's assuming he did his homework, which we're going to see. We are going to see.
Yeah, I think, the messenger is a big tell here. And
Yeah,
you can
I
see,
agree.
look at this age up, 3 minutes 30 in
Oh.
age 2, and getting a nice treasure here as well. Who picked it up? Consensus taking
Consensus,
the 85 wood.
damn.
And how close is he to being into age 2? Can we get a look at that real quick? He is
Far away
about
still.
halfway aged. Yeah. So I mean,
Yeah.
there's a window here where Aztec can get a lot of damage done.
So we just saw that 3 Warrior Priests are coming on the side of Aztec right there. So that's the first shipment. It's 3 Warrior Priests with,
Oh my
as we
goodness.
can see, the Jaguar Polar Knight pop, which I think is a really, really good call because it makes sure that there is no forward blockcast. You have to put the blockcast at the back in the base in order to be safe right there. So that's it. Jaguar Polar Knight for some idle time. Maybe try to keep the Explorer. I think he's going to get it right there. And that's going to be a nice chevron. He needs to focus
90
at Jaguar
XP.
Polar Knight. Yeah, it's
90
going to go down.
XP. Can you believe that, Kanoki? 90 XP for killing an Explorer. Just absolutely disgusting. And he's going to get the 700 wood even quicker as a result. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty good kind of poking pressure. Not the all-out rush that I was predicting. And I don't know, maybe Aztec goes into age 3 and tries to beat Russia at that game, but I still feel like the H2 pressure might have been more effective here. I mean, we've certainly seen some pretty disgusting Aztec H2 rushes come out, specifically in the recent past, in the last couple of months.
But don't those rushes require actually a TP? Because you need those shipments back to back in order to get the rush to work. So what I like here is that he's doing a Warrior Priest boom, but without investing the villager time on the Warrior Priest. only the warrior priests are basically booming for more warrior priests. So he's still looking for quite a fast transition behind this. We can see a defensive ward though. So like he's gonna use all that raiding party that killed the explorer basically in order to pick up some treasures. Musketeer are gonna die to Jaguar Polar Knight, at least if the Jaguar Polar Knight can touch them. Because they actually counter heavy infantry. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
This is 100% Servov reforms, by the way. I'm just going to call it. I don't see him doing anything else except that. I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen Konsensus pull off an H3 build that wasn't Servov, but it has all the makings of it, right? The quick 700 coin, the quick H3, transition, which if that hits without Aztec having a decent enough mass to stop it, maybe Konsensus can pull it off. But the score gap is getting very, very, very substantial.
Yeah, the score gap. And also, like, as I said, that raiding squad is being used in order to get a lot of valuable treasure. It just picked up the Nuka right there. It's a bit late for the Nuka to really be awesome right now. But if he keeps up going, like, also it's XP nonetheless that he's getting through these killing those treasure gardens. So I like how he's using that mass, not to pressure because he can't. There is a blockcast plus a TC, but in order to actually secure treasure. And we can see a spy being trained.
Oh, that's interesting. I think that's going to be
weird.
targeting the war chief, but look at that. He's starting to pump out the Strelets. Macroing for what looks to be a transition into the Fortress Age. Almost has the necessary food and coin.
Yeah, interesting that he's trying to basically snipe the warship, but I don't think that's going to be something easy to achieve between the 3 Jaguar Polar Knight that are, guarding him, basically. We will see. And meanwhile, we can see on the side of Aztec that we have a lot of food here being ready, and that spy is trying to snipe the Explorer, but he's going to get focused. There you go. And those Musketeers are going to go down, feeding even more XP. That's a shipment right there. Boom. Man, it feels good to play Aztec, doesn't it?
I think the transition to Coyotes is smart here. And I think there's a window, right? If he can get enough of a mass of Coyotes and hit while the Strelets are still being produced, he could get a really nice trade. But if he waits for that Servov reforms to come in, those Coyotes are going to look really silly.
I mean, so we can see that on the side of Russia, we are going H3 already. And on the side of Lucas, we've seen he has been shipping that coin. He's likely going to try to macro for an edge up while producing Coyotes. So it's going to be a question of timing, really. I believe the Russian wants to send a shipment of Strelets before they actually use the reform as they hit H3. But maybe I'm wrong. So we will see. With the Adventurer, he's going to get, I believe, something like 14 or 17 Strelets. It's completely stupid, the amount of things that you get on the field. But yeah, I want... does he have a Strelet card right there in Fortress Edge?
So the macro that I've been seeing for this build is you age up with the 17 Strelet, you send 13 in transition, then you send the second Strelet card as you are kind of getting the resources to get the veterancy upgrade. Then you send Servov after you've gotten your veteran musketeers. So you're able to mass a very, very large amount of Strelets very quickly by using all of your cards and kind of trying to macro it just perfectly. But it is a tight timing, right? You don't have a lot of room in the Servov build to be messing around. And oh no, if these Coyotes catch these Strelets before they've been upgraded, it could be an absolute slaughter.
Yeah, I am not sure about pushing out with those Strelets at this timing. I feel like he should just stay at home, As I said, stay next to the fire, wait for the winter to finish. Become from Streltsy to Musketeer, grow yourself a beer during the winter, and then come out. But that's not what he's doing. He's trying to push out. With a Streltsy, we can see the big shipment coming. He didn't send, as you said, the 13th Streltsy card in transition. I believe it's maybe because he's lacking a little bit of XP, and he wants to make sure that he's going to have the Suruvov reform after that, which I agree with, but we can see that's a lot of Coyotes.
This might be the perfect timing for Lucas, and that card is not coming anytime soon, and he's going to catch Strelets from both sides. An absolute massacre is about to take place, and this is going to make the Surovov Reforms card almost completely useless. He's only going to have a few Strelets remaining, and that is the whole point. You need a huge mass of Strelets to make that shipment worth it, and this is an amazing catch by Lucas.
And we can see plus 13, plus 13, plus 13 coming in blue. And Aztec is gonna have 3 more shipments after that fight because he's playing Aztecs. And on the side of Russia, he's gonna have literally nothing left. Sorry, plus 12, not plus 13. Plus 12 again and again and again and again. And that Surovov reform is now looking terrible. Like, terrible shipment.
Yeah, and Lucas also now knows exactly what's coming, right?
Oh,
There's
yeah.
no way you look at this mass of Strelets and think this is what he's trying to do, right? You know this is going to turn into Musketeers. So I would not be surprised if we see Lucas immediately start slamming down his Ententan, shipments upon Asia, because that's going to be the perfect counter to the Ruskets. But what an excellent trade value for Aztec here.
Yeah, and that's not finished. You can see those Chelsea haven't got rid of those Coyote runners. He should never have pushed out, to be honest. Or if you push out with your Explorer. Make sure that nothing is coming in front. Try to see if there is something fishy. We can see he's forced to train Musketeer at this point. Double Noble Hut coming up forward. So that's going to be Jaguar Polar Knights, I believe, followed by Coyotes. Jaguar Polar Knights, once again, excellent counter to heavy infantry in general. They're gonna absolutely smash those heavy infantry. If you get anything long range, Arrow Knights, there you go. That's what I was thinking about. You get some Arrow Knights, so you poke. You force your opponent to close in. You have those Jaguars that are prowling, being stealthy and stuff. And suddenly, up, boom, you have Jaguars wrecking your Musketeers, coming out of nowhere, and that's likely what is gonna happen right there.
Yeah, it's funny actually, because we saw Sipchia last week versus Konsensus make that same exact response. He also went Jaguar Prowler Knight, and it actually cost him the game. But in that case, he was dealing with 70 veteran Musketeers, where at the most, I mean, Lucas is probably going to be dealing with maybe 30, 35, 40 Musketeers. That's a huge difference. And it all goes back to that catch he was able to get. And I almost wonder if Konsensus is even going to send the card now. He might be trying to make an audible, but it does seem like he's going with Veteran Strelet, which you would not make that upgrade unless you were kind of neglecting the Surovov build.
And I think that's a nice call. I think he has to let go with the Surovov. It's like a bad relationship. It didn't work, so you have to move on with your life. Go for something else. It sucks. You cry under the shower for a night or two. But hey, it's how life goes, And that's what he's gonna do. He's gonna try to move on with his life. We can see a very nice mixed composition coming in from Aztec. He's getting some of those Eagle Runner Knight just in case there are some Cossacks mixed in on the side of Konsensus. Once again, very good foresight on the side of Lucas, because we can see some Cav is coming. For now, it's Cav archers, but there might be some Cossack.
This army, Kanoki, this army's about to get obliterated.
Yeah, it shouldn't push.
I like what you said about making the adjustment, and I think that is what Konsensus needed to do. Unfortunately, he's playing Russia, which Russia just, it doesn't have that sort of fallback quality that a France or a Britain or even an Aztec has, right? He can't just rely on his economy because he's invested so much into this Surovov build that everything else he's making now feels a bit lackluster.
Yeah, I agree, and we can see he's gonna lose 3 villagers in the middle of the map. His hunts are being very, very exposed right now, and he has no army to protect his hunt. 2 falconets. Oh, please no. Please no.
Yeah, there's enough Arrow Knights that they should be able to deal with it, and the
Strelets
aren't going to be able to protect. Oh, that was a good shot from the Falconets, though, but now the Prowlers are engaged, and one Falconet already going down, second one going down, 100 XP for killing a Falconet. That's absolutely disgusting, and, I mean, a few veteran Cav Archers left, and they're good units, but now that the Ententans are coming out in mass, they're just going to be countered pretty hard here.
It's like it's layers upon layers upon layers of units, You have the Jaguar, then you have the Eagles, then you have the Ententan, and finally you have the Arrow Knights, It's like a very good kebab, multiple stages like that. And, and it keeps coming on. We can see he's going under that blocker, sieging it with the Arrow Knights, while the Autontin and the Eagle Runner are cleaning house, basically. He needs to be careful, though, because he's bleeding a lot of units right now because of that blockhouse, and those Cavalry Archer are truly doing okay up until the Autontin decide to start sniping them, though.
Oh man. Oh yeah, Shake noticed it too. Kebab. Interesting choice of foods there. Love that. But Shake, thank you for the correction. Sorry. The the Suvorov build did not work for Consensive. I've been saying Surabov. The Suvorov build looked like it could have been effective, but again, really nice catch by Lucas. And this just feels like cleanup at this point, does it not?
Yeah, but I don't understand why Russia keeps pushing small army after small armies. Yeah, that's it. Like
Yeah.
he has to remass before pushing out, but at the same time, yeah, I understand that he wants to force the issue because he feels like he's getting out of breath, so he panics a little bit. Nice attempt once again. Just he had to be careful. When once you have your mass, you cannot be confident with that mass of Streltsy. It's H2 Streltsy. It's bad unit basically. And we saw right there, 15 Coyote Runners just cleaned the house completely. Like,
Yeah. No, that was a really well done build by Lucas, and I think he just it was I don't know if it was purposeful, if he was pushing out intentionally, or if that was just a really lucky catch for him. But it all goes back to that batch of Strelets that he was able to hop on before they had been upgraded. Because if that batch of veteran musketeers had gotten to Aztec's base, we could be talking about a very different result here.
yeah, I fully agree. And once again, as it's being pointed in the chat, I think the Nukta still has a 100% win rate. The most OP treasure in the game. When you get the Nukta, you win. There you go.
Yeah,
One more time.
yeah.
I mean, stats don't lie, mate.
No,
That's
no. We
that's
we have a
it.
lot of good takeaways from this game. Nutka's good. I cannot say Russian words correctly. The kebab
Me
is a
neither.
delicious food. We've learned a lot of lessons today.
Indeed.
But it's now 2-1 for Lucas. He needs just two more wins to take this series. It is the best of 7 in the round of 32. But Consensus, all three of these games, that game 3 possibly not his cleanest build, but he certainly hasn't been lacking in skill here. He's been giving Lucas a good run for his money, even taking game 1.
Yeah. Good. Game one was really impressive. Those last two came though, like really Lucas being one step above, basically. Just being a better player on those last two games. But
Mhm.
at the same time, Consensus still hasn't played neither Ottoman or
Mm.
Spain,
No?
which are his main civ.
Yeah.
So we're still waiting for those two. That should be coming out. He's also playing quite a lot of German. Same thing. I haven't seen
Mhm.
German yet. So
And
he
no China from Lucas either, which is one of his civs that
indeed.
he plays quite a bit. But I think you might be right in saying that he's been saving those. And maybe we don't even see them yet. Maybe we see like a Germany here from Consensus. That's another civ that he likes to play quite a bit. But we talked earlier about Lucas possibly having the more diverse civ pool. And yeah, gone for two native civs. We'll see if they both go back to legacy civs or they try something DE.
Yeah, I'm thinking one thing that we could see here. The map is going to be Korea.
Mhm.
Korea, we know has some water involved. We could see an Ottoman here, maybe. It's not
Mhm.
water with whales. It's only food, but that's nothing to sneeze at. Basically, it's actually good resources. Ottoman usually have an hard time to compete with Eco if there is not stagecoach nor water. There is going to be water
Mhm.
on the next map, Korea. Um, so interesting. We could see some Ottoman on next map,
We are going to
and
see
it's going to be on
Ottoman,
the
but
side of Lucas.
yeah,
Actually,
I was I was almost thinking I got my sides wrong there, but no, I'm correct. Lucas is the one pulling out Ottoman. Oh,
it might be a bug. It might be a bug. Actually,
okay.
let's wait.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna get to the
Okay,
game.
okay.
Our Civ matchup might be a little bit off here on our home screen, but we'll have to see what the actual matchup is. But maybe okay. So I think we have it right now.
There you go.
It's going to be Lucas playing French and Consensus pulling out Ottoman, probably his most famous Civ that he's known
Yeah.
for. And on Korea, Ottoman versus French. Um, I don't know actually what to think of that matchup. Who has the map advantage there?
Once again, with the water, maybe Ottoman is actually in a good spot. Usually, like one of the issue with Ottoman is they kinda have to kill, or to at least do sufficient damage, because their remass is not that good. Um, French is very resilient. It's actually hard to beat French to the ground because of the CDBs. So usually, I would say maybe I'm wrong, but French kinda overpowers Ottoman in the long run. But maybe on a
Mhm.
map with water, it's not going to be the case.
Yeah. Well, I think we're ready to dive into game 4. And so we'll see if what you
Okay.
said comes to pass. We'll see if we have any water play on Korea, but let's dive in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are, game 4 of the round of 32 ESOC Autumn Championships. Lucas versus Consensus, best of 7. It is currently 2-1 in favor of Lucas. And on the right side of the map, playing in the color blue as French, we do have Lucas, the winner of the past 2 games, as Lakota and as Aztec, respectively. And on the left side of the map, playing in the color red as the Ottomans, going for the immediate trading post, is Consensus. And for those of you not familiar with Consensus, this is probably his number 1 Civ. So hopefully he can pull out a win here. And if he doesn't, he will be in a deep 3-1 hole. So, Kanoki, what are we going to see on this map? You were talking about potential water play.
Yeah, potential water play coming out from the Ottoman. We could also, once again, I'm kind of a native lover, but Lucas is also a native lover. They are the
Mm-hmm.
conquistador on this map. Really, really, really good natives, actually. Kind of a goon, but with area damage. And we can see this looks like a native deck right there. I'm surprised there is not Ancient Regime in there, because Ancient Regime gives you natives as well, natives musketeer that are extremely strong. We can see a frigate as well, which I really like for Korea. What do we have on the
Mm-hmm.
side of Consensus right there? Do we see some water? We see some water, but it's only counter water. So he's not going to play water, let's say, to start with. There is no schooners in there. There is no fish market, I believe. That's the name. So likely a very standard play. No church card either. So very likely some kind of semi-FF, I would say, into
Yeah.
pressure.
Yeah, Consensus, from what I've seen of him, he does
FF.
not do a lot of the more kind of flavorful Ottoman builds, like the Bombard build, like the church cards. I think he tends to just play very, very traditional Age 3 Ottomans. So we're going to see Falconets, we're going to see Janissaries, might be seeing Abbas guns, maybe some Sipahi or Mamelukes, but nothing too crazy. But it's interesting. We have a really, really fiery debate going on in the chat versus, DE players versus your classic legacy players. And on this map, we're having just legacy civs. And so far in this series, I don't think we've seen a single DE civ yet.
In DEC, it's for sure. There is going to be no DEC because you cannot pick them
Oh,
in this
that's right.
tournament.
What am I thinking? Yeah, they're
Yeah, yeah,
banned.
yeah.
Okay.
But at
Thank
the
you.
same time, like to 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 point you out, like there has been no DE cards either. I feel like at that point, and
Yeah.
those they are actually legal in that tournament. So um, like once again, I'm very surprised we don't see Ancient Regime right there from the French. This card
Yeah.
is so incredibly strong.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, apparently not for Lucas. He's going for that Conquistador TP though, for the Jesuit outpost. So he's gonna deal with the quartermaster. So the thing is, those conquistador, they are expensive. That's the issue. They are
Mm-hmm.
expensive, and if you get conquistador versus a mass of janissaries, sure they'll do splash damage. Oh, water on the side of Konsensus. So actually a sneaky water that is going to get scouted by Lucas. So Lucas knows that there is water behind this. But yeah, I was going to say, if you have 5 Conquistador versus 5 Janissaries, all good. But 5 Conquistador versus 10 Janissaries, not good. You see, so it's kind of that cost effectiveness that you have to find by always fighting small masses, basically, of units.
Man, Ray, if you're still in the chat, I love your comment. Trust me, I am not getting paid for my subpar casting. But yes, there are no DE civs in this tournament, and I probably should have known that. But yeah, I think it was really smart by Lucas to check that water right away. It's going to mean that he can make a really early response. But look at that deck; he has no counter water play, so it might be, yeah. I mean, Consensus is going to be able to get away for free until at least the third age.
Until at least the third age, indeed. We can see the first Conquistador coming out. So very, very mobile goons. Goons in H2 are extremely powerful because if you don't want to take a fight, nothing is going to kill you. But at the same time, they are not, the big damage dealer. Like they are not going to clean an entire mass of musketeer by themselves. At least if they are not in a big mass. But as I'm saying that, Ottoman, they have access to ASAPs. And ASAPs is one of the few units that can actually kill goons in H2.
Yeah, and
So
it's probably been one of the best units added to any legacy civ
I fully agree.
in the DE edition, right? Azeps have kind of filled such a nice niche for Ottoman, and so versatile and just very easy to make, easy to mass, and really cost effective. But these conquistadors could get a little bit done, right? Helping the French explorer pick up 60 coins, so not being totally worthless, but we'll have to see. Is he going to take these Azops and try to put any pressure on France, or is he just going to use them to defend?
At least he's going to put some pressure onto that TP. Is that enough ASAPs, though, to kill those Conquistador? Looks like it. You don't want to go in melee, I feel like. I mean,
Yeah.
in range as well, you take some damage, but in melee, I think it's worse. So that's 3 Conquistador right there. They are costly. I believe they cost 80 or something like this. That's a very costly trade to take. Yeah, 83. You can see that's extremely costly right there. So French not in a good spot right there. Those ASAPs really paying off. And he's getting Stagecoach behind it. He's gonna secure a second TP. Like, Ottoman looking good, with water behind. However, be careful. You need a lot of ASAPs because, as we said before, that splash damage make Conquistador, when they are at mass, counter anything. So
Yeah. But still, I think even killing those 5 Azeps, you're still losing 2 Conquistadors to do it. And yeah, you're going to halt the progress of this trading post. But I like what you said about this not being a very cost-effective trade, right? You're losing a lot of resources in these Conquistadors, and you're not really costing the Ottoman player that much. And we'll see. Let's quick flash to the water, see what Consensus is doing. How many boats are we getting out on the water? Just a couple, I'm assuming. Yeah, just a few boats gathering food. And like we said, that economy is going to be completely protected because the only card that Lucas has is the frigate, which he won't have until age 3.
one thing that the Jesuit also gives, we're going to see that after this little engagement, once again, it may feel good for the French player, but he's losing a lot more resources right there, and we can see that he's not cleaning. The Jesuit settlements also gives a tech, I believe, that trains villager faster. There is the smokeless, there is that, and there you go, this one. But we can see he hasn't taken it, and I'm really wondering why, because if there is one civ that really gets more benefit from that, it is French, because when you train CTB faster, which are also an excellent, basically a better villager, that's a lot of economy that you can get quite fast, actually. And it's only 100 wood, 100 coin. Like, it pays off extremely fast.
Absolutely. And Ray pointing out, asking if Consensus is an auto player. And yes, he is an Ottoman main, I believe. And you can kind of see it in his play here. Definitely very crisp. Possibly a lot more comfortable than we've seen him in the last 2 games when he was playing civs that he was maybe not as well known for. But his Ottoman is very effective so far in this matchup.
And we can see that he's denying the TP on the south. Those Conquistador doing a great job right there, picking off some units that were exposed alone. Is he gonna win that fight? As we said before, the splash damage can do some wonder even versus your counters, and that's what is happening right now. He's gonna win this fight, and like once again, cost-wise, it might not be that good, but the thing is that Conquistador mass is not growing, and behind this, the economy on the side of the Ottoman is growing. Those Conquistador are not doing any damage to Ottoman eco.
Yeah, and one thing I will point out though is with the shipment of that card from French, that definitely was a more effective fight than we had
Yeah.
seen previously. And those conquistadors starting to clean up those Azaps a little bit more easily. And so we'll have to see if Ottoman goes for some sort of transition here. I'm actually kind of surprised to see Consensus not aging up yet, seeing as most of the time he plays Ottoman in age 3, but perhaps thinks that he has
He's
France
getting
on the
ready.
rope. He's getting the better trade, so maybe going to stay in age 2.
He is getting ready to actually edge up. We can see he's macroing towards it. How many how many fishing boats does he have? That's the big question to me right now. He has only 6, so that's not a lot. Like when we say Ottoman eco is growing, six fishing boat is not that much of a grow. We can see the Exile Prince coming in. He sold some wood for that, so it's not cheap. That could have been 3 fishing boats right there invested, but he decided to sell 200 wood instead. And yeah, 6 boats. Sure,
Oh
there is
man.
stagecoach, but I'm not sure that's enough.
But look at
And
this,
that's a lot
Kanopi.
of conquistadors.
Yeah, and look, another native upgrade coming in for France here. This push is going to get really scary really quickly, and maybe
Yeah.
Ottoman being a little bit too greedy. Those villagers caught on the other side of the coin mine. Possibly bad house placement here from Consensus. He trapped his own villagers, and these Azaps, look how quickly they're being eviscerated. And now with the
Oh.
upgrade, it's only going to get worse for Ottoman. Oh my goodness. Now these
Yeah.
trades are starting to get really valuable.
I mean, there is no mass on the side of the Azaps. That's what we said earlier. If you outmass or if you manage to take small skirmishes, those dragoons do extremely well. And we can see that he has added a second trading post on the second Jesuit settlement is the south. So he's gonna get ready to basically keep producing more and more and more conquistador. We can see basically a limit of, I believe, 24 or maybe more. He's gonna get even more HP on those conquistador. He has made packs in order to make sure he can siege the TP line. He can basically deny the stagecoach. And at that point, I really don't see a consensus comebacks. Those arbus are good and all, but man, those conquistador are gonna clean everything with
Yeah.
that. Oh, view
I
it.
don't like the choice of Abbas there against a Dragoon type unit, especially a Dragoon that has a 2-card upgrade. And yeah, I think possibly a big mistake here by Consensus not choosing to age up, continuing to fight in age 2. And I think if he had taken the cost-effective trades he had gotten early, used that as an age 3 transition, he'd possibly be in a lot better spot to defend against these conquistadors.
Either that or truly invest into Azaps, like truly commit into your H2. But like he played kinda, I'm gonna do a semi-long H2, but not too long. And on his side, Lucas was like, yeah, I'm gonna play Colonial. That's it. Like I'm not gonna do anything fancy. I'm just gonna play Colonial and I'm gonna beat you there. And since he tried to transition without really investing into Colonial, he's now in a lot of trouble. And I don't see how he cleans, really.
No,
Like we
he
can see.
is in age 3 now, but he now has no military infrastructure, and he only has enough wood to maybe build 1 barracks or 1 stable. And I
Yeah.
mean, even if he could, it's never gonna. Yeah, he's trying to get up an emergency barracks, but I doubt Lucas lets him get that up. And even if he does, how many villagers is he gonna lose in the process? 2 going
Yeah.
down, a 3rd going down.
And behind this, there are double batches
It's
of
not going to get up.
Conquistador.
It's not going to get up. It's not even going to get close. And Consensus resigning there. And what a nice transition from Lucas, right? He didn't give up. He didn't just abandon his build. He let his upgrades come in, and then he really started to stack. And that push just proved to be right on time, right as Consensus was looking to macro into an age up.
55 Conquistador, more Conquistador than Azaps. Like that tells you the story right there. He trained more Conquistador than Consensus made Azaps, and yeah, it cannot work basically at that point. as we said, that splash damage is really scary because they are goons, so they don't have a lot of base damage, but it's like a capillits, you know, when you get those upgrades, when you start getting that basically that breakpoint in which the unit in the center is dying in one shot, suddenly that splash damage is becoming extremely scary because every time you
Mm-hmm.
shoot something, there are like 1, 2, 3 units that are dying instead of none. And
Mm-hmm.
that's a huge difference with everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of people in the chat pointing out that if Consensus had utilized the stagger mode ability for his ops, he would have had a lot better time. He would have been able to dissipate that damage a lot more. And other comments also pointing out that the fact that, Consensus went for water play and an age up and stagecoach, just too greedy, too much for an early Ottoman
Yeah.
economy, which is not always the strongest.
Yeah, I fully agree. Like, and as we said, it was kind of a water boom, but it was not at the same time. It was only 6 fishing boats, which is not a real water boom, if you see what I mean. So,
Right.
like, because the thing is, when you invest into a dock, you invest 200 wood into a dock. The more
Mm-hmm.
shipping boats you make, the less wood it costs per shipping boat. You see what I mean? But when you
Mm-hmm.
make only 6 fishing boats, that dock costed you basically like something like 30 wood per fishing boat. So those fishing boats, they are no longer 70 wood, they are 100 wood. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because that dock only pays for 6 fishing boats. And so when you go for that kind of water play, but you don't really commit to the water play, your dock is not going to pay off as fast. That's the thing. So
Mm-hmm.
I really don't know. I feel like he should have just like spam some heads making sure that he gets that TP down, making sure that he has the mass straight away to deny that conquistador TP, and then go for the boom, then go
Mm-hmm.
for the grid. But
Mm-hmm.
he tried to do two things at once. It feels
Yeah. And
nice try though, very nice try.
absolutely. Yeah. And to answer your question, Cav Curas, this is only the first of two, potentially three series today. So the first series, of course, is Lucas versus Consensus. Then after this, for sure, is going to be Baus versus I Am Turk, and then possibly a third series being Julian versus Keterboy. Although on that third series, I'm not sure about that one just yet. I know we have two for sure, right? Kanoki, you'll be casting both of those, and Shake will be joining you for the second series, if I've got that right.
Yeah, for the third series, I think it's not gonna happen today, if I'm correct.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Yeah,
okay,
and
okay.
the main reason for that, guys, is because us casters, we can kind of dip in and out and do one or two series, but ask our production guys to do three series in a row. I mean, that's we're talking like 6 7 hour cast, and that's just too much to ask out of anybody. So
Yeah,
I think it'll just be the two series for today, and then we'll be back with Julian and Keter Boy next week, I believe. But again, I could be wrong with those dates.
and as we are talking, we can see the picks for the next map. It's gonna be Chinese versus Germany.
Oh, Lucas has been saving it.
I'm gonna love this one. I'm gonna
Yeah.
love this one on Siberia, which I think is a very good pick, especially for Germany.
Hmm.
So
Yeah. I absolutely want to see Lucas go for an H2 play here. I
yeah,
think, H2 is one of Germany's big weaknesses. And if he can catch Consensus off guard with some sort of, early aggression build, he could really win this game quickly. Although we do have to remember that on this map, you do get the extra outpost. So that is a little bit of extra defense. But yeah, could catch Consensus on the back foot if Consensus tries to do, standard H3 German play.
and I think we are ready to go into the game.
Let's do it. Prediction coming up. I don't know who has been the big winners so far. I'm not exactly sure. Oh, who was the Yeah, guys
Apparently,
is telling
someone
me
was
that
lucky.
somebody in game 1.
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen, here we are, our potential final game in this best of 7 in the round of 32 ESOC Autumn Championships. It's Lucas versus Konsensus. Konsensus winning a very convincing game 1 as India, and Lucas has won the past 3 games. And now Konsensus, his survival chances in this tournament are on the line, but he does have one of his main civs, Germany, but he now has to play against potentially Lucas's best civ in China. So China being played by Lucas in the south of the map, and Germany being played by Konsensus in the color red in the north of the map. Koneki, what do we have in store for this matchup?
I really hope Consensus has some, a good playlist to hype himself up, because if there is one moment, that's the moment, the final countdown, something like this, Rocky is going up the steps and all, because he has to perform right here, right now. If he doesn't, Consensus, you're out. So he has to perform right now. That's the harsh reality. We can see a very, very fast forward oriented deck on the side of Lucas. On the side of Consensus, what do we have? No active deck being picked right now, which is normal because he doesn't have a shipment yet. We're gonna see what he's gonna go for. No TP in H1, which is normal. He's going for the market.
Yeah, and it looks like my prediction for Lucas is going to be completely wrong. I was hoping we'd maybe see H2. He actually has more H4 cards than you see in the typical China deck, so maybe we'll even see something industrial, but I think you're right. The main focus of this deck looks to be H3.
Indeed, and he's already starting to pick up some really good wood treasure. Do we have the deck from Consensus? Yeah, we do. Okay, so same thing. That's gonna be a very 1v1 dops, yeah, but I don't see a lot of doppelsteiner cards, so it doesn't look like really
interesting.
like it's just a shipment of dops. So
he's got the Irish Briggs. That is not a card you see a lot of players in this tournament have. Forgive me if I'm wrong here, but I think the Irish Briggs has been, relegated to be one of the worst mercenary shipments. But I guess, Germany not having an H2 Musketeer, maybe it's something that they need to hold off any potential pressure.
Yeah, maybe. It seems like a deck very geared towards beating some cavalry, which I think, and doppelsteiners in general are pretty good against China, because you have that cavalry mass that can really come in from Chinese, and if you're not prepared, you're gonna get rolled over. But you also have those Sheng Daos, that can be massed in quite impressive numbers. And there comes a point. Sure, you may have skirmishers, you may have falconets, but when there are 40 Sheng Daos just running at you, it's gonna take a while to actually get rid of them. While a good Zyander, one swing, 3 heads go down, and that's it. So I really like the Doppelsteiner actually addition in the deck, both the card and the upgrade. I really think it's a solid addition. We're gonna see how he uses them, but we're gonna see straight FF right there. One thing I would like to see is some aggressive herding from either of those players to make sure that those middle of the map hunt go towards their side, and I think that's what Consensus is trying to do right now. We can see a villager wandering towards the middle of the map. I wonder what that villager was looking for. I think he was looking for the hunt. But sadly, the hunt is very far forward. And yeah, there you go. So he's going to try to pull that hunt toward the east side of the map, which I think is a good call. Even if he's losing some villager walking time, that's an investment, basically.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty sparse map when it comes to the available hunts, and Siberia living up to its name. But the thing I really want to see from Consensus is I want to see him take advantage of the age-old Chinese weakness, right? Ever since they came out, China has always struggled to deal with just kind of one unit large spams, right? Because that banner system doesn't allow them to get out a large amount of one type of unit quickly, right? It's always a mixed type of unit. And so you can go heavy cav, you can go light infantry, you can go heavy infantry. Really any kind of spam will catch China on the back foot because their military system just doesn't allow them to respond quickly.
Very late TP, by the way, on the side of Consensus. So that might cost him like half a shipment in the mid game. Which might not seem like a lot, but when you reach that fortress edge, mid fortress edge, that shipment being 30 seconds late or 15 seconds late might actually cost the game. We'll see. We'll see if I'm right in a few minutes. I hope I'm not, because I would really like us to go into a game 6, if I'm correct. Yes, game 6.
Yep.
But we'll see. We'll see. Lucas securing a second TP, by the way, so really cozy. You know, he's really going into very smooth Castle Age, and Konsensus is actually investing into doppels.
He is, and I don't know how to feel about that. Interestingly, you know, it looks like Lucas is going for the 700 wood, not immediately going for the 700 coins. So we're not going to see a blind FF, or perhaps does China need a coin shipment to FF? I forget.
They do. They do
Okay.
actually. Yeah. They do need a coin shipment. He's also sending the wood behind this, which is pretty normal. It's gonna allow him to get some villages, some infrastructure.
Oh, we already
Yeah,
sent the coin. Okay, my mistake. I was wondering how he had such a large amount of coin right away, but he sent 700 coin, then 700 wood. So very standard Chinese play. And I think this might actually go pretty well. I don't know if the Doppelsodners are going to be able to do too much before China's already in age 3.
I think the only damage he's looking for are the TPs. And in that case, I prefer Doppelsodners over Ulans. But like, he's not gonna do raiding basically with the Doppelsodners. You can see here both of the Ulans sadly stopped on the Explorer. That's a bit of a micro mistake right there. Really, he should be focusing those villagers. He's gonna get the Explorer though, 90 XP. So there you go. But like, if you can delay those villagers a bit more, it's always better. What is the edge up, by the way? Is it the porcelain tower or is it the wonder? Porcelain
It's the
tower.
porcelain.
Okay. So he's going for the greed. He's not gonna go for you know, the arquebusier straight into H3. So he's feeling extremely comfy. LukasL, that is.
Yeah, I'm really worried looking at the macro for Consensus here, right? He's not going to be getting up to age 3 anytime soon. He does not have the resources. Sending 700 coin now, but he's going to have to macro the food very, very quickly. Meanwhile, China's going to have a good 60 seconds, 2 minutes, 3 minutes even, where he'll be in age 3 and he'll be able to build up a significant tech advantage.
Look at what Consensus is trying to do. He's trying to play in H2 with a stagecoach. Okay, so that's interesting, to say the least. We'll see how it works, really, because we are in unknown territories, I would say, at that point. We can see some micro with that double soldiers. He's trying to go onto those crossbows, but they are being protected by the pike. Is he going to be able to get some swings? Yes, the first swing. Now there is the snare. Once there is the snare, there is more swing coming. We can see already one crossbow maybe going down, but for now it's only a doppels not now going down. The doppels are finally going to turn onto the pikeman mass and the crossbow mass. Don't lose that Ulan, don't lose that Ulan. Ah, Saj. Saj right there. But he got the TP at the very least. He lost 2 Doppelsoldaten, I believe, and 2 Ulans, which is costly for sure. And we can see now the redcoats are coming in, and there is nothing to actually counter those redcoats. And there is already the snare by the Explorer. So those Doppels are gonna go down. And man, this is going worse to worse. You know, it's
yeah, it's too much. And I think this is the second game in a row we've seen Consensus try to pull off too much in one build, right? He's trying to do H2 pressure with Stagecoach with an H3 transition. Meanwhile, Lucas's build, yeah, you know, he's faced some pressure. He's lost a couple TPs, but it's been far more focused. He's been focused on one thing, getting to H3, and now that he's in H3, he's going to have a significant tech advantage. Meanwhile, Consensus, you know, kind of a little bit all over the place.
yeah, it's like a build shouldn't try to do only one thing, but you should have a goal in mind, and that's really the thing that we feel is a bit lacking right there. We don't see what is the focus of the build basically. It's like having you know, two pilots in the train, in the plane, sorry, not in the train. And that doesn't really work. You know, you have a pilot and you have a co-pilot, and right there it feels like there are 2 pilots. We can see Chendaos coming behind. Is Consensus just a job? Okay, so at least Consensus is not behind too much in terms of technology at this point, but in terms of mass and in terms of interesting mass, I would say, at that point, is far, far, far behind.
Yeah, and the biggest thing he's behind in is progression, right? You know, the shipment progression is
Oh
at
yeah.
least one shipment, maybe even two shipments in favor of Lucas right now. And Consensus is now in age 3, but you know, he just spent 2200 resources getting up to that age. And yes, he'll get out the scary German shipments, the 8 Skirm, the 9 Ulan, but you know, he's also got to do things like pay for veteran Ulan and try to recapture the trading posts. And again, it goes back to what you said. I really liked what you said about the focus. And right now, it just seems like Lucas's build is the more focused one.
Yeah, and on top of that, like we have to remember, Consensus is the one that paid for that stagecoach, and he's not the one that is going to use it for a long time, which is an issue right there because he basically gave resources to China in that case. Careful
Yeah.
though with those
Oh
Ulans.
no. Oh no.
No! I,
Not a good catch there.
yep, yep. But in the end, only one Ulans feels good. He was looking at his army. We can see though, and I love that. I love that from Chinese. Starting to mass some cavalry. Like that's it. He has the infantry
Mm-hmm.
ball. Now what you need is some cav in order to make sure that infantry ball is gonna connect on the target. And that's what he's doing with that army. Those meteor rammers and those I can't remember the flay guys. Um, those two units
Iron
so cost
flails.
effective. Iron
Iron
flares, thank
flails.
you.
Yep.
Those two units are insane. And there you go, more meteor hammers. That's usually the shipment. And after that, I believe he's likely gonna send either territorial army combat. Well, we have a good catch right there. A few
Mm-hmm.
Qingdaos going down for no reason. Oh wait! Is that a? Ooh,
He's
he's
got the
catching. Ooh,
disciple
call an
pop.
ambulance.
He might
For
be able
who?
to snare him in time for the rifles to get there, but it looks like they are going to be able to pull away. But, you know, here's the thing I keep coming back to is Lucas's army right now looks like an 11-minute Chinese army, right? A good H3
Yeah,
mass, whereas, you know, Consensus's army looks more like an 8-minute German mass. It just doesn't have
exactly.
the power that it should.
Exactly. And the problem is, like, the army mass on the side of Chinese is gonna keep growing. Like, there is no side of it dwindling. Even, like, those trades, they can seem good. They are not. We can see the consulate, more red codes coming in, second batch of red codes. There is those army that are getting produced for free continuously. So the mass, sure, is losing a few skirmisher here and there, but is it that much of an issue? I'm not sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's good trades right now, but because there's just a severe lack of Chinese cavalry. But look at what's
There we
about to
go.
cross the map, and now the trades are
Wait.
about to get far worse for Germany here.
The Ulans though, big Ulan right there. He needs to
Ooh, is he
stop on
gonna
those
catch some?
villager. Good,
Yeah,
good.
one
Does
bill going
Lucas
down
react?
for sure. Lucas, get him felled. There's a village right there.
And 2, and 3, and the 4th. What is happening on the left side is
But it
the army
might.
clashes. No.
Oh, it's not gonna matter because he's gonna win this fight in a big way. Once those dots go down and the cavalry get engaged, that skirmisher mass is going to be decimated. And yeah, he lost 4 or 5 bills, but he's also gonna clean up the entire German
Wait.
army. I'd say that's a decent trade.
Yeah, that's a decent trade. There were still a few dobs, and you have to be very careful with those dobs. But sadly, they are not going to do anything alone. I don't know how he got snared there, but that's a big mistake. When that trade finally connects, you have to pull back with your army, and he's committing even more. And there you go, GG. That's the
Yep.
series right there for Lucas.
Yeah. And well played once again to Consensus. I think a lot of people came in thinking he was going to get swept, but I go back to that first game, really showing what he could do. But I think, again, in these last 2 games, maybe he was a little bit rattled. Maybe he was just a little bit tired after playing, you know, those first 2 or 3, but it just seemed a little bit unfocused. Whereas Lucas had a very, very streamlined build that he pulled off quite well.
Yeah, exactly. And I can see one of the comments that kinda makes sense here is it worth it, to really dive those that cavalry, those Ulans in H2 like this and basically losing them to an explorer? Wouldn't you want to keep that mass of Ulans in order to rival with the mass of Chinese in the early stages of Castle Age, to try to get that big cleanup in the early Castle Age?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with a lot of ifs, we can rewrite history. That's something we say
Mm-hmm.
in French. I don't know if you say that in English, but that's what we say in my country. If you put ifs next once after the other, you rewrite history. But
Right.
interesting series right there. Very
It
interesting
certainly
story.
was. And you gotta give, you gotta give props to both players. And I
Yeah,
think
yeah, yeah.
both Consensus and Lucas getting as far as they did, both played very, very well. Consensus, I keep going back to that game one, incredibly well played.
Incredible.
But yeah, it looks like Lucas will be the one moving on, and the further he gets in the tournament, the further you can see kind of the rust, excuse me, beginning to come off, and we're starting to see maybe tip top form Lucas here.
Yeah, Lucas is shaping up to at least if he works on his India matchup, he's gonna be in a better spot. But that first game versus India was a bit rough. But apart from that, yeah, very dominant series overall. Um, One thing I'm gonna point out from Lucas is really how he's always one step ahead. We can see always one unit ahead. Oh, what is countering my current composition? This, okay, I'm gonna send this. My
Mhm.
opponent is gonna send skirmisher in order to counter me. Okay, I'm gonna send the Vicav, and always one step ahead like this. And I really, really like
Mhm.
this from Lucas. Like not controlling what is on the map, but what is gonna be on the map, which is really the sign of a really solid player.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And I think what we have next, let me double check I have to double check what the next matchup is, but I know that Shake will be joining you. I will be hopping off. But Kanoki, I think you've developed quite a fan club here in the chat. I think they love the French accent, man. They love
Yeah,
the flavor.
they keep thinking I'm Kaiser Klein though, which
Like I said, you
I
can't be
think
Kaiser Klein. You haven't insulted anybody this entire stream.
I think what I need, is a T-shirt with not Kaiser Klein right there, like
Yeah.
in big, right there in the middle,
Mm-hmm.
and that's it. At least it's gonna be clear enough.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah. Well, you know what? The more I think about it, looking at your hair and beard, if you wore some sunglasses and changed your room, you'd actually maybe pull off the Lionheart look a little bit too.
I think Lionheart has his hair starting to fall. I
Yeah.
don't want to spread any rumor,
No,
but
I have a conspiracy theory. I don't think I think he wears those because he's cross-eyed. I think that's what it
oh.
is. That's why, because why else would you wear shades indoors?
I have another reason, but I'm gonna sound weird. But when you get punched in the face, sometimes you have some marks, and you need those glasses in order to hide that. But I
Ugh,
hope that's not what happens, Lionheart. Um,
man. Look at us. Look at us. The Frenchman and the American teaming up on the Brit. That
on
history
the
doesn't
Brit.
change. What do you what do
Hey,
you know? But
rewriting
anyways,
history right there.
yeah, I think they'll be hopping into the next series soon, and I want to give Shake a chance to get his cam set up and get all that done. But Kanoki, it has been fantastic casting with you guys in the chat. Thanks for all the comments, and you guys actually help us out a lot by pointing things out in the game that we don't notice. So continue
Yep.
doing that in the next series. But I'm excited to watch you and Shake cast the next one.
Thanks a lot, mate. Have a good night.
All right.
Good
Yep.
evening.
See you guys.
Hello, everyone. Hello. I hope you're doing fine. And we are back for another series tonight. And I'm Kenoki, and I'm joined by Shake. Hello, Shake.
Hello, boys. Hello, Kenoki. So excited for this series. Gonna watch Big
Same.
Turk battle it out, man. Big Turk, amazing player. Only boss as well. Old pro. Oh, I'm so excited for this one, man. I am, I am ready. I'm absolutely ready.
Every time I can read the name Only Boss, the only thing I can think of is the League of Legends player. I don't know if you know that guy, but it's basically someone that griefs every game. I hope Only Boss is not going to grief us tonight, and he's going to greet us with a really good series right there against I Am Turk.
Let's
Do
hope
you know
so.
both of the players? Have you played against them? How do you feel about the matchup?
I
Um,
mean, I've played boss on the ladder before, and I've played Turk. And when I've played Baus, I think it was easier, than playing
okay.
against Turk. Turk was, let me just try to clean my camera. But there we go. Baus is definitely, I think, a bit more rusty than Turk. Turk is rusty, but Turk was that high of a level of a player back then when he played. He was such an incredible player that it's like riding a bike, right? When you come back, you
Hmm.
still know how to ride a bike. It's muscle memory at this stage.
Okay. So we're gonna see. Um, do you know about their shopping pool? Their sieve pool, is there one of the two that is very specific that likes like two sieves or not? Anything we can learn about those two players?
Uh, Dude, legacy sieves for these people is like a wet dream. They're legacy enjoyers, both of them,
Okay.
both Boss and Turk, and they're so standard and all about that skirm goon action. Like the
Hmm.
type of gameplay that would make a Lionheart fall into an absolute aneurysm. So, absolutely lovely.
But hey, Kaiser Klein is gonna be really fine with this series then, because he's gonna see his favorite comp, he's gonna see his favorite micro on display. So there you go, Kaiser. This series is dedicated to you, and I am not Kaiser because I can see this question again. Apparently, your Lion Art shake. Apparently.
Oh yeah, apparently I look like Lion. I didn't know that. Like my camera is so bad right now, so you can't see like what I really look like. Honestly, it looks like this camera I've smuggled it in from the 70s. But once I get a good cam,
To- to-
you'll see.
Ooh, that's the question. Who did you smuggle it from? That's the
I
real
don't know.
question right there. Was it an old lady shake? Please come on.
Probably some uh, some very impoverished area in Afghanistan in the 70s. It wasn't even from a Western country, believe me.
Damn.
Yeah,
My guy went to
horrendous,
the other side of the world to get a camera.
horrendous stuff. Horrendous. All
Yeah.
right, players are choosing their civs right now, so we should
Yep.
be about ready to start in a couple of minutes. Kenoki, what are you expecting, big man? Talk to me. Let me know how you're feeling about this series.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I don't really know because it's been a while. You have not been watching, let's say, the competitive environment. I don't really know about those two players. I mean, I know the names for sure, but I haven't seen them play in a while. So we're gonna see. As you said, they are able
Actually,
to play.
Kenoki, you know what? I'm sorry, mate. I'm going to interrupt you there. While we
Yeah.
have a couple of minutes time until the players actually start, tell us a little bit about you because Chad has
Oh
always
yeah.
been asking, where is this guy from? He just came out of nowhere. So, are you an
Uh,
AoE2 player? What's your deal?
I mean, you might have heard about a website, No Idol TC, that was up for a couple of months, maybe a year, and that
Okay.
got very quickly shut down. Basically, I was running that website. I was doing quite a lot of build orders and stuff for AoE3 for a while. And then Drongo and we moved to AoE4. I did some AoE4 for a while, and the game getting pretty stale. So I came back to AoE3, and yeah, I have done a lot of casting and other stuff prior to that, but that's a different story for another day, I would say.
Yeah,
But
definitely.
yeah.
No, I'm happy to have you here. It's always good to have new casters and people that are excited about the game. I've just received a message from I Am Turk that we are going to be starting the games. So up to Gaius now to
Ooh.
try and refresh. Gaius, by the way. Huge props to him. Going to do all of our production behind the scenes job now. It's a very difficult job, especially with two yappers, two big talkers like me and Kenoki. So I wish him all the best.
We wish him all the best.
Ooh, we're gonna have a
Okay.
spicy matchup, huh, Kenoki? Germans for
Yep.
boss and Dutch for Turk. Slightly
So
Germany favored, but you gotta give the edge at the end to Turk, right?
yeah. Especially like it's gonna go down to basically a Fortress Age matchup. It feels gonna be a lot like Reuters versus Ulans, really cost efficient right there, spamming the Reuters. Lot of skirmisher war. Um, we're gonna see how it goes. Like really, I don't really know what to expect there. Are we gonna see a 3 bank semi? Are we gonna see a 2 bank semi? Something like this. I'm not sure right there.
All right, all right.
I'm
So,
all
guys,
ears.
do we have a video for this map? All right, let's play it. Let's get it
Yeah.
going.
And there we go. We are into the game. And on the north side, we have Only Boss playing in the red as the German. And on the south side, we have I Am Turk in the blue playing the Dutch. It's on Great Plain. Is the round of 32 of the ESOC Autumn Tournament, if I'm correct. And there you go. 2 players battling it out for this legacy tournament, remember. So no DCs, none of all that nonsense that Lionheart tends to love. And I am joined by the only, the one, Shake. How are you doing, mate?
Hello, 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 hello. I'm doing phenomenal. Every day that we have an AOE3 tournament, especially hosted by our good friends at ESOC, and especially played by our phenomenal players with the likes of I Am Turk and Only Boss. I'm doing fantastic. Great Plains. Does it get more standard than this? It doesn't get more standard
Yeah.
than this. It's a player's dream map. If a player from the year 2005 would come back to the game and watch this game, he would know around about what the map looks like, and that's what a lot of our old and senile players in this game want to see. As for the matchup goes, I think Germany is a little bit overtuned right now. This patch,
Mm.
it is very good. Um, Definitely a Civ that is an incredibly solid pick in the tournament setup, and especially against a Civ like Dutch. Dutch struggles a lot because Germany really gets that free semi FF with Cav.
Yeah.
It's very hard for Dutch to make Cav against them. They would most likely get overwhelmed if they try and make any Hazars. Uh, neither Civ really wants to get locked into a drawn out H2 either. And in H3, just the combination of Orwag and Skirmisher and Ulan seems extremely tough for Dutch to handle. But then again, Dutch do have the better economy behind it, actually, a much better economy. And
Yeah.
the longer Dutch survives this in H3, the better it gets for Dutch.
The big thing is gonna be like, is Only Boss able to force some pikemen or some defense basically in Colonial Age? If he can, he's then gonna have the lead going into the Castle Age, and that's when it can snowball. However, if he
Yeah.
doesn't deal damage, suddenly we can be in a Castle Age in which like Dutch get comfortable extremely quickly. Once they have 3, 4 banks, they are in Castle Age very quickly. They mass those Reuters, and at that point there is really nothing you can do to like push really into and really disrupt the Dutch. That's the problem versus this. It's really snowballs through its economy.
Yeah. I mean, once you get into Fortress Age, at the end of the day, both of these saves are comfortable in it. It's just
Yeah,
that the story is how much can you do in the small things. And that is
exactly.
what pros really relish and do good, right? Small things. Who gets the better treasures? Who gets a Vil here or there? Who gets a better trade off with the military units? Whose tempo is better? Who can age quicker or in a better state? At the end of the day, that is really what matters. And on a map like this, that isn't very treasure heavy, except for the treasures on the middle, that neither one of these explorers can really take in H1. It's more of an H2 treasure contention, right? Those small things are going to be mattering a lot. So if we can take a quick look at Germany's deck right here before it decides to age up, 1v1 land, we are seeing Colonial Militia. Very, very strange, peculiar
Yeah.
card, but for the rest it looks very, very standard. Black Riders, Jaegers, 9-8 Ulan, 8-7 Skirms, War Wagons, the whole shabazz. And if we look
Yeah.
over to Dutch's side at the other end, what we can see from him, very standard as well, except for the advanced artillery.
Oh,
I love
yeah.
that
I
a
was
lot.
gonna say yeah. I was gonna say
Advanced
advanced
artillery,
artillery.
yeah, that's really peculiar, and it looks actually. I don't know how good it's gonna be against Germany, but he probably just left it in his standard deck and forgot about it.
7 military shipments from Germany in Fortress Age. Like he is prepared, you know. Only boss, he is there to. It's only Fortress Age. It's not only boss. He's here to stay in that Fortress Age and to spam shipment after shipment after shipment and make sure I am told cannot can basically not breathe a single second. So we're gonna see if he managed to do that. Um, what I would like to see right now is a bit of herding on the side of only boss. So his settler wagon won't have to walk as much in order to get on some hunts. We can see that he's a bit late on that. However, he's not late on his TP, which is really, really good. On his side, Dutch is not going for TPs, which is normal. He's going to go for banks instead. There you go. So we have that first bank that is coming down. Likely a second bank as he edges up. With the quartermaster edge up. I am sure that's the quartermaster. If that's not, I don't
Yeah,
know.
it is.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So we are gonna have a second bank very quickly, and likely the third. There you go, being
Wow.
shipped. So
Wow,
it's
that's
gonna
actually a very, very, you know, aggressive build. I would say from Dutch. It looks like he's not
eco-wise,
planning
yeah.
on. Yeah, he's not planning on staying in H2 for very long. Usually when you ship the two bank, the first bank, right? You're really expecting to do something with the wood you played on the floor. Either you're going to build a third bank and from there straight away just macro and try to get to H3, or you're going to devote yourself more heavily into units. And with the hurting of both of these players currently, obviously I'm, not going to be focusing too much on these smaller minor details, but in a matchup like this with two very good players, you have to notice the things like the hurting. The hurting hasn't been great, as you have pointed out earlier, Kinoki. Very exposed villager in the front for Germany next to that market. And then if you look at Dutch's side, on the left side and on the south side, he's got some hands that aren't really under the TC area, are they? That mine as well. Very smart of him mining that south mine before that north mine, so that mine runs out quicker. I like the play so far from both players.
However, like on the side of I am Turk, I kind of like the base building. You know, he's making sure he has that rampart in the front. What I would love to see would have been that market a little bit back, you know, tucked in order to get like turn the stable, you
Yeah.
know, to really create that pocket in which you can have your hunt, in which you can have your gold mine access, in which you can have your skirmisher as well. If you have to make some
Mhm.
really tucked in and making sure that the Ulans are gonna have pathing issue as they try to push into
Yeah.
this. And as I'm talking about the Ulans, they are coming. The Ulans are on the way. Um, what are they going to go for? Likely the Explorer, because you can see that the Explorer is a bit exposed. That could be some XP right there. 45 XP on the side of German. He's not going to say no to that, and that's exactly what he's going for.
Yeah. Oh, thank you for the raid,
Oh,
by the way, Igor. We appreciate it. 16 viewers. Big raid, big Igor, big player, big raider, big everything. Now, as you can see from Dutch right now, 5 Hus are coming out, and he's stuck to his guts when it comes to the 2 bank build. So as I predicted, he's actually going to go for a more aggressive H2 build. I
yeah.
wouldn't be surprised if he decides to add more Hus the longer this goes on. Probably aiming for around about a 10 Hus start. Whereas Germany is still going for that very classic, oh beautiful, just managed to pop at that last Ulan. Now he's got 7 Ulans out on the field. So the micro is definitely going to have to be on the side of I am Turkey if he wants to compete. And also 2 Ulans from the shipment, 9 Ulans in total. Germany can take any cat fight they want right now out on the field. If we can look at the German explorer on the north just slightly, because I think he was chasing away a couple of Hussars, but no, they're already in the base. Okay, very good. Dutch is going to just try and queue up the 10th Hussar before they're going to be able to fight the German player. As for your earlier comment about the rotating of the stable, you do need to realize that if he locks himself in completely, it's also very hard for him to get out of
For him.
this
Yeah,
area.
exactly.
Exactly.
If he's going
Exactly.
Cav, exactly, yeah. Yeah, I agree.
He really needs that mobility from time to time. Now he's going to try and scare away Baus, but Baus isn't getting scared away. Baus knows that he doesn't have enough units to fight him yet. And how many units are going to come out of this batch? Only one Hussar comes out of that batch. Wow, so the Huss really can't take the fight, and Turk is just playing mind games right now. Six Huss against 8 Ulans. 8 Ulans could have done a good job there, but then again, thinking with the TC fire, at least he could have idled the Dutch economy, but ended up being a conservative retreat here. So far, a very tense game, huh, Kinoki?
Yeah. And for now, what I really like on the side of I Am Turk is that we are not seeing that racks. We are not seeing those spikes being trained because those spikes they cost a lot of wood, and you don't want to invest wood into units. As Dutch, you really want to invest into structure, into those banks, those costly banks and stuff. He has been shipping 700 wood. He's now shipping 600 wood. I wouldn't be surprised if he adds yet a fourth bank right now with that shipment. On the side of Germany, though, we are already edging up with the Exile Prince, with the 600 wood, I believe. That's not the 700. I don't know.
700. It is the 700.
It
Yes.
is the 700. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
there you go. We're going to have an edge up on the side of only boss. That's really normal in the matchup. Like, Germany should edge up first because they have the tempo advantage. But the thing
Mm,
is, there are
yeah.
4 banks on the side of Iron Turk. 4 banks is
Yeah,
a lot.
but this is the thing, Kinoki. Um, he does age up first, but not by this much of a margin. Dutch is nowhere
Yeah.
near aging yet. And the thing with Turk's build, going for that bank shipment first instead of the 700 wood, it kind of slows him down if he doesn't get any damage done in H2. And the fact that
Yeah.
he missed that batch in H2, it hurt him incredibly. It hurt him more than you can imagine. Because now he's just stuck with Hussars in his base. All the while Germany is H3 right now, probably already vet teching his Ulans. Yeah, there we go. Veteran Ulans are going to come on the way. And once he gets the shipments, he gets or War Wagons out or more Ulans out. Dutch cannot take a fight for the next upcoming minute at least. So this
Yeah.
is really the time where Baus wants to hurt Turk.
I think Turk has gone for 8, if I'm correct, 8 pikes as a shipment, which is like a good preemptive shipment. I believe that's what he has gone for. Wait, has he? No, it was not
No.
8 pikes. So what did he send?
Yeah.
Oh, he did
Yeah.
cancelled. He did
He
cancelled
canceled it.
right there.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so
Yes.
he's gonna
So
look
this
to
is
it
the
up.
thing that a lot of pro players do, right? So before they're going to age up, they don't want to get overwhelmed in H2. So they queue a military shipment and cancel it once they see that their opponent is not coming in. So wouldn't be surprised if he keeps on doing that until
Queuing and dequeuing, yeah. Yeah.
exactly. Exactly.
The Exile Prince is finally coming up on the side of the Dutch player. As we said, he's on 4 banks, so economically he's doing fine. He's keeping up with his opponent. The thing is, the mass, the quality of units is gonna be on the side of Only Boss for a little while because he has been able to start producing those high quality units earlier. And we can see the first war wagons are coming. The first shipment of skirmisher is also coming, or maybe the second shipment of skirmisher. No, it's the first. First shipment of skirmisher is coming. So, like, he's gonna have the mass advantage early. Dutch is gonna have to basically play beyond, like, still tucked in his base, still very defensive, and after a while, after massing enough fighters, after getting maybe 2 Falks, maybe a few skirm, he's gonna be able to push out. When I say 2 Falks, making 2 Falks, because he cannot ship them, remember.
I mean, this is the thing that I didn't like about Baus's game plan so far. He knows that his opponent hasn't hit H2 for so long, excuse me. Now only he's hit H3, and he canceled his veteran Ulan shipment, and now he's going in with H2 Ulan against these Hussars. Well, he does have War Wagons right now, and these War Wagons are going to do an absolute number on the Hussars, but Minutemen are popping. Villagers are still involved in the fight. 5 skirmishers coming out for Dutch, but my friend, these skirmishers are barely going to tickle the War Wagons. There's not enough skirmishers to one-shot War Wagons, and Dutch has been completely cleaned off the map right now. War Wagons, all of them but one still alive. A couple of skirmishers reinforcing that 8 skirmisher shipment. Ulan's going to work right now on all the skirmishers. 9 warriors popping out at a very, very clutch time, though. And there we go. Boss
Is
did the
that
damage
good
and he
enough?
retreated. It is
Is
very
that
good.
good enough?
It is
He
very
hasn't.
good.
he hasn't done that much damage to the economy at the moment. He only cleaned hussars, which were not a unit that was going to last anyway. He only has skirmishers. He has a few lands, so he's going to be able to get some siege done. But those skirmishers are going to die slowly but surely under the TC. We can see more Reuters, more
Beautiful field
skirmisher coming.
pickoff. Yeah. I mean, Kenoki, this is the thing. Eco is all good and well in AoE3. If you can't win a fight, you can't win a game. All that
Exactly.
Germany has to do is stop the Dutch, massing of units. As long as he can keep killing them. Imagine right now, if you look at the
Oh,
Dutch
there you go.
military. Yeah, 9 Ulans coming in. Imagine if the Dutch military still had 10 veteran Hussars out on the field right now. Then this game would have been more even because we've got about 13 skirmishers out on the field and 9 Reuters. With another 10 Hussars, he could even take a fight, and with a better eco, he could win from there and snowball. But now he can't really snowball all that much, especially with the 9 Ulans coming in. And some very nice pickups actually from the TC and from the skirmishers. Some very nice focus firing right here by IM.
Yeah. The question is, can only both close the game at this point? I'm not sure because that Ulan shipment, as we said, was a bit late right there. He wasn't able to really close in during the fight with that big Ulan shipment. As you said, he can sell veteran as well. And so he's not going to be able to finish the game right now. So, but once again, he keeps his advantage when it comes to mass. So he's likely going to win the next fight and the next one and the next one. At least if he manages to take fights frequently to make sure that IM Turk cannot mass. However, if IM
Exactly.
Turk can mass, it might become a big issue for Onlyboss.
I mean, I'll tell you this much. In AoE3, there's two kind of civilizations. There are eco civilizations and there are military civilizations. If Germany can now, after they've stabilized after this fight, right, and it is reflected in the score right now, Germany is head and shoulders ahead in the score because most of his score lies in his military. If he can keep up the snowball and not even have to take a fight, just know that whenever a fight comes, he crushes it, that whole Dutch economy is going to go down to waste.
Yeah.
Because do not forget, Germany also has a very solid economy with settler wagons. And
Of
in that
course.
big fight, he has managed to take down some of the Dutch settlers. So it's kind of equalizing. If we're looking at Germany right now, 31 villagers, and out of these 31, you have to add an 8 because 8 of them are war wagons, right? Right now, Germany is on 40 villagers, whereas Dutch is on 27, plus the banks, which is another 16 villagers. Dutch is not all that far ahead. Dutch is only about, what, 3 villagers ahead of economically of Germany right
Yeah.
now? That is really not a big difference. And especially with Germany having such a much bigger military mass, Uhlans are going to move in, kiting back, trying to find that perfect opportune movement. And look, the banks right now that IM Turk has is a detriment to him, Kenoki, because he can't really kite behind those banks. He can't create a pathing issue. It's just a wall without a gate.
Yeah, exactly. It's a wall without a gate. And now, oh, he slept up on the skirmisher, so the Ulans are going to be able to start striking. But those Ulans are actually quite low HP. He needs to do damage with those Reuters. We can see that the SR are trying to slow down the Ulan mass. They need to switch onto the skirmishers. They need to start doing the damage. That's a lot of SRs, though. Those war
Wow.
wagons, not enough war wagons right there. I think that's a cleanup. I think that's a
That
cleanup
is an
for Dutch.
absolute cleanup. There is not enough war wagons here to defend against the Huss, and the Huss have come in so clutch. And IM Turk, this micro is making me want to buy an IM Turk micro guide right now because this has been absolutely beautiful. All of those Hussars almost are still alive. A lot of very low HP Reuters just kiting back so beautifully, focusing these Ulans one by one. And now these Hussars are just going to kill off the remainder of the German army. And Germany doesn't really have a follow up behind this. Germany is shipping 8 Ulan, yes, but he's got no base with it. Ulans are the damage dealers, they're not the core of the German army. And behind this, Dutch is just going to be able to mass more and more units. Soon he's also going to be able to ship that 1,000 wood, feel comfortable. There we go. That 1,000 wood
There we
is
go.
already coming in, and he's going to add a second military building. He's going to add an arsenal, probably a fifth bank, a church, and from here on out, I don't see how Dutch loses anymore, Pinocchio.
I mean, he's also expanding on hunts, which is terrifying at this point because you want to keep that contained. You want the Dutch eco to basically be idle. You want the Dutch eco to have to trade, with the market, and that's not what he's gonna do right now. He's gonna put his villager onto more bison. He's gonna be fine. Incredible timing right there, really, by IM Turk. Shipping the 5 SRs and timing the pop of SR from the stable at the exact same point, popping 10 SRs, 20 pop right there in an instant, incredible. However, we are not seeing a lot of Reuters being masked again, and that might be dangerous because he's gonna need enough Reuters to at least one-shot those Ulans. And I'm not sure
Yeah,
5 Reuters one-shot an Ulan.
five Ulans, five Reuters do not do that. And you know
Yeah.
what, Pinoki? I just want to say one thing. When Joshua and Giggs went to bed and they thought, I'm going to make a legacy tournament, do you know what they envisioned? They envisioned games like this. No lane,
Yeah.
no DE, not a single DE shipment so far. Very clean micro, timings, 3-unit compositions. This just makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside. You know, like that first sip of beer you take at the bar. This is what this game is making me
Hey,
feel like right now. This
all
is
I'm gonna
so amazing.
all I'm gonna say is I like my beer, but I also like my Ricard and my more tasty alcohols, you know. So I like the D as well. But both
Exactly.
both are good. Both are good.
But
This is
now,
the
as we're
entry I
seeing
would
from
like my
Dutch,
dessert.
as we're seeing from Dutch right now, really enjoying this 1,000 wood right now. Putting down his fifth bag. Let's look at his base a little bit more. Did he add a second military building? He did not yet. So, what did he spend that wood on? Probably just a little bit more housing. If we can look on the right side of the map, he's probably put another house there for line of sight. Oh no, he's
Oh,
put a church down there. Okay, and the house. Very
2
good. You know, he
houses.
wants to. He wants to see that those ulans come from a mile away, and I understand him. He's shipping Cav Combat right now, spamming some more Reuters, probably going to get some more Hazards. But Jaeger's coming in from the other
Jaegers.
side from Germany. And yeah, Jaegers are going to be incredibly dangerous because Germany um, is going to be able to finish this 5 war wagon mess. Okay. And once they're going to have 10 war wagons, they're going to be able to deal with Hazards very, very easily.
Mhm.
And then you're going to think to yourself, okay, what then kills the combination of Jaegers and Skirms? Because I've got Dutch Skirms that are slightly better than German Skirms, but my Skirms aren't better than Jaegers, and we're around about the same mass. So, Cav Combat coming in, I don't know if that was the greatest card right now. You could have maybe tried to go for Stratiots and or Bosniaks or even both. Dutch can really afford both at this point with this eco 16 villagers on coin plus 5 banks. If you calculate that, that is an equivalent of 36 villagers on coin right now. Kinoki, he can afford those mercenary units to really try and punch home right now and use his skirmishers to one shot war wagons. Excuse me.
What I would like to see right there, maybe on the side of Dutch, is actually getting that artillery foundry, because we know that, like, he should know that shipment of Jaeger is gonna come. He's gonna start losing the skirm war, and at that point, you might want some artillery in order to deal with the Jaegers. He can see them right now, so he knows. That's it. He knows there are Jaegers.
I mean,
What is your
yeah,
answer
but
for Jaeger?
artillery isn't the answer because this is a matchup of mobility. You really want your
That's
cavalry
true.
to be able to shine. If you use artillery, you're going to be
Stuck,
baited and stuck
basically.
on the same place.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're going to have to force yourself to push your opponent's base even when you're not comfortable. Now we're seeing 2 villagers going down for Dutch already. If we're
And
going to see some
3,
split fire,
4,
4. Oh my god, a fifth, definitely a sixth as well going to go
6.
down. That is 6 villagers going down for Dutch right now. A couple of skirmishers as well. These Jaegers are looking so deadly in this matchup right now, and these Reuters really should be careful to not approach this because if they do,
Oh
they're
yeah.
gonna get absolutely mauled like those villagers in that skirmisher.
Maybe, yeah, as you said, the Stradiots or the Bosniaks, in order to deal with those Jaegers, actually trying to pick them off, but at range, good freaking luck. They have, I believe, 40 range resist,
Yeah,
something crazy like this. Yeah, it's absolutely insane. So as you said, if artillery is not the answer, then you have to invest more into cav in order to overwhelm basically those war wagons. That's what he's doing. We can see he's adding more SARs. I would like to see if a shipment is going to follow in that direction. We can see that he's stacking some coins, so maybe for those Bosniak right there, we're going to see.
I mean, I think that this game is definitely not over, right? But what would be game losing for Turk here is really not putting down a third military. You can't
Yeah.
have the same production as Germany while having a slightly better eco and slightly worse units, right?
Mm.
Um, cost effectively, the Hus, cost effectively, yeah, maybe the Dutch army is better.
Oh,
Ooh, nice raid
good
over
raid.
here. Very nice, yeah. 2 villagers already going down, forcing the Germans off that coin mine. We got to remember that coin is slightly running out for Germany at this stage of the game. And is Turk going to go for a bait? Yeah, there we go. He saves those 3 raiding Hussars by putting his skirmishers in the perfect place. And as you can see, he doesn't have enough skirmishers to still one-shot a war wagon.
One
And
shot.
we're seeing, 15 war wagons on Germany's end? These Hussars are not going to be very scary. And he's even shipping infantry combat right now. And I don't know how good that is against Jaegers.
Versus Jaegers, it's not good, but versus war wagons, it might be mandatory in order to one-shot those war wagons.
Yeah.
He needs more. Like he, basically, like we can see that he's massing a lot of cav, which is
Oh,
perfect.
another villa's
But
gonna go down.
yeah, that's really good right there, and it's forcing the army at the back as well. So this army is not pushing onto his own villager because of that raid. So
Yeah.
that's really good. But as I was saying, like the damage dealer on the side of I Am Turk, they are not the skirms. It's that gigantic mass of SRs, as we can see. But you need to be able to one-shot those war wagons. Otherwise, those Ulans are going to disappear, like extremely quickly.
Yeah.
Oh, he needs
So
to be
Cav
careful
Combat
right
in on
there.
the side from Germany, and there we go.
Is it the correct moment to take the fight, though? I'm not
Oh
sure.
yeah,
He cannot
it
one-shot.
definitely is. It definitely is. You can go in right here because Germany is in an incredibly bad position. The Huss are all completely on the skirmishers right now. Skirms are doing their best job to try and one-shot these war wagons. Reuters are in a perfect place, and all of the Ulans have melted
Oh,
right now. And the Huss are going all the way over on the skirmishers, and the skirmishers are all melting. The skirmishers have barely taken a single shot all game long. A couple of Hussars connecting on these war wagons right now just to keep them snared long enough for the skirmishers to do enough damage. Reuters as well in behind, doing as much damage as they can. A reinforcing batch of 5 Hussar coming in for touch, and on the other end, let's see what Germany is bringing into this fight to try and save him. He doesn't have anything
nothing.
substantial coming in, and the scores are rapidly dropping for Germany right now. These extra 5 Hussars that are going to come in are going to absolutely mop up everything. Everything
Man,
is gone for Germany, and the entire fight is gone. Kenoki, Germany has lost this game.
yeah, he does. We can hear some pops, but all those pops are coming from the
Wow.
skirmisher. I believe none of the skirmisher from Germany shot once in this freaking fight. Like they just
Wow.
spent their entire time running. He really got
Wow.
caught off right there.
Wow.
Incredible dive. Incredible dive.
I am absolutely amazed.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
was
yeah.
such an insane fight. You know, he
Oh,
look at that military unit population count. He took the absolute perfect fight. He waited for those Ulans to get out of position, and he waited for him to just be able to, sneak in those Hussars right on top of the skirmishers. That for the history nerds out here, that fight just reminded me of the Battle of Gaugamela, where Alexander defeated the Persians by
I
just
see.
taking all his cavalry on the right side and then cutting in on the center to go for the head of the king. And that's kind of what Turk did there. And honestly, that was incredible.
On the side of Omnibus, like he went with his Ulans, charging basically from the right side, very curled from the rest of his mass. And I wonder if he shouldn't have basically, take the time to get his Ulan behind his own mass in order to counter basically the Hussars and play mass versus mass, front
Yeah, look
versus
at
front.
that eco as well, Kanoki. Sorry for
Yeah,
interrupting you. Look at that eco. It's almost neck to neck. That's just
almost
barely ahead in economy.
while losing 6 villager. Remember,
That is
like
true. You're right.
way
Yeah,
earlier. That's
that
what's
is true.
insane. That's
Yeah,
Dutch for you right there. I mean,
yeah.
this Steve is incredible once the ball gets rolling. Really impressive game right there. Winning with Dutch in a matchup that is very tricky to actually navigate German. So really good game one right there by Turk.
Yeah. Agreed, agreed. Very entertaining game. Let's hope the rest of the series is going to be like that as well. Let's hope Boss can pull back as well, throw some punches, take some games, and really, you know, give us a very entertaining series here.
Second map is gonna be Dakota. So likely gonna see some TP plays. Maybe some natives. I still want to see some natives on Dakota, mate. It is so good on this
Oof.
map.
Dakota
Come on.
natives, you want the Crees, you want the
Yeah,
Cheyenne,
the Cheyenne, man, it's
the
incredible.
the DE Melee Goon. Oh God, Berbers and Cheyennes, they just give me nightmares
Berbers,
sometimes.
yeah,
Oh my God. There we
man,
go. We already have the second game in line, Kinoki. So
coming indeed.
we don't even have a second to catch our breath unless there's going to be a video. All right. So the matchup for this game is going to look like it's going to be I am Turk playing as the Portuguese, and Only Boss playing as the Ottomans. What are we
The
thinking about
Ottoman,
that?
yeah. We are likely gonna see some stagecoach play from from Only Boss. Um, I think that's what we are going to play if he wants to compete with the eco of Portuguese. I don't see an FF timing working for Omnibus at all versus the three organ guns. I think Portuguese is actually busted. To be fair, like to me, the Civ seems absolutely broken. Like people are complaining about DE Civs, but Portuguese to me is more DE than any DE Civs at this point because of that free organ gun shipment.
Yeah.
So,
I always ask this question, Kinoki. I asked this question, like, imagine if a civ like Portuguese came out today. How would the community react? Or a civ like
oh,
Germany came out today. Imagine if tomorrow there's a civilization and no other civ receives a military unit with a shipment. Imagine if they said, all right, we're going to give you super jack villagers that gather twice as good as regular villagers,
mm,
and we're going to give you 2 cavalry for every shipment you send in H2 and 3 cavalry for every shipment in H3, and so on and so forth.
nah, but
How would people react?
as long as you don't have an auto gathering house, then the CV is fine. Apparently,
Yeah,
that's the rule.
DE
You might
logic.
have auto gathering TCs though. Like
Yeah.
that's different. It's fine.
Exactly, exactly. And Passy, I hopefully wish for you that in the future you will have a wife who knows how to cook very well as well. I know that currently I have lost about 20 kilograms from my marriage, but I am happier than I've ever
Damn.
been before. Ever been before. Dude, you should have seen me pre-wedding. I was ripped, I was jacked. That just reminds me, I have to send Lionheart a video where I do 50 push-ups. So after this cast, I'm gonna do that. Gonna get straight away onto that.
And apparently we are gonna switch into the game. Everything is getting ready.
All right.
Let's go,
Kanoki,
let's
take
go,
it
let's
away.
go. And there we go on Dakota. Second game of this matchup. I am Turk versus Onlyboss in the north side, in the blue, playing the broken Portuguese. We have I am Turk, and on the south, playing the Boto, we have Onlyboss. How do you feel about this one, Shake?
This matchup is, I think, listen, these are two very good civilizations, right? And two civilizations that really, they peak at around the 2000 elo level. That's around the level that I play. At the pro level, and I'm talking 2200 plus, that's only occupied by like 10, 15 people in the game. They're not as strong as they are, but they're still very, very solid. I believe wholeheartedly that this is quite a 50-50 matchup. Portuguese, it's a civ that if you don't kill them early, you're not going to be able to kill them late. And Ottoman is a civ that either early H2 can kill you with a Jan Rush, or in early H3 they can kill you with an incredibly strong Falcon Push. A lot of this game is going to be depending on the TC situation and TC positioning by Turk. Turk cannot allow himself to spread out his TCs too far, because if you isolate your TCs from each other, it's going to be so easy and really easy pickings for Ottoman to be able
Yeah.
to just Jan Falcon TCs down to the floor.
Uh, can we look at I am Turk deck? I wonder if he has Ton Militia in deck. He doesn't. Okay, so that's actually greedy. I don't know if Ton Militia is that good versus Ottoman though, because I believe you still don't two-shot Janissaries even with Ton Militia. I'm not sure about that. If anyone knows, maybe that's a key information. But yeah, so no Ton Militia here. He still has a lot of crate shipment in H2, but I believe that's going to be a straight FF. I don't see him staying in H2 unless
Mhm.
he's really forced into staying colonial, but it goes so fast. I don't see how Ottoman
Yeah.
could stop really the age up.
I mean,
So,
the age up. I will tell you one thing. If you want
whoa.
to try and go for a forward TC against Port, you're just absolutely dead. Because by the moment
Oh yeah,
that
yeah.
Ottoman sees that you have 10-10, then Ottoman is going to scout the middle of the map. And if they see that you have placed a TC there, they're going to change their game plan and they're going to double Rux generous. And once
Oh
they
yeah, of
get down
course.
your first TC, your second TC is dead as well.
And we can see that Only Boss deck is ready for that. Look at the amount of crates that we have in H2 in Colonial.
Oh. Yeah.
That's a lot of freaking crates right there. Like if he has to play H2, he's ready. Like he all day, every night, he's gonna go. Um, so yeah, I am Turk. please place your TC backward. Make sure to secure your gold mine. It's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
You know.
And
It's
look at
like,
this. I just want to note something here. Ottoman is going to age up at a very competitive time and not all that far behind Port. If you're
yeah,
looking at Port, look at Port's age up time. Port is aging later than Ottoman while
yeah,
doing a 10-10. Later than Otto with a 10-10 because Ottoman managed to get 185 food in treasures in age
that's a
1.
lot. That's a lot.
185 food, ladies and gentlemen. That is 2 full Janissaries that he
Yeah,
has been able to manage to get in age 1, food wise
and
at least. And what do you do even as sport right now? You're looking at Ottoman, and Ottoman is also training villagers while he's aging up, right? Because the
yep,
TC just keeps reducing, even though it's a bit slower, obviously, than the rest of the civs. He's still going to be able to do it. And from what I'm seeing right now from Boston, I'm loving this. I'm really loving this. He's building a second TP, and probably with his 400 wood, he's going to build a third TP, and he's going to research Stagecoach, and
good
he's
coach.
going to
Yeah,
play some H2 and try and take down that Portuguese TC
yeah, yeah.
and really put the herd on I am Turk because one thing, Kinoki, before I let you go on, brother, Jan Avis, no matter what age you make Jan Avis, in
It's strong.
in large amounts they don't die to it.
Yeah, yeah. It is strong. And the thing is, with that very quick edge up, like 30-second earlier edge up than normal because of all that food, he's gonna be able to have that stagecoach 30 seconds earlier. And that's 4 villager per TP. So when you think about it, that's a lot of resources extra that he's gonna have very, very early in the game. And we can see already a villager forward from I Am Turk. That's
Yeah,
weird.
yeah,
That's a
yeah.
wall. He's gonna try to wall the middle of the map? No, no,
No,
no. It is scouted. What is he trying
yeah.
to do?
He probably wanted to build a forward base with this villager, right, for his forward TC, but he decided against it because he saw what was going on
Yeah,
from Otto. He saw that forward barrack, so as you can see, he's placing that TC. I don't like that TC placement,
I,
because it is
yeah.
not
In
fully in
between,
range of the first TC.
I agree. I agree. So you can siege down the second TC from the outside, and the first TC cannot provide support fire, basically.
Exactly. Maybe it can, but just on a little bit of the units, not on all of them. If you click on the first TC and just check at the line of sight of that first TC, I want to see if he manages to do anything with it. There we go. No, it doesn't.
No,
If the Ottoman unit siege it from
doesn't.
outside, they can't defend it. And he is shipping 700 coin right now. 500 food is on the floor, but he hasn't picked up his 500 food yet. So he's not going to be able to age. And not only is he slower than Ottoman to go into H2, he's not even efficient in his own gathering to go into H2 behind it. And Ottoman right now is queuing a couple of Janissaries, and he's going
I
to be able
like.
to use that coin to do an absolutely beautiful Jan Delhi timing. Wow.
I really like the addition of the stable right there instead of going for double Janissaries basically. It's gonna give him that mobility. It's gonna give him the ability to jump on any potential organ if the Portuguese manages to go H3. Gonna be able to catch some villager, really force those villager into the TCs. So I really like the addition of Delhi. The only thing I don't like right now is I believe there is no stagecoach being researched. So we have 3 TPs, sure, but no stagecoach yet. Maybe he's waiting for the last TP to fall, but I don't think that should be his target. I think the target should be that TC, but maybe he's gonna go for the TP instead.
I mean, if he eventually wants to research Stagecoach, which it's not looking likely because he's shipping 700 wood coin, and behind that he's shipping 600 coin.
He
If I'm not
just bought
mistaken.
he just bought 100
Oh,
wood. So that's the
there you
source
go.
right there.
So
Yeah.
he's going to use both of his coin crates right now. I'm not a very big fan of your second coin crate that early because it's kind of an emergency shipment if you want to age up quickly. But assuming that he's going to have all 4 TPs, aging up quickly should not be a problem eventually, right? And he's just going to wait and find a perfect time to go into Portugal's base. Port is going to be aged up, I think, about half a minute from now, if we can look at it from Port's perspective, because even because he's aging up with
That's
a
a slow
exiled
job.
prince. Yeah, no, it is a fast. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, you're right.
Slow job.
Very, very nicely seen there, Kinoki. He's going to age up with a six castadors, but they're not going to be able to do anything against Delhi.
Yeah, and that's why I really like the addition of this table to begin with. So he's gonna get the TP. One of the mistakes that you don't want to do usually versus very totally playstyle basically is trickling in units. So he's building that mass before getting ready to push in. So that's interesting right there. We can see a ton of coin on the side of Ottoman. What is he gonna do with all that coin?
I mean, he's just not going to gather coin for the next 2 minutes and keep on spamming units from both buildings. So
Yeah, I
that was
guess.
his initial plan. But I don't really understand why he needs to do that, because he can just put his TPs on coin instead of on wood, right? Wood isn't
Uh,
really a resource that is that necessary for him. Right?
yeah, also, like I believe he hasn't sent the 5 villagers, so maybe 5 villagers
He did.
instead.
He did. There we
He
go. It's
did.
in
He did
almost.
already. Okay, my bad
Yeah,
then.
there we go. It's almost in.
Um,
Yeah.
okay, why not then? He's gonna dive with some
Ooh,
Janissaries. Oof,
villagers.
that's a nice shot.
Yeah,
That's
and
one.
he's gonna got it. Man, he's gonna dive at exactly the same time that DC is gonna be popping out. So if he's attentive and really stays inside the Portuguese base right now, he can catch out that TC. Let's see what I am Turk is gonna do. But the Janissaries are going away. Only the Delis are coming in. They're not gonna be enough to siege, but the Delis will be enough to at least catch out the six. Oh, the TC is
Oh,
coming
the
up.
TC.
Delhi, and the Delhi are going to be able to pounce on that TC. And if they're not going to get the TC, at least they're going to get the Cassadors, and all the Cassadors are going to go down. They've got extremely low base melee HP. They're just going to die. Another villager is going to go down right here. Minutemen are actually doing an extremely good job. They're taking so many Delhi out, and Boss is suffering from the same problem he suffered last game, Kinoki. He doesn't fight with his units. If Delhi have been walking for I don't know how long until they finally got
Yeah,
a shot off, and this trade has gone extremely good for Boss. I mean, except for losing that one Vil, he's basically
yeah.
cleaned up 15 Ottoman units with Minutemen and
One,
six
one,
skirms.
one huge mistake, in my opinion, is not getting that explorer, that red explorer, into the fight. Imagine if that red explorer was in between those two TCs. He has the line
Yeah.
of sight. He doesn't have to commit his unit early and take damage. He can snare that TC wagon, and that TC wagon goes down. You know, all of those little details. But right now, like, it may seem fine because there is still a mass on the side of Ottoman, but you have to remember there are 2 more colonel militia that can be called right there. So any push is going to be really hard into 3 TCs plus colonel militia, and the second military shipment is likely going to come in from the Portuguese. It's likely going to be dragoons. There you go.
Yeah.
It's going to be dragoons, and once the dragoons are here, good luck actually pushing into that. And after the dragoons, it's gonna be the organ guns. And you know, at that point, it becomes really, really hard to actually push into the base. I'm not
I
sure that
mean,
Minuteman pop though. I feel like that's a bit of a waste.
no,
Yeah,
the
there you go.
Minutemen were already there from before. They
Oh,
just
okay,
came
okay, my bad.
alive. But the one thing I do want to know, Kinoki, is Ports is on 15 bills only right now. And if you're looking at Ottoman, Ottoman
Yes.
is on 25 villagers and 4 TPs. And as you said before, 4 TPs is 16 villagers. Ottoman is on 41 villagers, my friend.
Yeah.
Port is gonna have to make a lot of villagers and not lose a single one to even try and catch up economically to Ottoman, which, by the way, can just switch all of his TPs to coin right now and just age. Because he saw
Yeah.
that those 5 dragoons are gonna come in, right? So he knows that 3 organ guns are not on the way right now. And he still has a lot of breathing space, and he has this window to push. And if Boss pushes, and he is on so many TPs and more villages than Port,
There you go, coin.
he's in a golden position.
He heard you. What he heard you. One thing I think that may seem counternatural right there. Baus shouldn't be pushing right now because he doesn't have the mass to actually deal the damage, and you don't want to feed XP to Portuguese because Portuguese have Fortress Edge shipment at this point. So if you lose units, if you lose your mass, you are gonna give it XP that is gonna lead into more of those big shipments. And we can
Just
see
misses
edging up
him.
with it.
Oh, he
Oh,
just misses
close.
him.
Oh, I doesn't. No. That's
Oh,
completely fair, you know, mates. They they have been losing weight. Those ladies. They have been losing weight. They are thin. They are thin boys, and there you go. It doesn't catch them. Holy moly!
skinny boys. Now the 3 organs are going to come in right now, but Ottoman behind this he's already aging. Let's see what Ottoman is going to age up with. I suppose he's going to do a fast age because he's already got a shipment ready. Yeah, exactly. And honestly, Ottoman doesn't even need to go for 2 Falconets straight away. He could just
No.
open up with 5 Delhi and
Abus?
research veteran Delhi. He doesn't even need to go for Avis. Like, he can just commit. Because if he knows ports, Port doesn't have the resources to both make villagers and units at the same time. There
Units at
is
the
zero way that Port is going to be able to complete 5 Dragoon batches while making any villagers at this stage of the game. I think that Ottoman is in an extremely commanding lead right now.
Oh yes, oh yes, I agree with you. We are maybe gonna see though a few abuse since we saw that that foundry being placed, which could be good against those organs. We can see that those organs are starting to push. I am Turk. He's trying to get a timing right there to push out onto the forward base, but that's not gonna do a lot because only boss is already shipping wood behind. As we said earlier, there are 4 TPs that can be placed on wood, so getting that getting that racks is not achieving much basically at this stage of the game. It's
I
better than
mean,
nothing, of
yeah.
course, but it's not
Yeah,
gonna
it's
it's
even
not gonna
putting him
tweak
in a
the game.
horrible position because you're seeing we're gonna have 11 Abus soon out on the field. Probably going to have vet delis if we don't already have vet delis right now. No, we don't have
No.
vet delis. I don't like this. I don't like this at all because vet delis can absolutely just right click that entire mass. As I said, Port cannot complete batches. Port is way too behind economically right now. Explorer for Port is probably going to be saved by those Dragoons. Oh,
Nope.
but no, the Abas just come in time with their incredible H5 stats in H2. Just, yeah,
I can
there we
feel
go.
the I can feel the hate. That's all I'm gonna
Yeah,
say.
my God, Abus is one of the most horrific units you could ever play against in your life. And Cav Archers are coming in. Veteran
It
Abus are going to be researched, and at the end of the day, those organs are going to be completely redundant. And we're looking over at Otto right now. He's stacking a lot of resources. It would be lovely to see him
is
put these TPs on XP for Spies, exactly.
yeah.
Abus again's taking some shots on these Dragoons right now, not managing to kill them, taking a huge chunk of HP, excuse me, off of them, and at some point to keep his advantage and not get Port to mass as much.
Yeah.
Otto just needs to dive in because his remass ability is so much better than that of Port right now. Even if he takes a relatively bad trade, as long as the trade isn't horrific, he's basically won the game. So I'm a very big proponent of him just right
Oh,
clicking right now and trying to take
and
the dudes out. There we go.
there you go. Good micro right there. Can we see the villager count on the side of I am Turk? Because it's gonna catch up extremely fast. So he's on 29 villager, that's it. So he has still a lesser eco because of the stagecoach. But we can see now there are Cazadors joining. So those abuse guns don't have as much of a free reign at range. It is still they are still gonna do extremely well versus the Cazadors because they ignore that range resistance, because those Cazadors have very low hit points. So they are still going to do very well. We can see he's massing more and more and more Abus. He's going to add yet another stable. I saw that he was training some cavalry archer. I'm not sure about that choice. I feel like you want something that's
Yeah,
sticky,
he
like, you
canceled
want
them, I
that
think.
daily, you want those CPAs, and the shipment is going to come. That CPA is right there. CPA is coming in.
Exactly.
So
I
he's
mean,
likely looking for a big timing right there. He's going to
at
try to
at
smash in.
yeah, at this level with the micro that both players possess, hand cav skirm counters skirm good, right? And
Mm.
especially when you have Spy and Deli in your mix and Abus just melt everything else. The organs are going to be, especially with those Abus on stagger mode,
Pointless
those
versus
those
Delhi.
Abus are, yeah, they're maybe going to take 4 or 5 Abus before going down. But what I'm not liking right now from Baus, he's just letting his TPs die. And with every TP that goes down, he's losing a lot of advantage. But there we go. Big raid from the
Big
Delis
raid.
right here, taking down a couple of Portuguese settlers. The more settlers he manages to take down, the longer he's going to stay in the economic lead. That's one settler going down, a second one definitely going to go down. That third is going to probably be saved, though, by the Dragoons. No, he's actually going to go down as, oh, just in the nick of time, he's
Oh,
been able to get saved. There we go. Cav Archers again. Why Cav Archers? Just make more Delhi, man. Make more Delhi, make more Apus. Just right click the Portuguese army, and you've completely outdone him and won the game.
so we can see that the CPAs are finally on the field. So the big rule of thumb when you have a big shipment like this that is so expensive, you want to get value from that shipment as early as possible. The more you wait, the less value compared to your opponent mass that big shipment is going to have. So if he wants to take the fight I'm not saying it's right here, right now, but it needs to be before 15 minutes for sure. Because
I mean, it should be right here, right now, because he's got the
I
match to
agree.
completely destroy him. Like, there's no reason for him not to fight right now. Cav archers, I feel like, are completely redundant because we haven't seen any hussars out on the field from the Portuguese side. Just get more heavy cavalry and get more abus and just go, 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 go. No need to wait. And there we go. He's listening to my advice. He's going to go in. He's going to take some pop shots off on those castles, and those castles are going to be absolutely melted by those abus guns. The organs guns are going to try and redirect their fire on the abus gun. No, they're going to go back. And right now, when he's retreating, before he's in the woods, these heavy calves need to connect right now. It doesn't matter if the goons take a shot or two. The organs are passing really, really badly right now, and the cavalry are completely all over the organs. But please, boss, attack move. There we go. One organ going down. Second organ is going down as well. Third organ going down due to the splash effect from the from these spy. And now the Abus have completely free reign to just mow down everything that come in their way.
Indeed, 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 and only one CPAs got down in that exchange. That's the big thing that you want to look for. How many CPAs are going down for this? Only one. So only boss losing only one. You know, there you go. Sorry, that joke right there. That was terrible.
Oh, look at that!
The raid.
No, he's got distracted by the TP. He's going to miss a raid that could have probably ended the game right now.
Mate, like I am Turk is one lucky boy right there, because if those CPAs move forward just slightly, that was a kill right there on 6 villagers. And those villagers are not safe yet. That army is gonna go for the second TP. You can bet, and those villagers are likely gonna go down. 35 villager. If he loses those 7 villager, he's gonna be below only boss in term of villager count. And you cannot be behind Ottoman in villager count for that long without getting punished. I really don't
Exactly.
see how I am
And they're
talking
moving on to them, and there we go. The Cav archers have noticed these villagers, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 villagers right there, and they're all gonna get absolutely mowed down. If boss decides to attack, why is he leaving? There we go. Finally noticed them from his line of sight of Cav archers. I was like, oh my god, boss, you're not gonna fight this right now. Yeah, but no split fire coming out from the Abus. He's focusing them one by one, which I really don't like. I don't know what is going on. Maybe a boss's attack move is bugged, and at least one villager you will think is going to be able to survive this ordeal, right? He could have gotten all 7. At the end of the day, that's that big of a deal. Not only is he causing these villagers not together, these villagers are also dying.
Oh, yeah, did you see that villager? He was courageous right there, doing a little bit of a turn. Yo, I'm not afraid of you. Yeah, hey, my guy, if you're gonna take that mace from the CPA in the head, you're not gonna be the clown anymore.
Like, ooh, but if we're going to look at the gold mine on the south side of the map, 5 hussars or maybe even more. Oh, it's all dragoons. They're going to go for the Ottoman villagers right here. They're going to try and get some revenge on their fallen brothers and sisters, and they're going to try and get some Ottoman villagers of their own, and they're going to find a couple of them. Only boss very, very quickly reacting to it. But this is the thing. Boss doesn't have the mobility that Turk has right now. So he can't really go back and defend as quickly. Look at how slowly those Abus gunners are moving towards these dragoons, and these dragoons are going to be able to take at least 3 villagers before they can just completely run away unharmed.
Can they run away unarmed? That's the big question right there, because we can see those Abus guns, they're in position to shoot. If he goes towards the right side, that's where the reinforcements are coming from. Sadly, the Explorer is not going to be used to snare. Those villagers are still exposed, and the reinforcements...
Oh no, the falconets!
Don't show the falconets.
Bouse, I really hope you just haven't right drag clicked this and forgot about the falconets, because the villagers are going to go down there, but very smartly he's using these villagers as bait. But the falconets are moving right in towards the dragoons, and they're all going to die before they're going to be able to fight.
Ah, yeah, that's a big catch right there for I Am Turk. Really, like, that's how you come back. You know, you get that raid, you get those APM, your opponent is not able to catch up, basically. You cannot fight the army, so you have to fight something else. And finding one falconet here is a really big catch. Be careful with those trees, though. We can see the hussars at the top. I don't think they are going to dive in. But yeah, for now, at least Otto is still in the lead. Let's be clear. But those raids are really allowing I Am Turk to catch back. And I think the villager count is now in his advantage firmly at that point. Because remember, every batch is training 3 villagers instead of 2, instead of 1 at this point. Yeah, 37 villager. We can see it's starting to pile up.
Boss is doing Boss is getting ran around right now, and this is what Turk
Yeah.
wants, because Turk knows that if he holds out for another minute or two, he's going to eventually be able to equal this out. If Boss doesn't push the Portuguese base right now, and I mean before minute 17:30 or before minute 18, he's going to be in a world of trouble, because you don't want to push 3 TCs with an equal mass. And there we go, a lot of villagers going down to these Azar raids right now. Azar is beautifully managing to catch out like at least 3-4 villagers right there,
Yeah.
and again pulling the entire Ottoman army back. And he's just
And
buying himself more and more time. And the longer this game goes, the widening of the score gap is just closing down. And there's only 1K in it.
And we can see he's raiding on the south with VSR, raiding on the north with the Dragoons, catching even more units, even more villager right there, trying to find basically easy picks, easy pickoffs. And that's it. That's going to be a few Abyss guns that go down. We can feel like, oh yeah, but he's trading Dragoons, so it. Sure, but he still has the mobility. Wait, he needs to be careful though. Those dragons cannot die here. Maybe that was a little bit of an overcommit right there, but he's fine. At least he's covering those SRs. Those SRs are gonna go out. I would love to see his reinforcement basically at this point. Queue SRs, send them towards the south and raid again on the left
Yeah,
side. With a
yeah.
batch of 3 SRs and do even more damage. Basically,
I'm
really
thinking one
APM
thing,
lock only boss
I
completely.
wanna give a compliment to to Only Boss in this exchange. I don't know if you've noticed, but those 5 Abus that came out as reinforcement and were hunted down by the Dragoons, he managed to pick off every single low HP Dragoon,
Yeah,
and he
yeah,
lost 3 Abus guns for the price of 4 Dragoons right there. That was really not a bad trade.
yeah. That was a really good trade indeed. But I want to compliment I am Turk really for how he's playing, like how he's making sure to gain time. It's like in boxing. You are not in a good position, but you are against the ropes. And you roll with the punches. You make sure that you don't take a bad one straight in the head, and that's exactly what he's doing. You gain time. You make sure that you are dragging the game in the later stages once your opponent is fatigued, and that's exactly what he's doing right there. And he's gonna pick off those
Yeah.
Tipays. That's a big pick off right there.
Oh,
Four
but if we
Tipays
look at
going
the
down.
right side of the map quickly, if we can go over there, guys, there's a huge raid coming in. Almost all of the Portuguese villagers. This is the last hunt that Portuguese has. We forgot to note that Portuguese is completely out of hunts on this map right now, and these Apis gunners are completely wiping up a lot of Portuguese villagers right now, just thinning out that villager population. We still have 4 TPs behind this from Ottoman, so the echo is pretty equal. But the
Can,
only difference is right now that the army for Portugal is almost for Otto is almost unkillable.
mate.
More raids going down right now. At
And
what
look at the
point is
south.
Boss just going to make a TC or a tower?
Even more. Yeah, I was gonna say you need to invest into some walls or some towers at this point in order to control the narrative a little bit. Because that's okay. I'm getting raided. I'm gonna kill 4 of your villagers. The Ulans are going straight towards the south, straight towards that gold mine. I believe. Oh, they stopped onto a house. Oof, that house might have saved 5 villagers right there. Not those Ulans, the one at
Exactly.
the south. If we look at the south,
Yeah.
there are 4 Ulans heading straight towards that gold mine. Yep,
Oh,
and
there's
they are
5
gonna
us.
find
Yeah.
a lot of villagers. And
Oh
the
my
other
God.
villagers, they are running north, but north, they are the Dragoons. So, like, that may
Yeah.
be 10 villagers going down right there for Ottoman.
Yeah, the Turk is doing the complete classic runaround. When you are better than someone APM or mechanically, all you want to do is run them around the map when you're behind. And this is exactly what Turk is doing. And look at how good of a job he's doing. Ottoman is down to 21 villagers and he's losing even more now. He's going to be down to about 10 villagers when this is all said and done. These
Because
Azars are going
Finland,
to be able to sneeze. Yeah, those Azars are snaring those villagers right now. And now down to 18, 17 villagers. Ooh, is he going to kill that last village? Yes, he is. There we go.
yes.
17
Oh,
villagers right now for Ottoman. And yeah, but those Avis are
careful.
coming in, and those Avis are going to be able to do a hell of a lot of trouble on those Dragoons. Look at how many Dragoons are dying to those split fires. A lot of Cav archers right now. Finally, Boss is getting somewhat of a fight that he so desperately wants to take to be able to finish this game or push his advantage militarily. And he's managed to take out all of these Hazars and a couple of Dragoons, but was it really enough to rectify all of these villagers he has lost? I don't know. He is still, if you calculate it, on 33 converted villagers with the TPs, whereas Port
Yeah.
doesn't really have map, but that doesn't really matter because the complete right side has been hunted for the last 5 minutes, and Boss has not done anything about it. If we
And
look at the
what
far right side of the map,
Look, there is right there an artillery foundry. I think we are going to see organ guns. Yeah, that's organ guns being produced. And there are not a lot of answers right now. The CPAs are not there anymore. The dailies are not there
Yeah,
anymore.
but they're
Sure,
not going to be able to do damage to those Abus. If the Abus notice them first and take off the first shot,
That's
they're
true.
going to be completely useless.
That's true.
Especially with the Cav archers there. All he has to do is just sit under this artillery foundry and not leave this artillery foundry for the next couple of seconds at least. At least for half a minute, he has to sit under there because nothing can really kill those Abus. Abus just want to stand and fight, and there we go. Abus are going to take a shot on those organ guns, and that's oh no, he's not. He's misfired. He's actually taken a shot on a single Cazador and Dragoon, but at the moment, these organ guns, ooh, they are getting a lot of
they are
value
doing
right now.
extreme damage. They did extreme damage in this fight. They killed like 10, maybe 15 Abus guns, at least 10, and a few of those Cav archers. That misfire, as you said, really costed Only Boss a lot right there. And is it not the game? That's the issue versus artillery. You slip up once, and suddenly half of your army is down. And that's what happened right there. Like, that's 50 vills against basically 30 equivalents. That's gonna be really hard for Only Boss from there. Really hard.
Still, Boss is complete control of the map. And finally, Baruch
Second
Hashem,
PC on the left
inshallah, thank God, he's making a CC. His vills are not going to completely uselessly die on raids. And his Cav archers are going on all these villagers on the right side of the map where there's at least 10 Portuguese villagers. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Portuguese villagers are all going to go down to these Cav archer raids. Finally, he's getting some retributions for his vills lost. And now the longer this game is going, the better it is looking for Ottoman because he's going to add another TC, gonna get more villagers, and not only that, Port is completely out of hunts, and it doesn't matter how many organ guns you're gonna make because all Ottoman needs to do is win one fight. He can lose the next 2 fights. He needs to win one fight and he wins the game.
The biggest issue is that Portuguese doesn't have any dragoons at this point, so he needs to be able to mass dragoons. And without hunts, he cannot do that. Like, that's the big issue. He needs access to food, or he's gonna have to transition into farms. But if he does, I don't know if his tempo is gonna survive. You know, like that's the issue. So he's getting the TP at least. We can see he's taking down both TPs. He's trying to rebuild the TPs behind this. He just can't sell, by the way. So maybe he doesn't trust in his ability to keep that TC, and I wouldn't disagree with him, to be fair. He's going to go for the safe one instead. And maybe that's going to be a good source of safe food.
Culverins coming out from Lost. I honestly...
I disagree.
I dislike this a lot.
Yeah. Just make Cav.
I dislike this a lot. Not only just Cav, just make more Abus and trust your micro. I know Turk is good at microing, but come on. For the moment that Ottoman has like 30, 35 Abus out on the field, the only artillery piece that can scare them really is a heavy cannon or a bombard.
This I like a lot.
You can't be scared by like 2 organ guns, right? Cost efficiently, you'll never trade bad with these organ guns if you just take a shot at them.
Delusion is strong on this one. Like the chat thinks that Port won this game long time ago. Some people think that it's not the case. We're gonna see. I think Koto is still in a solid spot. Of course, he's behind the villager, but remember, he doesn't use any food in order to produce his villager, so he can keep up the production. While Portuguese, if they want to mass, they cannot train villagers anymore because all the food, the little amount of food they get, needs to be invested in something else.
Are we gonna see a sprint fire?
Organs.
Oh, nice. Okay, that's one organ going down right now. And now he has to commit with these organs, right? He can't really back off because there's a lock on right now for these Culverins. You know the Culverins are getting another shot and they're going to get the kill. And now these Culverins have finally paid off because resource-wise, they've done an amazing job. A lot more Cazadors are going to go down, especially that Portuguese Explorer. Now he can't even use his spyglass ability to see when reinforcements are coming in. And now, my friend Kinoki, the score gap is widening again. Yeah. Ottoman is up to 26 villagers, and he's got 3 TPs. So, if we calculate that again, he is already on 38 villagers, and Port is only on 44 with no map, and he's on mills.
And he's on mills, exactly. And that's terrible right there. We can see a beautiful contain right there by Only Boss, really. It's a really good contain. That's what it is. And he's gonna keep the contain up. Like, I am told did a magnific job in the mid game with all those goons, with all those SRs. But that's the thing with raids. As long as your cavalry mass is up, the raids work, but as soon as you lose the cavalry mass, you don't only lose the ability to raid, you also lose the ability to keep your opponent back. And your opponent has a mass that can push into your base. And that's what happened right there. He didn't recover from those raids that were excellent from his side, but he lost his mass. He lost his ability to control basically the narrative on the game.
I
And we can
mean,
see he's trying to do that again, but he has only 6
yeah,
goon while he had 15 before. You know, that's not
yeah.
the same
Not
impact.
only that, like Turk is almost completely out of resources. For some inexplicable reason, he's decided to spend 1,000 resources on 2 culverins just
Yeah,
to counter the Ottoman
two cool
culverin.
variants. Yeah,
Like these
I don't
culverins
get
are
it.
not going to do anything in this game if he just doesn't make organs anymore. But okay, yeah, now
And
now Turk is deciding to make organs, so he does need these culverins to be able to protect those organs. But again,
the next issue, look at the gold mine for my
yeah,
Iron Turk. It is expiring in like 10, maybe 30 seconds. Like, yeah,
yeah. And
5.
there's still a
So,
full gold mine
sorry.
right here for Ottoman. Like there's 3 mines for Ottoman that
Yeah.
you can still go for.
So, like, not only does he have to go onto mills, but he's gonna have to go onto estates. And
Yeah.
that's gonna this gold mine at the south is absolutely inaccessible. It
Oh, but the
destroys the
Abyss are getting
confrontation gonna
closer
die.
to the artillery foundry. Are they going to be able to catch these organs before they pop? No, they don't.
Nope.
It's just not in their line of sight. And Turk is just going to try and rely on his superior micro to get out another win over here. I have to say the game plan from Boss has been absolutely amazing so far. But the
Yeah.
only thing that Boss needs to focus on is just stagger mode your units. Stagger mode those Abyss, and you're not going to lose that many of them. He's kind of overmade Cav Archers. I don't want to see him make a single Cav Archer for the rest of this game because look at how
I
many he's
agree.
got. He could
I
even
agree.
go into double production of Abyss guns at this stage, and it wouldn't hurt him. But as of right now, he's not producing anything. It looks like
I,
he wants to maybe go H5,
yeah, I
H4.
like that
Sorry,
move. I like
no, he
that move.
isn't. Excuse me, he
Oh,
isn't. He just missed macro.
yeah. I would like actually to see an H4 transition just for the CPA shipment, to be fair, and just like close the freaking game. Like he doesn't
Yeah,
need a lot more army to keep containing his opponent. Um, it's gonna take 2 minutes at least for his opponent to mass enough just to be able to push out of the base,
yeah.
maybe more. And
I
you come
mean, yeah. Look at this
base
Portuguese army. He's got nothing, man. He's
yeah,
got nothing,
he's got
Kinoki.
nothing. Yeah, you
And
agree.
but look at what he's doing. Like this is like kind of I don't want to sound rude. It's just for boss. If you're listening, this is due to a lack of my English skills. This seems like a low IQ move to go to the left side of the map when you've completely walled it off. When you know the only way for your opponent to get out is the right side of the map, right?
I agree.
Like this should be like this should be
Yeah.
this should be a consensus, pun intended, that you need to be on the right side of the map right
Yeah, I agree. Maybe he's trying to deny the mine because he saw one villager going there. But once again, that's where having just 5 heavy cav is really good because you can have all of your mass of skirm goon basically on one side of the map, and you have your heavy cav. When you're in the dominant position like this, you can have your heavy cav making sure that your opponent is not rotating his eco while you are pushing on one side of the other. You can see now he's accessing a gold mine. He should never have access to that gold mine, really.
now. Yeah.
It shouldn't be possible.
And yes, Ottoman does have the Viltex. He was just popped, so he couldn't get that extra villager out right now. I have extreme hate for people who refuse to mark the trade. Like, you've got 2,000 food right now. Just sell 1,000 of it and get more coin and finish all of your batches, man. It's not that hard. Come on. Like, I know you want to be, like, the correct play, but just do it. Regardless, 3 Abyss guns going down from these 3 organ shots very nicely. Culverins are going to move forward, try and see what damage they can do to those organ guns. TC is definitely going to go down because Port doesn't really have the army to contest this. Abyss guns in stagger mode are going to walk forward. Abyss go forward, Jans go forward. Oh, and those culverins, he just noticed that I Am Turk has culverins of his own, so he's probably just going to move forward with the Abyss guns. He doesn't even want to bother probably trying to artillery micro because his artillery is very DE spazzing out at the moment. They're not being able to move properly out of these cav arches, the little prison that they've created for them. There we go. And these Abyss guns are actually going to suffer a
convinced?
very heavy volley. Yeah,
Convinced on the same
fire.
spot? Double shot?
Ooh, and the
Double
double shot
shot,
kills
there you
both
go.
of the culverins right now. And yeah, now he has free range to completely go and kill those organ guns. But for some reason, he's still keeping his Abyss in the range of fire of these organ guns. And big fight coming in. Delhi are going to commit themselves full Harikata style all the way up on those skirmishers just to create issues for the micro and just to take as much HP down from these skirmishers as possible. And there we go. The Culverins are focusing the organ guns, and I am Turk calls game. GG, well played.
Nice game by Only Boss. Very slow play, we could say. Like, he hasn't finished the game quick, but in control the entire time, in control, making sure I am Turk cannot use the real power of Portuguese right there on this map, which is having those 3 TPs, having those 3 TCs, continuously producing villager. We can see that the villager population from I am Turk, sure, it went up and up and up, but as it went up, like all of us villagers had no resources to actually gather. If we look at the resources gathered graph, I think it's gonna give us a way better
Ottoman
picture.
had more res, yeah.
There you go. More res the entire time. The
That
entire
Silk
time.
Road actually managed to give Ottoman like what 6 votes per TP instead of 4, or
Was
maybe
it
it's 5.
I didn't saw the Silk Road. Was there?
Yeah, yeah. I
Oh
think
yeah,
there was a
yeah.
Silk Road involved as well. So
If
Ottoman just
so,
being
that's
able
even
to
better.
outgather, yeah, that's just very very well played right here
Can we see
by
the
Baus.
shipment curve as well? I wonder
Yes,
about the shipment curve.
shipment total. Yeah, shipment total. Exactly. There we go. So we see there's Ottoman is ahead on shipments the entire day, the entire
Oh
game.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Like I'm happy about Boss's performance here. He really showed that he belongs and he played this very well. The only thing I would hope to see in the next game, he has to get rid of that turn nerve and is hesitant because he's really hesitating right now. You can
Mhm.
see that he respects Turk a bit too much. And the
I
fights
mean,
that he's taking is either he knows that he's extremely ahead and he doesn't want to lose everything, or he knows that he's behind and he just wants to end the game with a big fight. And
ca-
he has to get out of that state of mind.
yeah, but after that first game, mate, on which he got popped twice and absolutely smashed in fights, that's the kind of thing when you go into a best of seven. You get completely wiped twice in the first game, and suddenly you're like, whoa, that guy is really good. I need to be careful with my units. I need to be more conservative because this guy is so good. And suddenly you play too conservative. So maybe that's what's happening right now.
Yeah, definitely, I agree with you. But at the end of the day, he needs to realize from those big pops, that it's just it happens. You have to get it out of
Yeah.
your head. You have to realize that don't sit under the TC of a player that is that good, especially at popping and especially at microwave. Just try to play your game and try to pick your fights rather than either shying away from them or suiciding your way into one.
Fully agree. Fully agree. And the next map, it is going to be Alaska. We are waiting for the matchup. Very likely going to see some Aztec, maybe some Russian. I'm still waiting to see. Maybe you have an answer, Sheikh. Why is no?
Sorry, yeah.
Okay, okay, no problem.
I mean,
No
we're
problem.
going to take a small little 2 minute break right here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to visit the loo as well. So if you can give me a couple of minutes, and Kinoki, you can take over from here. I'll be back in like 2 3 minutes.
Yeah, no problem. So yeah, I wonder if we are gonna see some Odenashoni at this point. That's really the thing I'm waiting for. Guys, don't mind me if you see me take a bite or two. I am hungry. AF. Hmm, mate, what is life without eating? Like seriously, I'm asking you guys. I hope you're having a great night, guys. Really great games tonight. Very neck and neck, very close matchups. I really like it. Yeah, life without eating. That's not life. I agree. You die pretty fast if you don't eat. Sure. But I think I got it. You provider, you already asked this question and I already answered. So I'm not gonna answer once again. You troll. We are gonna be Yeah, we are gonna be waiting for Sheikh. Chaos. Russian mirror. Oh, on Alaska. Interesting. Russia versus Russia, guys. It doesn't get dumber than that. We gonna see Streltsy. We gonna see Cossacks. Maybe a few Musk. But mass v mass, basically. It's really coming. It's really gonna come down to that macro. Are you able to squeeze those unit batches better than your opponents? That's really a big thing with Russia. Russia, as soon as you take the advantage, as soon as you're able to idle your opponent in the Russian mirror, then suddenly it's not only that you idle them, it's that you deny the next batch of units, um, which can be a very, very big thing in the mirror. Man, I have such a nice album, such a nice music in my ears right now. Damn boy. And we have Shake, Big Shake coming back. We can see him in the camera.
Yes, I'm back.
Damn.
I'm back. I'm back. There we
Damn
go.
boy.
All right. So we have the matchup for the second game. The third game, excuse me. It's going to be a
Yes.
Russian mirror. Wow. All right. Janoki, take it away.
Let's go. And again, everyone, we are gonna go into a Russian mirror on Alaska. I am joined by Shake. I hope you're doing fine, mate. I hope your little rest has done you some good. Only Boss playing in the red on the soft side, while I am Turk is gonna be playing in the blue on the north side. Russia versus Russia. What can you tell us about this mirror matchup, mate? What are the key in the matchup?
The key in this matchup really is the early unit composition, I feel like. A lot of players tend to go for the earlier Strelets in this matchup. I
Yeah,
have seen 5 and 4 Cossack work, but it is so risky to go for 5 and 4 Cossack here because if you don't manage to completely surround and kill your opponent, it's very tough. I've also seen a couple of games where the villagers try and build forward bases against each other, and they try and punch down the villagers of their opposing the opposing villagers. But at this level, I don't think that is really going to be the case. Water, water is probably going to be something that is going to be added later on. I don't think that either one of the players really wants to commit on water earlier on. Very nice treasure here, by the way, from Boss. If he can
yeah.
get this, that means that he wouldn't even have to chop for his first
Blockhouse.
blockhouse. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. He could just straight gather the food and the wood necessary for his first Strelet batch. So yeah, it's really a game of wits. You've got Brit mirrors and Brit mirrors in forward base wars. Usually, if you want to win the forward base war, you can ship your 6 musketeers first and really rush down that forward base and then try and take the map and extend and prolong the game as much as possible there on out. But Russia mirrors just feel so tense. It feels like it's on a knife edge, and I would
Yeah.
like to see players like Moonshine in the chat give us a little bit more, of his experience on this matchup.
That's what I was saying earlier. Like to me, that's one of the most snowbally matchup there is. Mirrors tend to be very snowbally in general, but Russia one especially. They are like cav mirrors snowball extremely fast because as soon as you have more cav, you have the map instantly. But Russian mirrors snowballs in a different way, and that's what I was explaining while you were off. It's like as soon as you can push those villager, back of the hunt just a few seconds, your opponent may miss a batch. And it's not like other units in which when you miss a batch, you miss one unit. No, if you cannot queue your batch, you don't have any units at all, and your opponent is gonna have 10 Streltsy. So like that's a huge difference in this matchup. As soon as one of the two players is starting to win, it can really snowball extremely hard if he can actually deny that access to food even for a few seconds.
Yeah,
And we see
and
Schooner in the deck, by the way.
it
Schooners
it's
in the deck.
it's just a
In both.
standard water deck for both of them. Yeah, in every water deck with Russia, we would like to have schooners, But this isn't looking like a boomy deck for either
Oh
one.
yeah, no, no, no.
This
Yeah,
is
yeah, for sure.
this is looking like a purely anti-water deck where you can, you know, later on add your own water if necessary. At least on
Mm.
Turk's side with schooners. Boss has a more conservative anti-water deck. Excuse me.
Wait,
One thing I want to note is that very nicely from Turk, he's managed to got him that native skirmisher. It will help him a lot to try and maybe deny an FP from his
an
opponent.
FB. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
One thing I dislike though about like I think it's I am Turk deck. There is one less crate shipment, and that crate shipment that is lacking is the food crate shipment. Yeah, there
Yeah.
you go. Which is like it might seem weird having a food crate shipment, but Russia actually struggles sometimes in the early game to get access to food because of the reason I explained before. They really need that large amount of food very early to secure those batches, and that 700 food can be extremely useful to do that. You know, when you know you're gonna have to transition to the next hunt or something, and you don't want to miss that batch, stuff like
Yeah.
this. So I really like having those 700 food in deck for Russia. It's very Russia specific, but really something I think is
By
important.
the way,
And we are gonna
guys,
17 edge up versus 14, by the way. That's a big difference right there in the
that
game.
is a big difference. And guys, if you could just be a great gentleman and change the score to make it 1-1, I would really, really appreciate that very,
Yeah.
very much. There we go. And now getting that out of the way, 17 village up seems very risky in a Russian mirror, doesn't it? I've seen Moonshine earlier say that Mosk Cossack is the way to win here. But an additional thing that I have forgotten to note, Russia can FF. They can try to in-base double blockouts, and they can try to go for an FF here. And with the big 13 musketeer shipment and the two Falcons, if their opponent allows this, so far what we've seen from Boss has played this relatively conservatively. I don't see why that can't be an option. He's not aging up yet because he's probably going to try and age up with the logistician that will give him
Logistician, yeah.
pop space, yeah, for every
Oh no,
blockhouse that he's got.
that's a quartermaster.
Quartermaster. Yeah, quartermaster age up still.
Okay, okay. One of the big issue with the logistician, just to be clear, is that like you don't want to wait for that blockhouse to come out after you edge up. You want to start building your blockhouse early. Basically, that's the big issue with the logistician. It forces you to put that blockhouse really at the back because on top of edging up slower, later I would say, not slower. On top of that, you are waiting for the edge up in order to get the blockhouse, which is not the case when you don't age up with the logistician. So that's why he's going for the quartermaster instead. He's already putting up down a building, so I guess that's a defensive blockhouse. I kind of like actually the defensive approach in most
Are we
matchups.
seeing a blockhouse or are we going to see a dog somewhere?
It's a
But
blockhouse right there.
look at this by Boss. Boss doesn't realize that he's going to age up a full half a minute earlier, and he's putting an in-base blockhouse. That's what I
Yeah,
was
yeah,
talking about being conservative. He's just telling Turk, "Hi Turk, listen, I know you've aged 3 vills later than me. Here you go. Get the map and get 3 vills advantage on."
yeah. Yeah, really. But I think I am talk is not gonna he's not gonna be less conservative about it. I think he's gonna be as conservative. He's gonna put that blockhouse extremely safely. The thing is, what you have to realize, guys, is that in mirrors, defender advantage is a real freaking thing, especially in the Russian mirror because of the blockhouse. On top of having
Uh,
the
uh, uh,
units
uh, uh.
dropping,
I've heard
oh,
a doc. I've heard a doc.
is
I've
that
heard a
lock?
doc, and it's on
Yes,
I am Turk's side. Yeah, there you go.
yes.
So I am Turk is actually going to be able to have enough resources to put down a blockhouse on that right side of the map, and
Wait, it's getting
Turk
scouted.
is gonna water boom.
No, it's not getting scouted. So yeah, that's a
No,
water boom with an aggressive
yeah,
blockhouse.
yeah. That
Interesting.
one, that blockhouse is just there to repel any two
Yeah,
caravel
yeah.
that's gonna come maybe from the side of Baus. So if caravels are going to be shifted, they're going to shift on Baus's side of the water. They're going to have to travel all the way through that blockhouse, receiving some heavy punishment.
Okay, so only boss needs to do tremendous amount of damage in the next minutes. Because if he doesn't, that water boom is gonna pay off quite quickly. I don't think Schooners has been sent. Can we check? But I don't think.
Schooners for Turk.
No.
Wait, Baus. Baus has schooners not been sent, and Turk doesn't have schooners in deck. He's just going for a. He's
Oh,
raw dogging it.
yeah.
In
Okay. Okay.
the
Okay.
language of the modern youth. But he is going to get more villagers out, and don't forget that he's already aged 3 more villagers than his opponents,
Yeah.
right? And score is low, and that should be an indication right now for Baus. And Turk hasn't even put down a blockhouse. He's that not scared of him.
I
He
mean,
knows that there's an in-breaks blockhouse from he knows that there's an in-breaks blockhouse from Baus, and he's just gonna be able to boom for at least the next minute without being contested.
I wonder though, is he gonna place a blockhouse in his base? I would honestly like to see that, to see an in-base blockhouse, maybe. But I'm not sure because at the same time, if you put that in-base blockhouse right now, you cannot deny your own boom, if you see what I mean. So that's a little bit of an issue. Those Cossacks, that Cossack shipment is gonna. Oh, a second blockhouse forward. This
Yeah.
guy is a madman.
Yeah, he doesn't care at all, as you can see. And let's look at
Man,
Baus, because I don't know what Baus is doing right now. He's going for a double Rax, double stable. Is he going to go for a timing attack maybe with these Cossacks and Strelets and try and hit Baus where he's sensitive? For now, it's not looking good because he's barely managing to scrape together 4 Cossacks. And now he is going to gather the 700 cord. And he is going to be able to double produce Cossacks, but that means that he can't produce any Strelets anymore. And, you know, basically a Cossack match right now from Turk can deny him for the longest amount of time. And as we're seeing, there's 20 villagers on the side of only boss right now, while Turk is probably already on 26. Yeah, there we go. 26 villagers are right now out for boss. He's not for Turk. Excuse me. He's not making any more fishing boats by the looks of things. His next shipment that's going to come up could probably be 700 coin, and he can basically just age up quite freely behind this. We are seeing more villagers,
double
more boats
dodge.
being queued. Yeah, double dock. Excuse me. I underestimate the greed on this guy. He's
Yeah,
going double dock,
I
and
mean,
soon he's going to have double the villagers of his opponent in a mirror.
kids, close your ears. This guy is taking his big thing and he's swinging it across the room right now. Like that's what he's doing.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
he's
He's
being
he's whipping it
so
out and putting it on the table right now.
greedy. It's insane. He's gonna send the 2 caravels right now. I don't know for what though. I'm not sure about those 2 caravels. I'm really not sure about those 2 caravels because they
Oh,
are
he's
not
going to raid the houses on
raided.
the side, the backside, and he's going to raid
I,
those villagers
isn't
on
there
the
a
coin mine.
blockhouse right there that is gonna block that though?
No, that's
Oh
the block.
no!
Oh,
Oh,
there's nothing there. He's going to take down these houses and he's going to raid these villagers. The TC is just going to be in range, so it's all going to depend on how Turk is going to be able to micro these caravels without losing them. But this is looking like quite a scary mass for Baus, and if he manages to complete to get even one more Cossack out there, he's going to have no, still not, but he's going to have 6 plus what 15 Cossacks that he has already out on the field. He's got what 25 Strelets and 20 Cossacks. 20 Strelets, 20 Cossacks is a very scary mass for Turk to be able to face right now. Let's see what Turk even has on the field right now. He's got a couple of Strelets of his own,
nothing.
and he's got no military units. Just not making units. He's on
Nothing.
33 bills, but he's got nothing. And Kenoki, we've spoken about this earlier. What is economy in a face of an unkillable army?
Yep. And on top of that,
Oh,
those Chelsea
is
there
he gonna see
Fulk,
that? Is he gonna see this
Cossacks.
Strelets?
Oh, the 2
He
Cossacks
is.
are
Oh,
reacting.
there we go. They have reacted, and they're gonna catch out these 10 Strelets reinforcing, and they're just gonna kill them.
And there are no reinforcements that are gonna come from the base. So those Chelseas, unless he can get a caravel or a fishing ship right there, please get a fishing ship to garrison those
Is he
Chelsea
gonna get the
and
boat?
get
Is
them
he
out.
gonna get the boat? The
Yes.
boat is on the way. Are the Strelets gonna be saved? Let's see how many Strelets are gonna go down before they get into that fishing boat. No.
Oh,
Oh, they're down, but the Cossacks are
Sijing,
getting the
Sijing.
Strelets over. Ah! No, the Strelets are
Ah.
drowned. No, and Strelets don't know how to swim.
You know, there has been something happening in the Mediterranean crossing these last few days. Today it's Alaska crossing, you know. Like
This time it's the Russians that are drowning.
they tried to go back to Siberia. Boom! There you go. Gets
And Cossacks are now going to right-click the Russian base right now, and blockhouses are frantically trying to go up, and we're seeing musketeers being made. The musketeers are coming from the blockhouses on the other side of the map, though. Minutemen are going to come out, and another shipment coming in right now. More Cossacks. So that blockhouse initially is not going to go down. There is still hope for that other blockhouse that will be going down, hopefully for him. Cossacks are just going to be there to soak up as much damage and, give these vills as much of a fighting chance of getting that blockhouse up. It
GG.
looks like it's going to go in. There we go. The blockhouse is up. It isn't GG yet because he is still quite ahead economically, isn't he? What is going on the left side of the map? Were caravels shipped by Baus himself? Yes, there we go.
Yes.
Caravels have been shipped, and now he's focusing on the water. Two caravels from I Am Turk are going to fight these caravels. He is pushing simultaneously on the land and on the water. Turk has gone way too greedy, and now he's lost a lot of these fishing boats without being able to contest it. Where are the musketeers that he have made? Finally, they're trying to arrive to the
They are
base,
coming.
but is
Finally.
it going to be too late? Yes, the blockhouse is already
Yes.
going down. A couple of villages are going to go down. No, they're already in the TC. Okay, but his villas aren't gathering and he's down to 28. And if we're looking at the other side, he's going to be down to 26 villagers, excuse me, because he's losing two more. Boss is already on 29. Boss has a better economy and he's got way more villagers and he's got way more of an army. More villagers are going down for Turk right now. Wow.
Yeah, that looks really, really bad. The only thing is don't commit that many Cossacks just to kill villagers. Make sure to kill your opponent's army before you keep killing villagers. Because like right now, like those reinforcements are coming from so far away. And I feel like Turk has been playing this one a little bit blind. He was expecting a water versus water because of Schooner in deck. But no, there was no water on the side of I Am Turk. It was on the side of Only Boss. It was straight up land and he just swarmed his opponent, basically. And at
Yeah.
this point, like 23 villagers, sure, but 13 of them are inside that TC.
Ooh, 13
That's
strelets are dropping, but these Cossacks aren't reacting yet, and it's giving the Musketeers a lot of time to come and support. And actually saying this, if he decides to go in with these Cossacks, he's going to get cleaned. And there we go, he's backing off. Most of these strelets are going to die, but this is the problem, Kenoki. He's on 24 villagers, he's on 8
yeah.
villagers less than his opponent, and he's invested half this game on economy.
And remember, like only boss, why is this push not going further? Because for the last 1 minute, he hasn't been reinforcing this push, which means that he's macroing towards an edge up. So he's gonna be Fortress Edge behind this, with a better eco, with some kind of map control because he has Cossacks on the field. I I don't really see an out at this point from I Am
Yeah.
Turk unless he's able to win uh, uh, um, like 5 minutes and reboom again. But like, come on, that's
Yeah.
just not happening at this point.
That isn't happening at this point anymore at all, and we're even getting Gangsaw on the side of Boss right now. Is he adding a dock of his own? I see some red dot right there down south on his side of the map for I Am Boss.
Yeah,
I Am Boss. Excuse me. Oh my God, only Boss and I
only
Am Turk.
boss.
How annoying! There we go. We do see a dock on the left side right there for I only boss, and he's probably going to make a caravel or
The,
a frigate when he's able
yeah,
to, and he's also going to be able to ship the frigate, and then the water is completely nullified, especially as he's pushing in with these Cossacks right now simultaneously. First shipment should be a frigate right now. Clean your
forget, yeah,
opponent completely off the water, and once you've done that,
forget.
there we go. Frigate is going to come in. Once you've cleaned your opponent off the water, and you know that you're safe from being outroomed because you know how much damage you've been able to do economically, then you're in such a fine position that Turk can't even Turk his way out of this.
Yeah, and there is nothing that is gonna stop this frigate on the sea as long as he's not Fortress Edge. What I would like to see right now is veteran Cossack. Like make sure to micro for veteran Cossack on the boss. Sell a few resources, get that veterancy tech in. Um, like 10 Cossacks being veteran upgraded here would be much better. And yeah, I mean, I am Turk is like if he wins that one, I am I am amazed like that.
If
Like
I am Turk wins this one, we need to build him a shrine and all pray to
yeah,
I am
yeah, yeah, and we need to pray to that shrine every freaking day. Like
every day
from
of the
now,
week, every day, every morning, 5 times, 6 times, however much you want. And a humongous raid is coming. Oh my God! All of these Cossacks are gonna catch out. At least 10 villagers are gonna go down, and I am Turk. He doesn't even let the villagers die. He is coming over to Baus and saying, I resign. I bow my head to you, Mr. Baus. Let my people go. GG.
I
2-1 to only Boss takes a surprising lead in the series.
I I my nuts. You know, holy moly, that
It
was a
hurts
game right there.
incredible. Oh my
Really,
God! Look at that villager.
if I was watching that game again, guys, if you look at that game in the replay, for example, what I really urge you to do is try to see what I Am Turk is seeing, because I really feel like there was a huge lack of skirting on the side of I Am Turk. I don't think you can go for that just blindly. Um, he should have seen that the mass was building up. He should have seen that his opponent wasn't going on water, and he didn't. Like, that's all. He didn't. He got completely blindsided right there. He wasn't expecting that big of a push, and he got caught. Like, that's it.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there, Kanoki. But whereas last game, my advice to Boss would have been, don't be hesitant. Go in, play your gameplay. I am extremely proud of Bob for what he is in this game because he's decided, you know what? There might be a chance that I'm behind in this because of the economy and because of the water. Let's push simultaneously. Let's be as aggressive as I possibly can. Let's ship those two caravels while I simultaneously, with my way bigger mass, go into his base. Let's try and do as much damage as possible. And luckily for him, Turk was over greedy. Turk was way too greedy and he didn't have any units out, my friend. And because of that, amazingly done.
Yeah, really amazing game. Really, like, basically just an amazing punish. Really, that's what it is. An amazing punish. You try to grid. Okay, I'm just gonna smash you in the head, and it worked. Like, incredible push, full Cossack, full Swelsi. Here we go. Very impressive
Yeah.
game. I'm trying to see the comments if anything goes our way. Big Robot just joined us during this cast in the chat. Maybe he was here
Yeah, let's
before.
see.
Maybe. Um, Waskfalk. Next map, it is gonna be Korea. Korea. Remember Korea once again. I know. I'm gonna be known as the native guy from now on. Korea has extremely strong natives. We all know that. Um, the conquistador are absolutely busted. So are we gonna see another French conquistador kind of gameplay that we saw previously in the previous series? I don't know if you saw that match, Shake. Um, but basically French spamming Conquistador and overwhelming his opponent because his opponent was trying to do two things at once, pretty much,
Huh.
and he got
I
he,
mean,
he got
I can tell you,
overwhelmed.
Kenoki. I played against against Mr. Kettleboy last round, and he abused those boys against me. I
Yeah,
can tell you much. I
yeah.
I know
And
that these guys can be incredibly difficult to handle.
it's very surprising as well because you're like, oh, there are five of them, and you are taking good trades, and you feel like, oh yeah, I don't need to over invest into defending against this, and suddenly there are eight conquistador, and suddenly there are 13, and there is that critical mass really with that AoE damage, and suddenly you're like, whoa, what's happening? Why are my units dying so fast? Basically, it's really the AoE damage that does that kind of effect in which you feel like you're fine, and suddenly you are not at all. Like, it's very surprising in a way.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh, I I don't know if you checked
Excuse me,
Discord,
as
mate, for
I
the
yeah I
series.
am. I'm talking right now to them.
Yeah, no problem.
Um, I'm trying to do some coordination. So
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
can just go ahead and keep the chat
So
entertained while I
guys,
try to
just
figure
so you
this out.
know, we are trying to plan the next series right after this one. Um, whatever is if the series goes or not, I am not gonna cast it because I have to work tomorrow, and at one point I have to sleep. That's it's that simple. But maybe those games are gonna be played and casted just after. Depend if Big Shake right there is on the job.
Big Shake is on the job. It's just that if I can find someone
Damn.
to help Big Shake out. Big Shake's here all night, all day, all night. Viva la fiesta, viva la noche. But Big Shake needs a little bit of help because of
Yeah, I can
the
imagine.
production. Just need someone to do the production in between games, and I am good to go. And I can give you guys some all night entertainment, pun intended, if
Damn.
you know what I mean.
Hey, last time someone promised me all night entertainment. Let me tell you, it wasn't all night. That's all I'm gonna say. And,
Why do I have a feeling that you couldn't do it all
uh, hey,
night?
I could have. I could have.
You shouldn't have been so pretty, goddammit. All
Nah,
right,
no, no.
there we go. Game 4 has started for our series right now between I Am Turk and Only Boss. This has
On the
turned out to be
boss.
some series right now, right, Kinoki?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
told you before this series will start, we're going to give the people the sexiest cast we can, and
yeah.
goddammit,
Damn.
the players are helping us with being as sexy as we possibly can, aren't they?
Amazing play by both of them, really. Um, really loving this series so far. And we have Spanish versus German. We are on the map. Are we ready? Yes. We are not. Okay,
I
okay, no
mean,
problem.
Sheikh is right now, using his laptop's camera. Sheikh does not have a cam. Sheikh does not have a microphone. Sheikh only has a 20
Okay.
euro headset from Amazon, probably from Temu, from wherever my wife felt like ordering it for me. And when Sheikh gets home, Sheikh is going to buy a camera and a camera for his keyboard because I want to see how people will react to me playing with arrow keys at 2K plus elo level and completely destroying their favorite moves. So
But you know what
tune in
Shake
for that.
got and that you don't have, chat?
Yes, tell us.
Shake got himself. And that, my friend, is something that chat
Exactly.
cannot have. Unless they keep
Every
watching the
yeah,
stream.
every
There you
morning
go.
I wake up and I can look myself in the mirror and I say, "Damn,
Damn, boy.
I really
Damn.
got this. I really I'm this fly. I'm this fresh. I really got this shit on.
You
And
know,
like a lot of
it's like,
people wake up in the morning and they don't have that shit on. And I got
yeah.
that shit on. I'm
You,
I'm,
you,
I'm him. I'm him. I got it.
Shake, you enter in the bathroom and the mirror is actually turning towards you. Just to make
Exactly.
sure
Exactly.
yeah, he
Exactly.
can look at you. That's
Exactly.
that's that's Shake right
The
there.
sun shines to me not because the sun is radiating, you know, all of that light everywhere. It's trying
Because he
to find
wants your
me.
light.
It's just me. It's just me sharing the light with all of you guys. And you're welcome.
Damn.
You're welcome.
Damn.
Absolute pleasure. There we go, gentlemen.
Apparently we
Let's
are ready,
go.
guys. So we are
Mr.
gonna begin.
Kenoki, take it away.
Let's go. And here we go for the game 4 of this series. On the right side, playing in the red, we have Only Baus. He's gonna play the Spanish, and on the left side, Hayam Turk is gonna play the Germans. We are on Korea, an hybrid map with some water, no whales though on that water. A good TP line, but hard to secure all 3 TPs. Usually, if you go for a stagecoach, you are gonna share 1 TP with your opponent. And big feature of this map, the conquistadors, the Jesuit
Yeah.
settlements that can really, really, really do a wonder basically on this map. We've seen in the previous series how abusive, basically, or oppressive, sorry, that's the word I was looking for, they can be once masked.
Just before we get into the matchup, someone asking me, Shake, how does it feel to be beaten by a legacy player? I said it before and I'll say it again. I have never been less angry at losing to Catcher Boy because Catcher Boy is such an amazing player that I really believe that no matter who he would have played next round, just as long as it wasn't Julian or Kaiser, he would have had an extremely good shot into advancing into the next round. This guy is like, I tip my hat off to Catcher Boy and all his fans. This guy is just absolutely next level. Um, Getting back into the game, you know what I'm feeling here, Kenoki? I feel like we aren't going to see water. I feel like we aren't going to see natives,
No,
and I feel
yeah,
like we're going to see some standard gameplay because
I agree.
these two sims are cutthroat. Russia and Spain are cutthroat, and they're cutthroat in their matchup. Spain has a slight edge in this matchup, right? But Spain is in a position in this matchup. They mess up slightly, and they give that opening over to Germany. Germany will pounce, and they won't be looking back anymore.
Mm.
Spain is if Spain loses an extra villa or two more than necessary, if they lose their Falks in a not good trade, if anything bad happens to their military or their early push, Germany just completely wipes them off the map.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
advantage
completely.
Spain, but is Germany in this? Very much so.
Yeah. We're gonna see. Is it gonna be a straight FF or kind of a semi? One little adjustment, thanks to the map that only boss did right there. I don't know if you guys caught it, but basically he put it only 2 villager on wood, very confident that he was going to find a wood treasure right there, and he did. So he got that wood treasure. He managed to gain some time, and that's why he has so little wood in the bank. Instead of over gathering, and after that you realize, oh, I got a wood shipment, so I chopped 50 wood for nothing. No. He basically put it 2 villager onto wood, knowing that he was gonna get a wood shipment. Sorry, because on this map there are multiple wood shipments, and you know where they are gonna be placed. So very
That's a very legacy move, isn't it?
yeah, it's a small detail, but that's the difference between good players and great players, right there. It's those very little adjustments that you can make right from when the game begins.
Exactly. Now, what we are seeing right here is another wood treasure being taken by Spain, and
Yeah,
Spain just adores these wood treasures because it allows you to either build your second TP if you opt for it quicker, or it allows you to build your market quicker and really allow you to get more food, to get those dogs in transition to H2, to
yeah,
place your forward tower, to be able to protect it against potential doppelsolvers that will come. Because the standard play for Germany really is when you see a forward tower from Spain, you want to take it down ASAP. You want to make a nice 5 top batch and really put the hurting out on Spain and force them to either ship A7 run shipment or exhaust all of their dogs from their explorer. So that extra wood for Spain helps out massively so that they
can,
can focus more on their food.
can we just appreciate the only boss basically explorer work right there? This guy
Yeah.
worked overtime, placing a TP,
Yeah.
getting 2 wood treasure, getting a big food treasure, I believe. Like, he did it all. Like,
And
he
the
was
coin treasure as
everywhere.
well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the coin treasure. Like, incredible
Wow,
right
and
there.
Boss is even going to chop for steel traps because he's got that extra
Yep.
wood. Wow, that is very greedy. I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of
Wait,
steel traps here, but I like it. Yeah.
that's more than steel traps. He's going for
Is he
something
gonna
else.
chop for a barracks, maybe?
Yeah, I think so. Are we gonna see? Are we gonna? Robot likes to do that. I saw some of his stream. I don't know if it's versus Germany, by the way. I'm just gonna disclaimer,
Huh.
put a
He
disclaimer
stopped
right there.
chopping.
Y- Yeah, that's weird. But like what Robot likes to do is basically going, for those 2 racks and then pushing in. What it could be also is basically getting steel traps, getting maybe 2 houses and a church, and not sending 700 wood. But that seems a bit weird to me. So I don't know. Or maybe he's going for the Conquistador TP. No, that villager is just
No.
herding. What is he
Sadly,
going
this
for?
is looking like an extreme overchop by Boss, and him not
Yeah,
realizing it's
maybe.
overtop.
Oh,
Yeah.
getting the treasure right there. Damn, that
And getting the
villager.
snare on the Spanish Explorer, forcing him to try and make dogs right now as well. Okay, there we go. Dog is being queued. Probably gonna be unqueued as
Cancel.
ASAP. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
probably going to cancel that dog. There we go. Going
true.
to run away from the German Explorer. German macro looking very nice right now. If we look at the other side for Spain, he is placing that tower forward very nicely. He is getting his steel traps. He is shipping his coin. A lot of villagers in queue right now. I don't really like having more than 2 villagers after you age up. Okay, so
I mean,
yeah.
yeah, he can send 5. Yeah.
Mm,
That's what I
okay.
was gonna say. He just stopped before to leave just enough room for that shipment.
I mean, but that is not a good build because you want your 700 wood before you want your 5 villagers.
I kinda agree, and that's what he's
I
gonna
mean,
send.
there is no real point in queuing that 19th and even 18th build at this point in the game. You really want that 17th builds, especially as you age up with 15 villagers. Before
Nice
that, uh,
current treasure right there. Is he
yeah,
gonna get the explorer? I feel he's gonna get the explorer at this rate because that explorer can he break? Yeah, he can break the snare. Job right there.
yeah, very nicely done so far by Boss. As you've said, this explorer really has been working overtime right now. I want to switch over to I am
Two
Turk's
lands.
perspective really quickly. 2 Ulans are going to come in for a raid, and it doesn't look like doppelstormers are being made.
No,
No, he's going to go for a calf semi. Now I don't like this from Boss.
me neither.
unless he manages to, do a lot of damage because that tower isn't in base at the end of the day. It's only that TC defending the villagers, right? But a very big pick off right here, killing that Spanish Explorer was really big. This is not only 45 XP, you're also denying
The dog.
your opponent making dogs, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
especially as Spain is aging right now, he doesn't really want to send a villa over to revive him because that could risk that villager also being lost. Spain really needs all the resources yet in that transition over to H2.
Yeah. So just guys, we both said we don't like the stable right there. It's for one reason and one reason only, and it's called Rodeleros.
Yeah.
Like if Spain right now masses Rodeleros, you don't like the Doppelswordners are basically one of the best answer that there is to Rodeleros maybe. There is Skirmisher of course, but you need good kiting for that. If you have to defend your base versus a mass of Rodeleros coming in, it doesn't go better than Doppelswordners really. And also Doppelswordners with the siege are able to do more infrastructure damage during the transition that we are seeing right now. Those 5 rods are gonna go straight towards RTP, and they are gonna just push those Ulan backs. They cannot do that versus, for example, 3 doppels if you have a Rax coming down behind.
Yeah, I mean, from what Germany's perspective is, like Germany could open up with a barracks, right? They can go for those 5 tops, and then they can quite simply go into H3 macro for their Black Riders, and once they have Black Riders, they can just keep on making skirmishers, and then the Rodoleros are
Exactly.
not a problem at all, and the Falconets won't be a problem at all because Spain is going to try. You can't ship Lancers against Black Rider shipments, and you can't keep spamming rods against pure continuation of spamming of skirmishers, right? So,
Skirmisher.
ooh, but Boss is going to take this fight, and this is not looking good for him. He wanted
No.
to unsnare that Explorer, but he only managed to get like what 2 rods in 1 rod, excuse me, in exchange
One rod
for,
left.
for 2 Ulans. Yeah, that wasn't the best trade for him. He lost his Explorer and 2 Ulans in the process there.
And that Rodelo mass is starting to look scary. Like to be fair, like when you're gonna add the edge up, when you're gonna add likely the first shipment, like we are gonna see like maybe 15 to 20 rods getting ready to push in the opponent base, and that's a lot, you know. Like
Yeah.
it really builds up quick. What I don't want to see him doing right now though is trying to push too early in a way and losing some of his mass to TC fire and such. I know it may seem worth, but at this point, the main source of units is going to be shipment. It's not going to be actual resources, if you see what I mean.
Ooh, is that settler wagon actually going to go down? No.
It's not.
Very nice Minuteman pop right here. Taking down a lot of these Rodoleros before they can get their veterancy upgrade. And now is a time that you can feel comfortable of putting your Ulans in the fight and really soaking up damage and trying to snare these Rodoleros for
Yeah.
as long as possible. Because every Rodolero that goes down that doesn't have a veterancy upgrade right now is a complete win for Germany. There we go. What
Yeah.
was that? 8 Rodoleros have been killed in the German base. All he's managed to do was idle a couple of settler wagons, not much more than that. And it already feels like Spain is kind of on the back foot. On the other end, a 3 war wagon shipment right here for Germany. He doesn't really have the resources to start queuing anything else. Skirmishers are going to come in,
Lancers.
and a Lancer shipment. So he's really shying away from these Falconets right now. He doesn't want to
Yeah.
ship Falconets. He wants to build a solid core of units before he wants to do anything with Falconets. One thing that I have to note is that I haven't seen a veterancy upgrade on these Boleros yet, and that
Yeah.
veterancy upgrade could have come in a minute earlier.
One
There
thing
we go.
that
Finally.
first runner in the chat is pointing out, Rodoleros are key in this matchup, and that's why I was saying I don't want to see those Rodoleros going in early. Basically, you are not gonna kill anything. All you are gonna achieve is like 10 seconds of other time. Regardless, like the shipments are what's gonna provide the most value, the most bulk to your unit at that point. If you lose basically your mass in exchange of XP, you are not having a good trade with your Rodeleros at this point. However, he's denying some good food right there, thanks to the skirmisher that can shoot at range, and this time he's not losing anything in return. So this, however, is a very good trade, and he should stay very aggressive with those 5 skirms.
As you can see, Only Boss is shipping not Only Boss, excuse me. I am Turkey shipping Black Riders right now, and
Yeah,
there aren't enough skirmishers to really one shot a Black Rider. I think it's what is it, 30 skirmishers that you need to one shot a Black Rider, or 25, something like that. So Black Riders are going to be able to do an amazing job right here. And honestly, you can just ship 8 skirms behind this. He doesn't even need to ship war wagons. There is no need
Yeah.
for war wagons at this stage
I,
when you've got Black Riders because you're gonna get Ulans with your skirmisher shipment. They can soak up damage. They can be kind of a meat shield with your explorer, and good micro with the Black Riders can take down both the Hussars and the Lancers, and the Rodoleros should be able to be dealt with by skirmishers. But nevertheless, he is still opting to go for the war wagon. Some more punch power, some more extra damage on these Rodoleros, but this is really a window for Spain, right? Spain has this time that if he pushes in right now, he's got a minute where he's better than Germany. He's got more
yeah.
mass, he's got better units, he's got more units, and he really wants to be able to finish this game right now. This game goes on for the next German shipment, and Germany isn't dead by then, or the engagement hasn't happened, then I really am fearing.
And we can see starting to siege the house. Might not seem like much, but Germany usually struggles with population because those two lands, every shipment, it adds to the population. They are very pop hungry as well with their villagers, settler wagons in particular. So like they tend to struggle on that front. One house, maybe a second one, good mass of skirmisher right there, trying to deny the war wagons from coming in. We can see the Black Riders at the north, the Black Riders up
Yeah.
north though. But that's a lot of Ulans dying. I don't like those Hussars just diving in when there are so many Black Riders. Get those
Yeah.
Lancers
All the
back.
cab is dead, and these falconets are going to be toast because now the Black Riders are just going to kite, and these war wagons are just going to stand and fight, trying to take down the falconet. But no, you need to take that last shot to kill the falconet. Now is not the time to back off with your war wagons, my friend. And if we're looking completely at the score, this has been an incredible trade for Turk because there was a 2.5K score gap, but score gap has been equalized. More Rodoleros are going to try and come in. Two Falcons are still alive. One of them is really low HP. Shipment for Germany right now, and now he's going to be able to ship the skirmishers. Once these
Yeah.
skirmishers come in, and if he manages to get a 5 batch of war wagons out, I don't see a way back for Spain. Now he's going to catch out all of these reinforcing skirmishers right here. This is going to be huge for him because the more skirmishers there are together, the more of a risk his units are of getting one shot. Don't forget both Black Riders and war wagons, melee, and not ranged.
Melee.
And that's two Black Riders going down. That is actually quite big. That is not what I am Turk wants to see. He has lost a war wagon and two Black Riders in that exchange.
Yeah,
He does, however, yeah.
for 5 skirmisher, I'm not sure it's worth it right there. Really,
Are these Rodoleros going to be able to pounce on these war wagons?
I
No,
don't
he
think so.
backs off. And that is very, very good for Turk right now because the longer boss waits to take a fight, the sooner these skirmishers can come in. And there we go. The skirmishers are finally in. Now he's got a very big, massive anti-cab, and he's got these skirmishers. And by the time that he manages to either put down a barracks, a couple of houses, and, ship his next skirmisher shipment and get some more skirmishers out on the field, these Rodoleros are going to become more and more redundant because there isn't really any handicap out on the field for Germany. And Rodoleros, yes, they're very good, but they're not as great against goons. Goons can't hide away. We're having a big fight right here. The Ulans are going to raid. Finally, the big fight is coming. Dogs are coming out. Skirmishers are trying to focus down the Spanish skirmishers, but this is a really bad fight for Turkey, in my opinion. He shouldn't be taking a fight where he's out skirmed, and you shouldn't be fighting with two melee resist units against ranged units.
I mean, the skirms are really what is gonna win the game at this point. On both sides, I mean, like who has the skirm advantage is gonna be able to deny the anti-cap from his opponent and allow a dive. Like basically, that's what's gonna happen right there. So having the skirmisher advantage, which is not something Spain is used to be fair. Usually they are the ones struggling with that. But in this game, actually, he's the one up ahead, and we can see a Nolan shipment coming. I'm not sure those Zulans are gonna achieve anything versus 20 Rodoleros, I believe. Like that's way too much. Like can Ulans?
It all comes down to the micro. They Turk trusts his micro, whereas Boss doesn't really. And from what I'm seeing right now, we're going to try and get a double batch of skirmishers. So the 1,000 wood has hit the floor. I want to see if Spanish gold has already hit the floor because we haven't looked at Spain's perspective for quite a while. Spanish gold hasn't hit the floor yet, so the 1,000 wood is good. He's going to try and build a second TC possibly up top. Maybe going to add a stable or an arsenal to up his units a little bit more. But the Ulans are going to go in for a big fight. And there we go. The big fight is probably going to happen right now. No, again, both of these players just shy away. And these Falconets get huge shots off on those skirmishers. And we've only got 4 skirmishers left on the side of Spain. Boss is playing this very, very good. Look at the
Yeah.
difference in his mentality from the first two games in this game. He's not just containing, he's actually taking really good trades right now. There we go. Skirmishers and War Wagons and Black Riders are all focusing down these Rodoleros right now. Ulans are running away for as long as possible. The Falconets are finally down, but Rodoleros have managed to connect on all the anti-cav right now. Ulans are finally going to move in now that a lot of these Rodoleros are low HP. They're going to try and go in for the kill on these skirmishers,
Oh,
but some very nice micro by Baus right here, focusing these skirmishers on the Black Riders and on the War Wagons. Almost has enough skirmishers to one-shot these War Wagons, and yeah, with his tail tucked between his leg, Turek has to go back and he resigns, and only Boss takes a 3-1 series lead. Wow.
yeah. I feel like that was the worst moment to pick a fight for I Am Turk. And when I say that, it's not a critique of I Am Turk. We have got vision. We know everything. But one key point right there is like only boss had only one military shipment left behind this one, and it was for Lancer, which is not the absolute best military shipment there is up there. It's not as impactful as the 5 Lancer. It's not as impactful as the 2 Falcons. And so, like, if he managed to survive like 2 more minutes, there are no military shipment anymore on the side of Spain. While there are still plenty on the side of Germany, I'm pretty sure he still had like 2 to 3 military shipments in the bag, basically, ready to be shipped. So, like, yeah, very questionable engagement right there. I feel like he didn't add to. Maybe he did. Can we just very quickly see the map, Gaius? I want to check. Um, Okay, so that's why he might have no access to food. Can we look at the south? Maybe
Yeah, he did have a
he had
hard.
access to food.
He was gathering food. It's just honestly, I feel like the decision making from Turk let him
Yeah,
down. First of
yeah,
all,
yeah. That last
you're
night,
not
yeah,
really fast enough, and the shipments that he shipped first, what he wanted to ship the 3 war wagons first, and then he canceled the
yeah.
3 war wagons, and his macro wasn't really on point.
Also,
He opened with a stable, and that stable was completely redundant for the first couple of minutes of H3. So
and
yeah,
and he,
Um, yeah, the
yeah,
mine was already running out of gold, only 300. Very smartly noted there by Gaius, our production guy, who's been doing an
yeah.
absolutely fantastic job so far in this
But
game. This
but
series, props to him.
one big thing I don't understand. We see no racks on the side of Germany. Imagine if Germany was able to batch skirms after skirms after skirms in this game. Just don't make war wagons. You don't need war wagons. You already have the
Yeah,
Black Riders mass skirm. Like
yeah.
really,
Black
very
Rider
very
Shield.
weird on that point. Very
Yeah,
very
I
weird.
don't think you need to make war wagons in
Yeah,
this game at all. You just ship your Black Riders and you ship your war wagons, and that's basically all the anti-cap you need for at least until minute 15, 16, when the game comes into sort of a stalemate, and the early Spain push has resulted in no clear victor coming out of there. And then you go into the extended game where Spain really wants to start pressing that Rod Lancer button and that right click combo. Then yes, you can make a couple of war wagons extra, but
yeah.
there was really no need to go into war wagon production in this particular matchup,
I
bro.
fully agree. I fully agree. But yeah, in very, very once again, very nice match. Very, very close game once again. Could have gone both ways. Um, but in the end, the skirmisher, more pew pew wins. That's basically it. Very historically accurate.
The
The
laws
more
of
guns
pew
you bring to
pew
the fight,
of
the more you
you
win.
heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. The laws
Yeah,
of
the
pew
pew
pew of
pew.
Kenoki. The laws of pew pew.
There
There
you
we
go.
go. Let's see if the players are already ready for what could be potentially the last game of the series. There we go. Game five has already
Potentially.
started, and Boss is on match point. Wow, who
Uh,
would have
My,
expected this before the series?
my big question is, can Boss play? Oh no, it's Siberia. Sorry. So I was thinking
Ooh,
it was a central plane, but no, it's Siberia,
my
and we have the
friend.
matchup.
Kenoki, my friend Kenoki, only boss is going to have to work his ass off to try and get this deciding victory, because we are going to
I
see
agree.
I am Turks, Japan, his main civ,
Japan.
his main squeeze, the big
Yeah.
boss, what he's known for. And this matchup is usually a very, very lovely, beautiful EP matchup that some reason from
Yeah.
DE, I liked it more from Brits, but when I used to play on Asian Dynasties on my lowly captain level, I didn't like it from this perspective. Nowadays, it feels more Brit favored. But still, this is I am
Yeah.
Turkish Japan, right? So
It
this should
feels
be
more
very
bit
interesting.
favored because of that GMT build. What I would like to see from I am Turk, maybe no, but no, Japanese don't open with a TP either.
If
So
they
when
do in this meta, they
they
do.
do, they
Yes,
do.
because they
So
want to go for the 300
Toragate,
foot age up
yeah, yeah,
for
yeah.
gates, but
So one thing he could
that's
try
not
to
really
do,
Turk.
one thing he could try to do, is sprint to that central TP. But let's dive into the game. If we are ready, Gadius. Are we ready? Let's go.
All right, take it away, Kanoki.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, for maybe the last game of this series. Only Boss in the north playing as the British, while I am Turk in the south, in the blue, is gonna play his main squeeze, the Japanese. And we were talking a little bit about this matchup. Sheikh, you were saying you liked it more for Japanese before the E, but since the E with the GMT, it's a bit more Brit favored. Is that
I
what
don't.
you were saying?
I don't think it's per se because of the GMT. GMT
Okay.
build came later on with DE. What I like more for Brit is that maps have generally more hunts right now, right?
I see
So
what you mean.
Japan doesn't really have that opportunity to just starve out Brit and just shrine over the whole map and force Brit
Mm.
into that early pikemanship, into that early pikeman match, right? So I think it's a bit tougher for Japan, a bit better for Brit nowadays, just because of the hunt distribution. I'm not counting GMT because I don't think Boss is ever going to touch
It's not
GMT
gonna be
in this game.
GMT. Otherwise,
No,
the
this
TP
is
will already be planted down at this point.
yeah,
So
this is not his gameplay. This is not his game style. They're both very very good legacy players, very standard players. So these guys really relish on their opportunity to play
mm.
standard. But what am I seeing right here from Baus? That's a very bar villager going to hurt at very early stage in the game. Right
Yeah, yeah, extremely early. But at the same time, maybe he wants to secure some food access very early. Sorry, guys, I have a little bit of a eek right there. But yeah, maybe he's trying to secure some food access early in the game. I think Virginia Company is not in the picture anymore. Like the card has been nerfed to absolute
there. It
oblivion.
is horrible. It is
Yeah,
absolutely.
okay. I saw that. Coming back, I was like, yeah, I want to play some Brit. I'm gonna look at Virginia, and I was like, what the heck? Why are my mana so expensive?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Not only that, also the XP generated and the XP
yeah,
is not worth
completely
it.
gutted. Like it's yeah, the card is dead basically. Rip,
Yeah.
Virginia Company. But yeah, the first card is coming in. Likely 3 villagers then. Yeah, there you go. 3 villagers on the side. We have Kami. Wait,
We have
Kami.
Heavenly Kami.
Heavenly Kami. Yeah, that's the name.
Yeah, and we have a Portuguese consulate. This is going to be as standard.
Boom.
This is going to be so standard that if your grandfather looks at this game, he's going to shed a tear because it will remind him of his childhood. That's how standard this game is going to be, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, pretty much right there. And the two Japanese explorers, do they win against one European explorer?
They
If
don't.
it,
They lose. They
they
lose.
don't, yeah, they lose.
Yeah.
Um, oh, does he have a quack shot? That's the big question right there.
He just uses crack shot on that big wood treasure that he took over
Yeah,
there,
I
by
think
the
so.
way.
Yeah,
So this
he's
is really
just
going to come down to Japan if they're going to manage to do one of their weird strikes on that thingy. And there we go. I think
oh
Turk got it. Turk
Japan.
went down before Baus. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
I am Turk gets the treasure and manages to poof away from the British explorer, taking 175 coin and treasures in this H1 already, and he still has that 100 coin on the floor. He's not going to have to gather coin for a very long time in H2.
Very historically accurate, by the way. The poof away. That's something that Japanese people were able to do during the medieval age, but since then they lost the ability to poof away, guys. Like that's something they were able to do. Just so you know.
Yes. Exactly. Now we do see a quite late age up for Brit. He's clicked up at 253. You don't really like seeing that as Brit. Usually you want to click up at like that sweet spot just before 245, at around 244, 243 with that 70 village up. But regardless, he has gotten some very, very good wood treasures. If we just switch over to Brit, is it potentially because he opened with a fourth manor because a third manor, excuse me. No, he did not open with a manor. He is going to build. He's already built Marcus. This is already amazing for him, and he's now macroing for another manor, and he's going to get another big wood treasure here. This is looking like a dream opening almost for Brit, except for the 75 coin that he let slip away.
Yeah, and we can see here the big kami. I can't remember his name. Sorry, the big shrine being built at the back. Toshogu shrine. There you go. Usually not used when you go to the colonial age. Usually you use it to go to fortress. But if you
No,
go
the
for a
Heavenly
Portuguese
Kami,
opening, if you go for an
no,
open, yeah, I was
pretty
gonna say
standard. Yeah, it's
if
pretty
if
standard
you go
for all
Portuguese, you go for
players.
that one. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
it's like when you played on EP, you rarely ever see Japan open anything else but Shogu
I mean,
Shrine.
we
The
see a
Shogu
lot
Shrine
of
was
story
always
games those days.
nowadays yes, nowadays
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Yeah, yeah.
I'm not a Japan main, and I'm excuse the chat if I'm not as profound with the Japanese Wonder Age ups. But there has been some kind of buff to the Torii Gates that I'm not very aware of, which just made the Torii Gates like
XP, I
infinitely better
believe.
than
It's
it just made it
XP.
infinitely better than matching up
Yeah, yeah.
the heavenly card or the
Toshogu.
heavenly Kami into Shogun. Yeah, exactly. There we go. Brit is already aged up just before Japan. Shipping is 700 wood. Already a very nice Vil Pop and Manor Pop. Going to place down
Yeah.
his barracks soon-ish, probably in space.
Ca-
As Japan is very late to age up here. He's really taking a while
Oh,
to get all of his shrines
aggressive
down. That's
racks.
a very aggressive Rex, yeah.
Yeah. I like it though versus a very greedy Japanese that is going for Portuguese consulate. You know, that's a really good call to go that aggressive because Japanese is not gonna have the tool to deny that. Also, one thing I wanted to point out, and I want to applaud Only Boss on this. Look at how he has herded all of the hunts on his side of the map towards the back. You know, there are no hunts that are going towards the middle of the map. He's already on the hunt on the far right side, basically gathering from everywhere, which means he's not really gonna exhaust, his hunts very early because he's already on all the hunts at the same times. So I really, really like that by him. But
Yeah,
what is
that's
that?
some very impressive herding right now.
Was this a wagon that we just saw?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean
yeah, yeah.
it's the
Okay.
age up wagon for Japan,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
that's probably his military building that he wants to a military building that he wants to place. Oh no, that wasn't a wagon, huh? This is Shogun Shrine age up. I'm
No,
confused
no, no.
now.
No, it was
Probably
the
the
it was
tower wagon.
the tower wagon. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And we are
Oh
gonna
yeah,
see
okay.
double racks and bow pike rush apparently. Maybe not bow pike rush. Maybe just one batch of pikes in order to be able to siege down those camis, and after that you switch into musketeer. We're gonna see, or maybe he's just gonna go bow pike all the way. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Looking at this amount of villagers onto wood, though, it screams bow pike to me.
it does. It does. It definitely does. Especially with the very nice mech to get his early steel traps out. A 600 wood shipment as well coming in
Yeah, yeah.
behind this. Brit is looking very comfortable. But if we look over at the shrine population of Japan right now with his heavenly Kami, Japan is also already on 110 shrine population. And it's not looking like it's slowing down anytime soon. Shipping villagers behind it as well, and getting a couple of Ashigaru musketeers. They're both looking very, very beefy and ready for a very long fight.
H2, yeah. Yeah, exactly. How many manors on the side of Only Boss? Okay, so already 9 manors. That's a lot. I mean, 9 more villagers. At this stage of the game, nothing to say no about, basically. So he is, as you said, on steel traps. He has his upgrades. Um, Japan is also getting his market upgrades a little bit slower, though. But for now, it really seems very even in this game. Some longbows, though, probably a good trade right there. Might be able to pick off 1 or 2 Ashigarus. Only one, it seems. Yeah, second one is just gonna be
Yeah,
half HP. That's little trades, but important in the early game.
yeah, definitely important. But
And
I
the
don't like the
laying,
bow pipe like I
you
am
don't like it?
no, because Ashigarus will get to a point in H where they will just run down
Yeah,
absolutely
I agree.
everything, and longbows don't have the HP to contest Ashigarus. Longbows can't stand and fight against Ashigarus, but early on,
It's really
they
strong. That's what I
it's really
was gonna
strong
say.
because there is a theory in AoE3 that two military buildings usually beats one military
One.
building.
Yeah, yeah.
Exactly.
We agree.
And until Japan finally gets up its second barracks,
There you
Brit can
go.
do a lot of damage, and as you can see, he's already taken down what 2 shrines out on the map. That's not a small number right there. And Turk is also being forced to idle his entire food eco almost, and not a lot of bills are able to gather right now. And let's not forget that he has also ship of
One
bill
villager.
shipment. There we go, one villager already going down. That's really nice pressure. But the Ashis on the other side are going for a raid. If we're looking at the right side of the map, Ashigaras are going for a raid. They're going to try and find at least some British villagers, but these manors are placed in such a beautiful position that he's going
Yeah.
to see these Ashigaros coming from a kilometer away. On the Japanese base, he has shipped right now the Portuguese intervention from the consulate, so the crossbows are out, and now he is going to be able to, let his villagers work, basically. A lot of wood stacked up as well, so we're going to see at least 4 more
Oh,
shrines being put down.
is he gonna
And yeah,
catch those villager? Is he gonna?
nope,
No,
these
he's not.
villagers are going to run away very nicely.
Yeah.
And Brit is also switching over to musketeer production. So he's opened
Oh,
both pipes.
two more villagers dying in the base. That's huge, guys. That's
Wow,
actually
that
huge.
is humongous. Yeah, that is humongous.
One thing I wanted to know: did Omnibus went for a church and research, the line of sight for his
He
building? Apparently,
did
no.
not.
No,
No,
he did
no.
not. Because
Usually
that's
you
one of
don't do this that early on.
yeah.
Ooh,
Especially in a matchup in which you want to be as greedy as possible. He's gonna lose 2 vills though, very likely. At least one,
one.
maybe 2.
Yeah, there we go. No, he's focusing the wrong villager. He needs to focus the villagers on the left. There we go.
Oh yeah, there
That's
you go.
one. Ah, but he backed off. He could have gotten a third, honestly. But nevertheless, a very nice raid. Uh, Protecting his shrines over there. But he is again being pressured in his base every time that boss is out on the other side of the map, raiding his shrines and forcing a response from Turk. Boss is going straight back to Turk's base. But we are seeing something very peculiar here. Japan's score is catching up to Brit. This means that
Yeah.
Japan economically is far ahead of Brit. Brit is on 35 villages right now. If we switch over to Japan is on 27 villages, but on 150 shrine pop. I think
50 shrine.
the eco is really nice in Japan's favor right here.
What I don't like from Omnibus is that he's not pivoting. Basically, as you can see, he keeps pushing from this side, but what you want is push with your army, force your opponent back, and behind this, you take some shrines, you kill some shrines. And he's pushing sure, but every time he's losing a few longbows, and every time he's not killing shrine. So he's not achieving much right there. He got both of the sentry out, but once again, he loses longbows for that. And the Ashigarus are coming, and you know what happens when there are too many Ashigarus and they run faster than you? You die.
Yeah,
That's the
exactly.
issue.
You die and you die very quickly and very hard.
Yeah.
You won't even expect it. And right now, Turk is doing, although he did lose 3 villagers, and that was pretty sloppy on his end, he is doing quite a good job of still letting his
I agree.
villagers work. His eco is soon going to be at a point where he can just double produce ashes without a problem. When Japan hits that critical level where he can double produce ashes, there's not much Brit can do. But
And
the right
once
unit composition
again,
is the longbow must.
and once again, he's not pivoting, and I really think he should stop pushing from that angle. He should try to push from another angle in order to get some of those houses. I know you expose your forward base to a potential counter attack, but that's exactly what you want to happen. If he pushes your forward base, you dive in basically. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like Omnibus is playing this a bit too safe. Not wanting to go too far away from his forward base, but in
Yeah.
the end, like we can see, he's not achieving much here.
Oof, he's right clicking the Japanese TC. This is actually
Yeah,
not that bad of an idea because the Japanese army is
he has the
counted
mass.
it. He has the Japanese army is very, very far away right now, and TCs are very overrated in their HP. They go down quicker than you might expect. He's already used
Yeah,
up his Minutemen, so he won't be able to use up that Minuteman here. Longbows are in a perfect position to screen all of these Ashigarus that are supporting away. What is the HP on this TC? It looks like it's going to go down almost before the Japanese can arrive. And another villager is going down. Another villager going down. That's 2 villagers that Boss has managed to kill over
he's
here.
out.
And relatively, he hasn't lost a lot. And score is widening now and getting into Brit's favor.
Yeah,
And not only did he kill 2 villagers and idle his entire economy, he forced the entire Japanese army out of his base and back to his own base.
indeed. And now
Very nice
suddenly there
play.
is a very different dynamic because he doesn't need to rotate anymore. Because
Yeah,
if the Japanese doesn't come and defend his own TC, he's gonna lose it very quickly.
exactly. Exactly, but this is an incredible amount of Ashigarus right now. And now Japan can take a fight. Now Japan is not scared of these longbows anymore. And
Yeah.
you're not going to be able to run away from these Ashigarus. These Ashigarus are going to come in, they're going to close the distance, and they're going to shoot at
Wait.
everything that moves and breathes right now.
He's gonna.
Longbows
He's
are in the queue.
Yeah, he's gonna wait for that big longbow batch that is gonna come in. We can see putting the longbows at the back, gonna micro quite nicely there. He's waiting for a big pop. Don't forget the big pop. There you go. That's 9 longbows that are gonna come in. They pop at the
Yeah, but he
back of
needs
the
to
racks
fight.
though.
He needs to fight right
Yeah,
now because if those longbows are just gonna keep getting chased down by these Ashigarus, they're gonna lose more and more HP, and that's not gonna be smart for him. And well
ah,
enough
he's not.
by Turkey, he did back off very nicely. Yeah.
Yeah. And I am Turk. I think he's waiting for. Yeah, there you go. So he's gonna go into Japanese consulate at this point, very likely. He's gonna likely send the daimyo, and he's just gonna right click forward, make a big A click and just wipe the entire army. That's the way it seems to me. Um,
Yeah.
we'll see if I'm right or wrong, but I'm pretty sure. Can we stay on Japanese point of view for the next shipment?
I'm not liking one thing for Brit right now. Brit has not made any manor
Ashigaros.
houses in the last 5 minutes of this game.
Yeah, agreed.
He has not trickled any wood in. He's not expanded his eco, and Japan is already on 170 shrine points, and he's double producing Ashigaros with relative ease right now. Yes, he's being idled. Yes, his economy isn't as great as it could have been because of this idle, but when it comes to house booming, he's house booming quite nicely right now, and Brit isn't. And Japan has taken a score lead in this game.
Yeah, and the TC is repaired, so that threat of losing the TC is no longer there for Japanese. He can raid again basically because his TC is fully repaired, and we can see that's exactly what he's doing. I'm not sure though about the Ashigaru shipment. I feel like when you have 30 Ashigaru, adding 5 doesn't change much. But adding a daimyo that makes it so all of your Ashigarus have 10 or 15% more attack, I can't remember at the top of my head, is, in my opinion, way more impactful um,
Yeah,
than,
I
than
agree with
shipping
you
5
there.
more.
Or at least Ashi combat something that would
Yeah,
boost
or
the
Ashi
buff for
Combat,
Ashigaru.
or yeah.
If we can look over at the
Agreed.
Japanese side, if he even shipped Ashi combat yet, I don't think he did, right? No, he
He did,
did.
he did.
Okay, but he didn't ship the Daimyo. And Daimyo would have been much better, as you're saying. Right now, he's going in for the Japanese base again. He's trying to go for the throat, but Turk Turk has an advantage here, and instead of just again using the APM that he has, that we've seen him do in these last games, peel off 5 Ashi to the left, peel off 5 Ashi to the
There you
right,
go.
and oh, there we go. I spoke too soon because Turk is a mastermind. I forgot, and he is peeling off these Ashi, and he's going for the raids. Um, Once he's going to go start raiding Brit, and if he manages to take out 2, 3 villagers and really hamper that food eco for Brit, because as we can see, the entire left side of the map is barren right now. There isn't food left anymore. He's got
Yeah.
to resort to that right side again.
I mean,
Once
I
that
mean,
happens, Japan is in a phenomenal position because of his 170 shrine pop, and Brit doesn't have the manners to, have extra vills and really try and transition with the wood that he's got, or try and age up.
we
States
are
will
in
be
a
management based.
we are in that situation. Every hunt left on the map, and few villagers are gonna die there. Oh,
Yeah,
he
at least.
need one more damage to be able to
There we
kill
go.
those villager in one shot. But I was gonna say we
Oh,
are
he's
in.
not gonna kill the
Oh,
vill. Oh, he is that one
oh,
last. Oh,
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 there you go.
oh. Okay.
Barely,
He
barely.
almost got 3 vills there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very nice. Oh my God, Turk bought food to complete a batch. Let's go, Turk. I love you. Thank you.
And there
Oh,
we
that was
can
amazing.
see still trying to get under that TC. What I was going to say, we are in that situation, in which sure there are hunts on the map, but there are shrines that are guarding those hunts, and so you cannot actually get access to those hunts, which means that every time you try to access a hunt, those Ashigarus are gonna, pounce on your villagers. They are gonna come in and just devour your villagers, basically, and that's what's gonna happen
Yeah.
from now on. That's what Japan do. When they can play those long colonial, they starve you out of resources. You want to siege those shrines, and as you do,
Ooh,
the Ashigarus swoop in and kill villagers, kill pikemen, kill
there we go.
musketeers because of their
There we
mobility.
go. More Ashies are coming, and I don't like this play by Boss whatsoever. He is wasting valuable resources on Hussars. You either age up or you make more
Yeah,
musketeers in the scenario. You even
yeah,
add
I
a third
agree.
rep. You don't add Hussar because Ashigaru with Ashi combat and probably a daimyo at some stage in this long
Yeah,
H2 will maul Hussars and they will get zero value because you
I mean,
don't have a bigger mass. You don't have a mass where you can say, okay, 5 or 10 Huss are only there because I want to snare, right? Like Japan has a
se-
bigger mass than
76. Holy damn, boy! And still
you.
no daimyo. Still
And
no
Daimyo
daimyo.
is
Ah, it's
coming in.
coming. It's coming.
Coming in.
Ah,
There we go.
there you go.
Daimyo is
Right
coming
click.
in. He's going to be able to complete this batch as well. And now Japan can
Word.
just right click. There we
Yeah,
go. Right click. Big fight, line to line. Ashi versus Redcoat. There we go. The fight has started.
guys.
The Ashis are going to maul everything, especially with this Daimyo in behind. Look at how much he's buffing all of these units, and look at how many plus 10s we're seeing in comparison to plus 12s. He's pulling in the villagers as a last ditch attempt to try and save his army and try and soak up as much damage, but these villagers have all died before they've managed to say, God
Hey,
save the queen. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. I am Turk. It's not over yet. Turkish spirit
guys.
in him keeps him alive. And this series is 3-2, and we're going to a game 6.
Guys, I hope you appreciate that very delicate micro on the side of Japanese, which consists of doing A and click forward. Like that was it. He made an A click, and that was it. Holy
Oh my god.
moly!
Zed.
That's
There we go. Zed. Yeah.
Gaius, our production guy, is actually a Japanese player, so he. Ah,
Yeah. I'm also a
he's
big Musk
first
enjoyer,
player.
and that Zed button just looks so sexy every time I
Ah
click on
man,
it. Just
I have
arouses me.
I'm saying that, but I'm an I'm an Inca main, and so when you're playing K, it's basically the same thing. You have enough Shimus, you have enough Plume Spearman, you press Z forward, and you lay back, and you enjoy the show. Like that's what it is.
Exactly.
And guys, I am on that team as well. Very good game, I would say, by Japan. Not at no point did he panicked under the British aggression, and behind that, the Brit was just not booming enough with his mana, and
Yeah.
it really costed him. Can we see the ecograph, please, Gaius? There you go. And we can see. So I am Turk, Japanese. He was just behind. But the thing is, like, Japanese, they have so good, their units are so good, basically. Um, and also, like, he didn't lost a lot of units. He didn't lost a lot of shrines. So basically, every resource he invested was alive at the end of that game. While the resources invested by only boss, they died under the TC again and again and again. We can see all of those little waves, going down and up and down and up, while Japan was just massing, massing, massing,
Yeah.
massing, massing.
Yeah. Some very, very nice Musk abuse right there by our main man. I am Turk. I enjoyed that a lot. I relish Musk mirrors because they're way more intricate seem to make them. I really enjoy it. There's always a stalemate, and one decision could lose you the game. And I feel like the decision of not leaving 5 to 6 wheels on wood constantly, which is what you usually should do with Brit, has kind of cost only boss the game because he hasn't been able to trickle in that extra amount of villagers, that extra amount of manners. Which, as weird as it sounds, it could have allowed him to either transition more in H, or be able to macro harder, easier towards an H3. And once you get Falconets and veteran upgrades, yeah, then the Ashi are dead. But I don't know.
Yeah,
It just felt like it wasn't real by Mr. Baus there.
and
Felt like his early mask could have been better.
it's complicated to go into pure longbow, I would say, just because there is the threat of the Naginata switch, and just ashes are so mobile. If you get out mass, sure you have longbows, but if you are gonna lose the fight with longbows, since you cannot kite versus ashes, you are gonna lose your entire mass. So,
Yeah,
but the
definitely.
next game is ready. Central
Yeah.
lane.
Phew, this is look.
This,
Oh,
this,
oh, mon
this.
ami, mon ami, mon ami.
There you go. Ah,
Fais-le en français pour nous,
ah, ah,
s'il vous plaît.
ah, est-ce qu'on va voir une magnifique révolution? Voilà, c'est la question de cette partie. Allons-nous voir une révolution? Je ne suis pas sûr. That was the
Ouh là
French
là là
minute,
là.
guys. I hope you
Moi, je
enjoyed it.
suis chaud pour. Très chaud. Vraiment, vraiment.
But yeah, that's
This is
gonna be a
going to
fun
be
one.
absolutely beautiful. Mr. Kenobi, Mr. Gaius, Julius, Megas, whenever you're ready, I'm ready. And let's get into it.
And we're back, boys, with the best matchup that there is, because you know when you make French plus French, that's more French, more baguette, better matchups. That's all I have to say. Only Boss is gonna play red in the south, while I am Turk is gonna play blue in the north. Sheikh, do you agree with my statement and my perfectly accurate maths right there?
The only thing I would say, my friend, is that one person is going to give a baguette and the other one is going to eat a baguette in this game. And
I
I'm
agree.
that
running out of
that just sounds
baguette.
poetic
I
to me.
need more
I don't know
baguette.
what else to
Fuck
say.
me.
It just sounds like poetic justice in my.
So one of the big questions in the French mirror is who can do a 12-10? Who is gonna find the food treasure that is gonna allow them to do a 12-10, while the other guy has to do a 14-20? You know, like who is gonna be able to do the 20, the 12-10? That's the big question. Is any of our two guys able to get that food treasure? I don't think so. We can see on the side of I am Turk that he's not confident into finding that food treasure, so he's not macroing towards a 12-10. While on the side of I am Turk, he seems to be confident into going for a 12-10. So I am Turk taking the bet. Um, while so sorry, Only Boss taking the bet, while I am Talk is gonna stand on the 14-20 very likely.
Yes, by the looks of things. I like this more from Boss because on DE maps, France is stronger on DE because of the relative ease in in your ability to go for a 12-10 nowadays. But it doesn't actually look like we're going to see a 10. No, from Turkey, we're definitely not seeing a 12-10. We're going to see a
No.
14 because that Explorer from Boss has been able to deny, um, a lot of seconds from Turk. So
Yeah,
Turk isn't going to be able to find any food treasures. And sadly for him, he's going to age up 14-20.
yeah,
And I've spoken about this with Stereo earlier. Everyone knows Stereo, the loudmouth in the chat. But for all his loudmouth, he is actually very knowledgeable to France. And we kind of have come to a consensus that a slow 12-10 is still better than a 14-20.
do you think so?
Yes, yes, it's
Okay,
definitely better.
okay, interesting. We're gonna see if it's actually the case. I'm surprised that he didn't got that. It looks like me like he have forgotten about it, or he doesn't want to lose any villager second onto that. Wood treasure in his base, likely gonna go for it in transition, maybe. But yeah, okay. So you think that all of this idle time on the TC is actually valuable? I mean,
I mean, it's better. It's
you get the
better.
four CDBs faster as you reach colonial, right?
Not only that, you also age up like what is it, a full 30 seconds ahead of your opponent. A full
Yeah,
30 seconds ahead is,
is a
a
lot.
lot in a
Yeah,
mirror. It's really a
yeah.
lot in a mirror. And as we've seen from Turk, I want to say this because I want to be as unbiased as possible. I know people in the chat and a lot of people at home watching would happily wear their cutest set of lingerie and bend over whenever Daddy Turk says something. But sometimes you gotta give criticism what criticism is due. In this series, he has lost villagers left, right, and center, and I don't think that a villa advantage for Turk is going to be that detrimental for Baus if Baus just gets the better tempo and momentum.
We're gonna see. That's already like almost 30 seconds late here on the side of I am Turk compared to his opponent. He's gonna drop right on the dot though, exactly at 14. So good job by him at this point. And there you go. We can see the shipment. Um, I don't see ancient regime being sent on either side, so I guess both of them don't have ancient regime.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
turn off the stream. It's not interesting.
So yeah, guys. I'm out.
Goodbye.
Sorry.
Minshake and
We are
Kanoki, we're out. Yeah, no one's regime.
Come on, guys. Come on. That card is so busted. You don't even have to send it edge one, to be fair. Like, even as a card in transition to Fortress, it's gonna give you that 2000 XP later on, it gives you access to an excellent good unit. Like in a semi-fast fortress, it goes really well as well. But hey, as you were saying though, edging up faster means you get the CDB, sure, faster, but what you also get is the stable faster. So you get your first batch of SR faster. And as we said prior, of course, if you can complete that batch, and as we said prior, like there are specific kind of mirrors that can really snowball extremely fast, and cav mirrors tend to be matchups that snowball extremely fast. So
Yeah, that's
maybe
true.
I am Turk is gonna maybe go into a Rax in order to counteract the fact that he's slow. But if he does that, then he doesn't have the mobility for the next 5 minutes or so. So like that's a decision that is not like um, light to take. I want to say it costs you a lot to actually commit to a Rax instead of a stable. But we see a Rax, a defensive Rax on the side of Odlin Boss while going for a 12-10. At this point,
I
mate,
don't like it. I don't
yeah,
like
I
it.
don't like.
I don't like it at all. I think the advantage now is in Turk's court
Oh yeah, 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 100%.
because not only is he 2 vills up, yes, he is slower, but he's going to have the more mobile unit coming into the rest of this game, right? If he opts to go for Hazard, obviously, which I think he will. Um, and mobility is everything, especially in a mirror. And
Oh yeah.
musketeers, they're going to be used defensively. You can't use them offensively. You can't send 5 musketeers to go siege that TP because then you leave your base completely exposed. And as
Open.
you're already going to be behind on your opponent's villagers, losing 1 or 2 vills early on for boss could be deadly.
And remember, guys, like you might say, yeah, but you can get 2 batch of musketeer. Your opponent gets only 1 batch of SR, so you send 1 batch towards the TP and you keep 1 batch back. Yeah, sure, but 5 SR wins versus 5 musketeer with proper micro. So you cannot do that. You need to keep the 10 musketeers all packed together in order to get, that mass that is actually able to stop the SRs from getting 3 picks. By the way. Uh, Very simply, not by the way, quite simply. But yeah, we can
Yes,
see the 4
I want
CDBs.
to just say one thing, Stereo. I completely agree with you. People have started normalizing a 220 age up with a 1210, and I find that despicable, disgusting. These people should be put in online prison. Anywhere past 250 on a 1210 is a bad 1210. Point.
Hmm. Oh,
There
you
we go.
mean without any treasure, without anything, basically, like
You
you have.
have you
Yeah,
have to aim for a 1320, for a 1310 at almost every case, unless you get livestock on. And when you get livestock on the map and you go for a 1210, your 1210 has to be before 250 point. It's
yeah,
that simple. Anything after that is just bad. And
I agree.
really, 1420 is your last option, right? But if you see that your 1210 is going to be at like 230, no, just go for a 1420, please.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I agree on that. And we can see the first. Wait, that was a batch of 1 SR. Oh no 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 no! Oh, thank God!
For Hazards. Yes,
Thank God.
thank God, really.
Oof. Oh, mate. Hey, if you missed your first batch right there, that can really have big repercussion. But you see, guys, pushing the TP, okay, sure, but what are you gonna lose in your base? That's the big question right there.
Ah,
Maybe not
Mr.
that much.
Boss does not intend on going to H3 here. Mr. Boss
No.
intends on pushing this guy in H2. He's going to ship the 700 coin for
Can he catch?
pure.
Can he catch the CDB? Can he catch
He
the CDB?
can, he can, but the CDB will stay alive. But there is a
Oh!
there. Are, oh, there's a CDB on
Whoa!
the north that he is going to be able to catch. There we go. That CDB will probably go down if he focuses these Hussars. He doesn't have to be scared of the Musketeers just yet. If he gets that villager advantage, he's already in a very nice position. And there we go. 19
Two
villages for only
CDBs.
boss. Yeah, two
Two
CDBs
CDBs.
that he's managed to get. And if we look over to Turk, Turk has a significant advantage in villages right now. He's on
Yeah.
22. That is 33 villagers ahead in a mirror. And French villagers are better than regular villagers, as we all know. Turk very
Yeah.
nicely going back with the CDB. Not going to lose a single CDB to this push. Very, very smartly. If I'm him, I'm just taking those Zars right back to the French base.
I mean, he could, yes, he could indeed. Even if those two racks might be scary, to push into those 2 racks.
Oh, Minutemen coming in. What are we seeing in the French base right now? Is he going to try and fight the Zar and
I
Minutemen?
think
He
so.
can. He can. If those
Yeah.
Azars snare for a long enough time, these Azars are not low HP right now, except for one of them. That's already 2 Musketeers going down. Third Azar is going
Good.
to go and try and snare these other Musketeers. These Minutemen are running, trying to cover ground to take as much damage as they can on these Musketeers. Another Musketeer going down. Another Musketeer going down. Finally, one of these Azars has gone down. We're going to see Mr. Baus lose, what is it, 10 Musketeers for the price of
Yeah.
Minutemen and 3 Hussars. And those, let's not forget, these Hussars have already managed to get 2 CPs of their own. The value on these Hussars has been absolutely massive so far. And
Yeah.
we can see that reflecting. Or, my friend, the score is, for in a mirror, heavily in Iron Turk's favor.
Yeah. I wonder what is going to be the follow-up from AM Turk. Is he going to be edging up behind this? That could be a big mistake because we can see Only Boss is really committing into that H2. So I'm not sure like AM Turk needs to go H3 at this point. We can see that he's planting the
I
rack.
completely disagree with you
Oh,
because
you
there
think
is
he needs
nothing
to
in
go
queue.
H3 right there?
There is nothing in queue right now for Baus, and Baus's strat is really bad because he's going
Oh,
to
he
go
is going.
into,
Yeah. No,
he's
you're right.
already halfway up, and now he's panicking. He sees that he can't really do all that much pressure in H2, and he's macroing with his villagers without crates to go into
Okay.
H3. So he's going to follow up into H3
Yeah.
with worse units, way less eco, and about a minute later.
I thought he was way further away from edging up from actually clicking than it actually was. Like he was just ready to click. So yeah, sure. Click in that case if you already have the resources, you know. Like very
Yeah.
impressive timing here by AM Turk. My bad, I didn't saw that he had so much resources in the bank basically, ready to
Yeah.
edge up. A
I
very
am
nice
Turk
cap
already
semi right there, you know. What?
incredible Cav Semi, and the fact that he has managed to get so much value out of his Hussars and not overcommit to, like me, the noob, I would have made 10 Hus there because, duh.
No,
He's
but
already
exactly,
he's
exactly.
already getting his dragoons out. He's going to have so many more dragoons and so many more skirmishers so earlier out than Boss, plus having that eco advantage right. The only real advantage that Baus has over Turk right now is that TP. But let's not forget the
No,
kill XP that
he rebuilt.
he rebuilt the TP, awesome, and that kill XP that he got for killing all of these musketeers kind of makes up for the extra passer to
Yeah.
TP.
However, we can see that is it only boss? Yeah, we are on only boss camera, so he's gonna have 2 shipments as he goes into Fortress Age, which means he's gonna be able to have back to back and basically catch up in terms of mass from shipment. He's gonna be basically 1 or 2 batches from the stable and the racks behind, not much more. So it's not as dramatic as we could have thought because of the 2 shipments stacked back to back.
Yeah, but
Which is pretty good. And he's gonna opt for the cure.
he's gonna go for a
And
pure skirm. I like this, but you know what,
that's a
Kenoki,
lot of
I
goons.
would have
That's a lot of
I
goons.
would have liked this, when if he were at the same timing. And if he was going to have the same amount of mass as I am Turk has, but
Yeah.
he doesn't. Turk already has 10 Dragoons out before the game even started, in H3
Yeah.
at least. So
Like
this is not looking good right now, and we're seeing 2 Falconets being shipped. 2 Falconets is going to be so crucial, especially when we're seeing double racks production. Turk is playing this incredibly smart.
yeah. One of the reason like the cure are very risky here is that cuirassiers don't get any value as long as the fight has not started, if you see what I mean. So as long as it is a kind of a stalemate and people are looking at each other, the cure are not going to generate any value. While the dragoons, they can rotate on the map, they can try to pick off a few things, which can be more interesting. Also, they can tank a little bit during the skirmisher exchange with their range resist. We're gonna see, we're gonna see. But that's not true what I
Yeah.
say, because the cure can also tank. What I like though from Only Boss is that amount of skirmisher that he's training. Sure, there is a Falconet that is going to be coming on the other side, but if you go for cures, you need a lot of those skirmisher in order to push those dragoon back. So I
Yeah,
really
and he
like.
does have a lot of these skirmishers, but the the thing is strategy, right? I don't want to discredit Boss. Boss is an amazing player, very well done so far in this series, but he knows that mechanically he is quite lacking when it comes to Turk. So he doesn't have to try and go toe to toe with him. He has to try and out strategize him.
Yeah.
and he's not going to be able to win a micro fight with two units that counter each other. So he has the skirmisher advantage, but Boss is going to have falconets before him, right?
Yeah.
Excuse me, Turk is going to have
Turk.
falconets before him,
Mm.
and because he's going to have falconets before him, he's going to be able to, in a big fight, which eventually Turk can take with his better micro, he's going to be able to nullify that. And as we all know, France is a civ that heavily depends on initial mass. The remass after losing an initial fight is not as great as the remass is for a lot of other civs in H3.
Yeah.
AE Brit, AE Germany, AE Dutch. So this
I
really will go down to the micro of the two players.
I so he cancelled. He actually cancelled the Flicker. He's gonna go for the Dragoons instead. Um, and I would like to see two Falcons as well from him at this point. Um,
Ooh,
oh,
catching off
that's
these
a lot.
reinforcing skirmishers. Yeah,
Yeah,
wow, that's great for him.
that's bad. That's really
Very
bad.
nice. Very, very nice.
Oh,
Ah, but
oh, the Messiah.
uh,
The Messiah. Wait,
Turk
how
didn't
was?
focus. Yeah, he didn't focus the skirmishers. He should have just taken extra shot on the skirmishers and not risk his juke. There we go. He's going to lose more. Oh, nice. Every time
Two
I want to
Dragoons.
criticize this man, he comes back and does something extremely cool. Brings me out there like a fangirl. Honestly, this guy's
Yeah,
amazing.
we can
And
see.
there we go. One of the Rexes is already going to go down. Probably the second Rex is going to go down. We are seeing two Falconets being shipped by Boss right now. And he does have the bigger skirmisher mass. Where are all of these cuirassiers that he's been training?
He has not been training the Cuirassiers. He has cancelled everything and he has gone into Dragoons
That
instead.
is so bad. He's canceled the shipment that was almost there and a
Yeah.
batch that was almost there as well. And now he doesn't have the
There you go, two
superior
Falcons.
mass anymore. Okay, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. He is going to dive on
Boom.
these Falconets. He's going to try and get them. Big shots from Boss Falconets right there, taking out all
Oh, the
of
bounce!
this Minutemen and the Vills. Oh, yes, but there we go. No, everything is going back. These guys are very hesitant to take these big fights. They don't want to. They don't want to. Have a sword fight with these Falconets. They really want to preserve these masses, especially Turk, seeing that he's up to score. He knows he's ahead economically. He doesn't want to risk a fight that could decide the game in Boss's favor. He really wants to put the pressure on Boss and make Boss push him, especially knowing that Boss has more skirmishers than him. And if he loses that Falconet fight, he will be at the back foot. I'm just wondering, is Turk looking to do a big cuirassier switch at some point? Ooh, but these Falconets are lurking. Oh, it's okay. It's a 1-1. This wasn't that bad. But he's going to dive his dragoons in to try and kill that last falconet, and he has lost quite a lot of falconets in the process. And at the other end, Boss has managed to take down the falconet from Turk, and now Turk is a falconet less than Boss. That was a very, very nice micro. He barely lost any dragoons in that exchange as well. Now he's got a falconet up. He's got more skirmishers than his opponents. Yes, he is quite lacking when it comes to the dragoons, but the dragoons really aren't that big of a deal right now when it comes to the overall compositions of both armies,
Cuirassiers.
except for if Mr. I Am Turk is going to do the classic predicted French move and he's going to go for a heavy calf switch. This is looking
Yeah.
beautiful. If he manages to somehow get a 5 batch of cuirassiers out here and he manages to just right click and smack everything in, there's no reason why Turk shouldn't win this game.
Yeah, I fully agree. Because like we were talking about that scrum mass that was better on the side of Only Boss, but that's not true anymore. Now it's on the side of Iron Turk. So he's gonna find the CDBs right there. Postgun are gonna have an hard time killing CDBs, but actually in 2 shots they are gonna do it. But wait, those CDBs are gonna turn. They are gonna kill 1 Dragoon, maybe 2 Dragoons actually, maybe a 3rd Dragoon. And this site is not as good as it may seem. Sure, you get a few CDBs, but the game is gonna get decided in the next fight, basically. Like in
I
2 minutes,
mean,
this game
not
is
really,
decided,
my friend,
maybe.
because if you look at
No?
the 35 villagers that I Am Turk has, if you switch over to our only boss, look at the amount of villagers
Oh,
he has.
29 only?
He's got 6 less villagers. Now, 6 less
Oh,
CDB, that is really bad because the rematch from only boss after a fight, depending on how the fight will go. If boss manages to completely crush a fight, then yes, he wins the game. But if he trades and the trade only goes slightly bad for Turk,
yeah.
Turk has a better rematch than boss. But ooh, this is gonna hurt. A lot of fire going out on these dragoons, somehow not killing a single dragoon. But all of these dragoons, excuse me, are now very, very low. Those
There we go.
cuirassiers, look at those boys. Ah, I'm gonna
Damn.
curse. Fuck, I love these boys. I love
Yeah,
them.
yeah,
The
yeah.
right click ability.
Oh,
And he's just gonna smash
he's
it in,
just
and the
going in.
skirmishers are going forward. Yeah, there we go. But 8 cuirassiers on the other
Oh,
side coming in for Boss as well. Skirmishers are firing on
Falconet!
the Falconet, and the Falconet is what is the Falconet doing? It hasn't gotten any value so far in this game. And the cuirassiers have completely pounced. And there we go, Turk with his better micro now positioning his dragoons in a way better position right now than Boss. And all of these skirmishers from Turk are taking down the Dragoons on the other side. Still 2 cuirassiers left. Okay, they have died right now, but the Dragoon mass from Turk is completely intact and a lot of low HP skirmishers left on the other side for only boss. And Turk could just keep on pressing his advantage right now. And as we see, look, the remass is not as big. He's queuing only one skirmisher. Whereas on the other side, if we're going to look at I Am Turk, Turk is shipping Cav Combat, training a cuirassier and a skirmisher right now. His remass
yeah,
ability is incredibly better than what Bowser's remass ability is.
I agree there. Oh, that was a few villagers right there that just got down. So at
Ooh,
least the six
yeah.
villager advantage is now only three. But like
2 even. Wow, very nice raid.
two,
But these
yeah,
cursors
yeah.
are going to get caught out by the Dragoons. And ooh, a misclick right there by Turk attacking the monkeys, and the monkeys are going ham
Let's
on
go,
the
monkeys!
skirmishers. Ooh, he's
Let's
not
go,
even
Mother
focusing
Nature.
the monkeys. He just wants to get down these cuirassiers. And that's 2 cuirassiers.
Killing
I don't
two.
know if losing 2 cuirassiers is worth 2 CDs. Because cuirassiers at the end of the day are a 300 resource unit, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I am Turk clearly in the lead at this point. What is the move from Onlybaus behind this? We can see he is batching 5 cuirassies after 5 cuirassies. Onlybaus is trying to do the same. The only issue is he has to remass those skirms and those goons at the same time, which is not the case for I Am Turk. I Am Turk still has a good mass, he still has a skirm mass, so he can just focus 100% onto those big cure.
And let's not forget the very big difference in Turk
Cavalry
right now.
combat.
Cav Combat is in
Yeah.
for I Am Turk. I Am Turk wants to take a fight right now. If he looks at the statistics of the opposing Dragoons and the Cuirassiers, he will see that his Cav Combat is going to buff his units considerably better than what
Yeah.
the units from Only Boss are going to be. Another CDB going down right there for Only Boss. That's another little bit of advantage that he's going to get in his economy. He is able to shoot these CDBs because he has more skirm than his opponent. He doesn't have to be scared in the skirm trade, right? And there we go. The Cuirassiers are going to try and come in just to soak up a lot of damage from these skirmishers from his opponents. Only Boss, excuse me. So confusing to switch over between I
Yeah,
am
yeah.
Turk and Only Boss. I want to say I am Boss and Turk, but it doesn't work like that. And there we go. Big fight is kind of being forced right now by Turk. He's not letting up. He's not playing this kiting game. He's like, boy, let's throw hands. And he's really going forward for it. More skirmishers going down
Hey,
on the side of I am of Only Boss. These dragoons are coming closer. You know, dragoons may be countered by skirmishers, but if the skirmishers are in lower amount, they can really do a lot of damage. And oh, he's about
Otto,
to jackpot, ladies and
yeah.
gentlemen. He is going to now be able to force a fight because all of these CDB are on that coin mine, and a couple of swings from these cuirassiers can really put them at low HP and really not make them as good of a tanky unit anymore for this big fight upcoming. And regardless of the outcome of this fight, already so many villagers have gone down. Look at the splash damage effect on these cuirassiers. They've done such an amazing job, and now he's just going to kite back after all this damage that he has done. Very smartly, doesn't want to take
Wait,
this fight because he knows that he's killed a million villagers right now. And
but
France,
those CDBs
French,
once more, they are still pushing towards the front. The Cure are turning back. We can see the
I don't know
reinforcements.
why. I
Five
don't know
more Cure,
why.
five
Oh
more
my
Cure.
god.
But
5 more cuirassiers are coming
go
in from the north,
in!
and now it's time to go in. There we go. Cuirassiers going out on the skirmishers right there, focusing right now with his own skirmishers, the dragoons on the other side, and the dragoons that. Oh my god, I can't even talk anymore. He's just completely
Yeah,
wrecked them. I don't
that's
even know what to say. I want to keep this interesting. Let's not lie, but this isn't
let's
interesting anymore. He's
go.
completely bent him
CDBs.
over. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Man,
This
so
is a
many French.
bend over.
Yeah. Like we have all seen, like the French Revolution was bloody, but this was way worse. Like I have to say, oh, by the way, exactly the same amount of skirmishers have been trained on both sides. Sorry, but what a massacre at the end.
Oh my god.
46,
Oh my
exactly
god.
46. Um, but look at that massacre at the end. Holy moly, those two catch on the villagers, on the CDBs. That final one, insane, insane.
And I have only one thing to say after this game, Kenobi.
Tell me.
Ladies and gentlemen, and whatever is in between now. We are going to a motherfucking game 7.
Let's go.
We are
Let's
going
go.
to a game 7. And you know what, Kenobi? I promised a sexy stream. Promised a sexy stream.
We do have a
Turk
sexy
promised
stream.
me a sexy stream. This is more than a sexy stream. All right. This is a
This
stream that can seduce world leaders. This is a stream where presidents will share information about. This stream is that sexy,
it
and
is that
I'm all up.
sexy.
It is
Like
that sexy.
it is so sexy. Your camera is getting more
It
blurrier and
is.
blurrier by the minute.
It is. Oh my god! It's. You would
Damn.
think that it's just because my camera is shit. No, it's not. It's
Nah,
the
nah, nah,
heat
nah, nah.
that my body is just extorting all over the room right now. I feel like I'm in a sauna. And I am Turk has really pulled the series out of the fire. He was down
Damn.
3-1, and he kind of looked over and done because Boss really took the momentum in both of his hands, and okay, I know I can take this. I know I can win this. Winning that game 3-1, winning that Spain versus Germany game really gave him the momentum and the confidence. But Turk said, you know what? My main civs are yet to come. His main civs came, and his main civs are very scary.
Just shake. If you hear a very loud sound, very high up, it might be your alarm telling you that something is burning in your apartment. Just
Yeah, it's probably my
be
heat.
sure.
Oh my god,
Be-
this
Stay
is
safe, mate. Stay safe.
this is something that is absolute, amazing, and I am extremely sad that I look like a portrait of someone who has taken this picture in the 1920s. Uh, these early, when
Hey,
you go to a museum and you see like a picture of a person, like fucking, I look like Otto Bismarck right now. But
hey,
regardless, don't focus on me. Focus on the game. From what we hear from Mr. Gaius Julius Megas, we already have a matchup, and on out, I need a haircut. Yeah, and we
India
just fixed
versus
that.
Dutch. It's gonna be on the final map. If I'm correct, it's Beijing, so it's a map without any trading post. That's why we are seeing India and Dutch right there. India though, they like the trading post because it gives them that villager, with every shipment. I don't think there are any. Is there livestock on Beijing? I'm not sure if there is livestock on Beijing. Maybe that's a way to get some XP, but it's not that good to be fair, those sacred cows. So I don't think we are going to see that at all. We'll
Do you
see.
want to hear a little exciting secret, my friend?
Tell me, tell me, tell me.
India is I Am Turk's third main.
Damn.
Yeah, so we are in for a show, and Bengal is the map.
Yeah, yeah, Bengal.
Beautiful.
Sorry, not Beijing. My bad, my
Beijing, Bengal, the motherfucking moon. I'll be there for this game 7 regardless. If we're ready, Gaius, you Vegas, give us the green light. And Mr. Kenobi, you sexy French bastard, take us away.
Let's go. Guys, last game of the day. Not of the day. Maybe there's a series behind. I'm not sure. But last game of this series, that's for sure. Only Boss versus I Am Turk. Who is gonna win? On the red side, on the blue side, actually. We are on the blue side first. I Am Turk playing as the Indians. Um, and on the right side, Only Boss playing in the red as the Dutch. Shake. What do you have to say about this matchup?
What do I have to say about this matchup? India have home court advantage, and I feel like developers have done a cute little thing where civilizations that play on maps that are named after, for their homes. Example, Port is incredibly OP on the map Portugal. India is good on Deccan, and it's also very good on Bengal. There are no trading posts. There's a lot of livestock that they can get for extra XP. Um, yeah, this is looking like a matchup that has historically been quite 50-50, right? It's more or less India trying to go for this more conservative and economic Karnimata, and then transitioning into an H3 more Gurkha not Sora. What's the name of that? Zambarak. There we go. Zambarak composition. And in a skirm goon fight, I am Turk. When you have every religion has this legend of the creation of Earth or the creation of whatnot. At the creation of skirm goon, I am Turk wasn't present. He was one of the founders. So when you are telling me that Iron Turk is going to have to scrim good against someone else, you bet you that my money is going to be on Iron Turk.
Damn. He was one of the first Titans. Is that
Yeah,
what you're telling
exactly.
us? Damn.
Exactly.
Legends are being made right now, guys, between I Am Turk and Only Boss. The big question for me in that matchup is, are you on the side of the coin or are you on the side of the wood? That's basically what it is about this matchup, you know.
I
One
can
is
tell
the
you one
unique
thing.
coin.
My wood is very excited right now for
Ve-
this game, and I would pay
ve-
a lot
I
of coin, a lot of
w-
coin to watch this series again.
but yeah, as we can see, a lot of coves going actually on the side of Dutch and not on the side of the Indians right there. So quite a little mistake, honestly, in the early game, not to go for those cows, not to get that XP, that trickling XP. I guess did he got none?
He
He
got
got
no cows,
oh,
yeah,
there is
so
still
far.
one in the bottom, but once again, Dutch is going straight for that cow, and we have a co enjoyer and we have a non-co enjoyer. You know, that's what it is.
I mean, respect Harrison's mother right here. Keep it PG-13, boys.
Yep.
Cow lives matter. And yeah, I don't know how India has not managed to take a single cow so far in the game. And
Yeah.
the start is looking very good for Boss because India at the end of the day can't benefit from a boosted XP rate if they get no cows, and Dutch can definitely benefit from extra livestock to build their banks faster. So
For
far this
sure.
age one, even though India has gotten some very very nice treasures when it comes to the wood and whatnot, I would say this has definitely been in favor of only Boss.
Yeah, I feel like what I saw is that the both of Indian Explorer got busy with treasure straight away, and I feel like on a map with livestock, that's something that you don't want to do usually. You want to get the livestock and then come back to your treasures and make sure you gather the treasures afterward. Maybe that cow that is slowly crawling towards the base is gonna get spotted out by the Indian Explorer, but not even because he stopped moving. So we can see the Carnimata going down, while on the side of Dutch, we are likely gonna edge up with the quartermaster, I believe. Yeah, as always, quartermaster, we're gonna see the first bank during the transition period. Then he's gonna edge up, maybe plant a second one down with the quartermaster. Quartermaster wood, and maybe send 700 wood in order to plant two more and then go into Castle Age, since he sees there is no aggro fort basically.
Yeah, he sees there isn't a dagger fort. Standard Cardimata gameplay. I love this. What I'm seeing, Turk. You really want to get that Cardimata out and going. There's no real point in getting all of that aggression against Dutch, especially when Dutch has got all that livestock. They can
Yeah.
invest heavier into units. It's not such a big problem for them to, pivot into Hussars or extra pikemen to help them out on top of the skirmishes that they already get. So this is looking like it's going to be geared for an H3 gameplay. Now, I don't know how adapted Mr. I Am Turk is to the current meta, but definitely if he knows about it, he should make some rash moves in H1. Just to, pressure a little bit of that bank,
Yeah.
pressure a little bit of the houses, try and raid a little bit. They're very good raiders. They have high melee. They're basically a little bit better than rods, even though they cost more. Um,
Rajputs, you mean? Yeah,
Rashput,
because
yeah, yeah.
yeah, I agree. I agree.
So I am not very sure how this game is going to go at the moment because it's too early to tell. But then again, as we said, the All Father of Skirm Group, I'm not gonna bet against him.
Yeah, yeah. And on top of that, we can see he's having just immaculate macro at this point. He's gonna get his second bundle from Vegap. Then he's shipping 700 wood. Is he gonna go for two more banks straight from the 700 wood? I mean, his opponent is not even H2. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to greed to the fullest. But he can also play it safe, and keep some of that 700 wood in order to get um, his production building, an house, on top of one more bank. We're gonna
Yeah,
see.
and if we're looking at the base building from Dutch, it's way more satisfying, way better than the base building from Turk when he played Dutch, right? Because you
Yeah,
look at where he's placing his banks. He's placing his banks really in between those trees, causing all of that pathing issue right there.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
not just placing them body, Turk did like a meme the other game. But I'm expecting the other banks to go in between the next two batches of trees in front of the TC and really
Okay.
providing a pathing nightmare for
And,
India, all while simultaneously being defended by the TC.
and once again, create that little pocket, that you
There we
want.
go. He puts
We
the
can see.
market
There
there.
you go. The market there. Yeah, I really like it. The third bank is going at the back to make sure that he's not getting raided from that angle. So I really like this. One of the few things that is not really good for Dutch on this map is the fact that you have only one coin mine in your base. The second coin mine you have to move out the same way other civilization have to move out for hunt. So that might play a little role, but I'm not sure. And we can see a stable here being placed by the Indians. Are they gonna go for some kind of a semi with some cav? I'm not sure.
A
I
Soar
don't think
Semi
it,
FF looks absolutely. It sounds puke invoking. It sounds absolutely diabolically disgusting. But in
but
this case, it can work.
yeah, I mean, it's completely naked on the side of Only Boss. Like the guy, he's as hot as we are, and he's just enjoying life right now. Just he's booming, he's greeting as much as he can. We can see a
Yeah.
Rax going down, which I like. Maybe we're gonna see a few pikes, maybe a few skirmisher, but at least he has the option to do both.
Can our amazing producer, Mr. Gaius Julius Megas, and I cannot say Gaius, I cannot say Julius, and I cannot say Megas, I have to say the full name every time because it's so scrumptious. Can you please look at Only Boss's perspective, check his line of sight, and see if
Yeah,
he has been able to scout that Caravanesi on the inside? He has not, so probably anticipates that, oh, he has, and he still decided to opt for a barracks. That is
or Rax.
interesting. Why would he
I mean,
go for pikes then and slow himself down? Why not just make a couple of hussars? If he would want to make any units in H2.
um, maybe because he's not gonna make any units in H2. Like
That
he's
could be a
that
thing.
confident.
I mean,
I feel
yeah,
that looks like.
there is quite a big proximity from one end to the other, especially with that big cliff in the middle separating the two TCs.
Yeah,
So
but I think he's
yeah,
feeling really good. He's gonna use that 600 wood shipment in order to add his fifth
I
bank.
mean, he's not, guys. He's not making Zams. He's making Soars. Everyone keeps saying Zam, potential Zam. There are no Zambaraks out on the field right
I mean,
now.
I
There
mean,
are
if
no
your
units
opponent,
anyways. He's going to go
yeah,
H3. So yeah.
and if the first thing that your opponent is training are Zambaraks, let me tell you, you have nothing to be afraid as Dutch. Like really, because I mean, Zambaraks, how are they gonna kill a villager or siege anything? Like
I mean,
that's not
yeah, he
happening.
was. It's like people in the chat are making me confused and making me look like an idiot. Like this guy was making SOARs and they're like, why would he make his SOARs against Zams? Well, he's not making Zams. He's making SOARs. Why would he ever go with a Zam semi FF? That sounds so random.
Yeah. We can see Julian K just trolling in the chat. What would you turn unit if you can get countered? Yeah, exactly.
I have
Basically.
no idea. I have no idea what people are talking about right now. There are no Zams in production. If your
However,
opponent makes SOARs, it's better to just make Husk because it's just in your macro rather than make an extra batch of pikes. But anyways, I'm gonna stop about
re-
that. This cast has
really
been
good
amazing,
military scout. Yeah.
and
Really
I'm
good.
not gonna fall for these troll traps in the chat. These people don't deserve it. I'm having a lot of fun here, and there we go. Dutch is almost halfway up, making a batch of skirmishers right here, getting a stable down. He's already on 5 bags. Dutch is looking phenomenally amazing. Great,
Um,
enjoying life.
yeah, he's having the best day of his life at this point. Like
Yeah,
seriously,
yeah.
at this rate, he might even go for an FI. Now I'm I'm trolling. He's training those skirmisher, but like yeah, enjoying life. Just that's the dream right there for Dutch. You go
There
to
we go.
Fortress Edge on 5 banks. You ship 1,000 wood. Absolutely
Yeah,
zero pressure coming your way. We are at 8 minutes 30 in the game. Like is that treaty or something? Because like
yeah.
he's enjoying his best life right now.
Oh my god, the stream sniping accusations. Guys, everyone knows that I only stream snipe Lion, and Lion doesn't play India and he doesn't make cabs, so it's not applicable to this scenario. Please contain yourselves. Keep your panties in a bunch right here,
I mean,
gentlemen, because let's be realistic, there are no ladies in an AoE3 stream, unless it is Spanky the Amazing Woman that she is, but and Melamala from time to time. I also
and we
love her
can
a lot.
see the Reuters starting to be massed. So we have already 10 skirmish on the field, 5 Reuters. Need to be careful about that mount, not to lose those 10 skirms to one mount. That would be sad. But those Reuters are slowly coming in. And
Yeah,
yeah,
we're
British
seeing a
allies.
British consulate right now. Not for say for the musketeers. I think it's more for the HP on the units. Gurk is coming in. We're probably going to see Vet Gurkhas. There we go. Vet Gurkhas is being researched right now. Couple of Reuters out on the field. Couple of skirmishers. That one big beefy Mao, so amazing, doesn't he?
Yeah,
Mahouts are one of my most hated units in the game because whenever I play against Mahouts, I get completely demolished, and whenever I play with
wait.
Mahouts, they feel like the clunkiest units on planet.
Okay, can I use this downtime to share a story from one of my games a few days ago?
Definitely, we still have time until anything will happen.
Imagine you are playing a 3v3. You are playing USA, you know. You are starting to expand on the map with your Russian blockhouse and stuff. And you are in a 3v3. It's a team game. And you have your opponents that are playing Dutch, India, India. And the first guy playing India ships his mounts and they come as 3 people in your base. You push them back. And then the second guy ship his mount and they come back into your base. And this time
Yeah,
I don't survive. Mates, I was fuming. I was
that
fuming
sounds
at my level.
like a standard
Ah,
AoE3 experience, my friend.
there you go. There you go.
Standard AoE3
And
experience.
meanwhile, they were stealing my hunt at the back of my base instead of expanding on the other side of the map. I
Those
swear.
thieves.
I swear.
Absolute thieves. There we go. Mansablarger coming out here. Some Zamburex on the field. We are seeing the classic on both sides. Scores were looking really nice for Dutch. Scores are equalizing right now. India is really not bad, especially with that Karnimata. Scores are almost similar. I suppose there are a lot of market upgrades on the side of India right now, but you don't really see Dutch just aimlessly walking around in the middle of the map with all the freedom in the world, while India is just sitting in peace and booming, right? Veteran Zambrex coming out right now as well. More villagers are being queued. Another 5 batch of Gurkhas as well behind this. British intervention. British. What is it called again? That British
British company.
Expeditionary Company. That is. Ah,
That is long
sucker
to
for
say.
names. I'm
That's for
I'm
sure.
an absolute sucker for titles and names like that. The British Expeditionary Company just makes me feel like I'm a very ugly man with very white skin and very yellow teeth, exploring a part of the world where people don't want me. That's what it makes me feel like.
One question I had is how much villager is a bank worth? How
Four,
many village? 4.
four,
Okay,
around about
because
four. Yeah,
one thing is like
I mean four
clearly
Dutch bills. Yeah,
yeah, because clearly at this point Dutch is far ahead in eco, but as the game goes on, you know you're gonna have more shipment, meaning more
they're not
villager.
that
If you
far
don't
ahead
lose
though.
any, ay, ay,
Yeah,
ay, 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 ay,
that was
ay.
a very nice shot for Baus. Very
Boom!
nice split there to killing a second villager, but they're not as far as you think economically because India has
I
a
agree.
lot right now and a lot of market upgrades Dutch still doesn't have. But one thing that Dutch is ahead in, Dutch has a lot more
Army.
military mass out on the field right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and these Gurkha, they still don't have their royal green jackets. Which is this? No, this is the British East India Company shipment, right? Where yeah, this is the British East India Company. That's already one buff for the Gurkhas. With the Royal Green Jackets, then they will be better than the Dutch skirmishers, especially with that men's mix, which is very difficult to snipe. So I think I am Turk is probably going to try and wait for that until he takes a fight.
I think yeah, I am talk he's gonna wait for the big mouths, he's gonna wait for the infantry combat. Like I don't think like he's in a bad spot, to be fair, on the side of
Nice raid.
I'm Turk. I don't think that's a bad position to be in, you know. Um as India. Sure it's not comfortable because you're in your base and you're gonna have to push out in order to access resources. We can see
Another villager
one
dying
more
right
villager
there.
going down,
Oh,
two more
another
villager going
another
down.
beautiful split right here by Baus.
Beautiful.
Baus really on his game right here.
French kiss, you know, like perfect,
Yeah.
perfect, perfect, right there. Michael,
Well,
wait,
but we
a
all
lot of
know
villager
that
up the north. A lot of villager up the north. Are the British expeditionary company gonna catch them?
just say
No,
the
they are
Brit
not.
must.
Ooh,
Just make it
yeah, the Brit
easier.
Max. Yeah. It was hard
Yeah.
to say. Holy moly, what a tongue twister right there.
We all know that Gigaruga would have already been H5 right now. like him. So please don't disrespect his name right here on the stream. Let these players play their game. There we go. We're going to have the first engagement of this game right now. The Mahout is
Mahout.
closing in right now, but the Reuters are there. Mahout is just tanking a couple of shots and going back. All the while, these British Musketeers are fighting off the Hussars in the north. They're not taking very good trades because of these Minutemen as well, killing a lot of these British Royal Musketeers. Oh, Royal Musketeers. Oh my God, these Brit Musks. There we go. But at this stage, if we look at the stats, if we compare it, 162 HP and 20
Wait.
attack on these Dutch skirmishers, the Gurkhas
No.
are better right now. Gurkhas on 174 and 22. The Gurkhas are massively better than the Dutch skirmishers right now. And there isn't really a
Yeah.
mass advantage anymore for the Dutch because of that nice pick off, that one Mahout that was tanking so much damage. And these Gurkhas could take a lot of skirmisher shots on these opposing uh, Dutch skirmishers. So the military has kind of been equaled out.
As Gay has just pointed out, like there is a shipment coming, and that shipment you can see that is stacking a ton of coin. So we are
Yeah.
very likely to see some Bosniaks coming into the game right now. Is he gonna click on the Bosniaks?
Big
If
cap
that's
switch
not,
potential.
yeah, if that's not a mercenary shipment, then I don't know what your macro is all about.
Yeah, is he gonna ship something? No, he's shipping what? He's shipping 5 Haas? You've got Bosniaks in deck, my man. He's
What
teched
the
Vet
heck?
Haas, I guess, but like you're already mismacroing so heavily. Just ship the Bosniaks. There's barely any Zambaraks on India side of the map. If we're gonna look at the Indian army, yeah, there's not nearly enough Zambaraks to handle all these Vet Musk and Bosniaks right now. I mean, 5 Haas can do a world of damage right here as well, anyways, right? But Bosniaks would just be a nail in the coffin for the next fight, you would think.
Yeah, I really don't understand this decision. Like five
Yeah.
us at this point, it is, in my opinion, very low impact. I mean, it's gonna have impact because there are not that many Zemburaks. I don't think those Zemburaks are carded as well in order to get +1.
No.
I think they can get more multiplayer for cards against Evicav, if I'm correct. But yeah, I don't see how 5 Morasa are gonna be more impactful than the Bosniaks right there.
I mean, these Hussars are still going to do an absolutely amazing job. What
Oh,
are we
of
seeing right
course.
there for Dutch? An artillery foundry. Are we going to tech into some Falconetch? Are we going to see an M Falc classic right here? Because if
Want to
yes,
go?
my pants are already wet right now as they are with all
Yeah.
the dust out of the field because I'm a big enjoyer of right click. I'm
Do you
getting
want
wetter
to
and
go
wetter
into
by the moment.
Falconet now against India?
I mean, India is not expecting any. They're not expecting any artillery because there was barely any scouting on the field. So yeah, you could definitely take into Falconets. That will equalize out the skirm disadvantage. But
So let's see. Let's see. Does
I
this mean
mean,
that?
if we say one
No.
other thing, he could have shipped Bosniaks and followed it up with a church card and then made Stratiots, and they would have been more effective than Falconets in this case. But
Yeah.
Falconets are also going to do a mighty fine job, and so far this is looking very heavily favored for Mr. Only Boss.
He's gonna have a free Falconet batch basically. So the big thing is those 3 Falconets as they come out, they need to do big damage right here, right now, as soon as they pop out. Because if another shipment comes out for India, suddenly those Falconets have zero value, zero, like the
Yeah.
real one, with a bubble.
Zamb
So
attack coming in as well right now
yeah,
for India, like another unit of Brit Musks, but these Musks aren't going to do all that much damage right here because they're in too low numbers and there's way too much heavy cav out on the field for Dutch right now. If we're gonna look at the Hazard count, what is there, like 20 Hazards out on the field right now?
yeah,
Like it's a very big number of Hazards. Yeah, there we go. 27 Hazards out on the field. Uh,
that's a lot.
Dutch Explorer
That's
getting
a lot.
picked off. Very nice, but he knows the positioning of the army right now. He is dragging his Falk slowly across the muddy fields of Bengal right now, trying to get into position for a big fight. Currently, just sniping away with these skirmishers against the Gurkhas, trying to force out the Indian army a little bit more forward. This Mahout is coming forward just to tank a little bit more damage with those two very annoying elephants. He's kind of forgetting about his Falconets, which
Get the
full
folks.
forward
Yeah.
right now. Yeah, another shipment in queue for Dutch. I think this has to be Cap Combat, right? No second thoughts
Yeah.
about shipment should be. There we
Have
go. Cap
combat.
Combat is going to come in. Cap Combat is going to beef up both the Reuters and the Hussars. And there really isn't enough Zambaraks out on the field to counter all of this. There really isn't. Especially with these Falconets. If the Falconets can take care of
Oh
these
damn.
these Gurkhas, then the skirmishers can solely focus all over these Zambaraks and really hamper them and decrease their numbers and diminish them so that the Hazars could just finish off the infantry.
Okay, can I be super picky right there on the gameplay? I think revealing the Falconet right now when you are
This is
waiting for
bad.
the cavalry shipment is bad.
Oh my god,
But that's
Falconets
a
are
good
so
shot.
bad, man. Look at this. There's such a bad unit. 3 Falconet shots did not manage to kill 1 Gurkha.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Falconets are horrible in this game.
Quite a lot of damage though. So the next volley is gonna do quite a lot more. But the problem is the shipment is gonna come from India with his next batch very likely, and we are gonna see the CJD. Unless he doesn't have the food for it.
He's not
Doesn't
really
have.
macroing for Siege Ali from the
Yeah.
looks of things. And he
He's
doesn't know that there's that many Hazars out
wait.
there as well.
Maut. Maut.
Mahout is getting
Maut
a
doing
lot of
some
damage
bomb.
done. This Mahout has already done more damage than these Falconets have done. That one
Yep.
Mahout. Look at
And
how many low
it
HP
keeps dealing
skirmishers there
damage.
are. Yeah,
It
and
keeps
he's
dealing
not killing
damage.
it. It's not killing
There
him.
you
And
go.
like the Mahout died, yes, but he took down like what 3 skirmishers and put like 7 of them at really low HP. This was incredible value from that Mahout.
I fully agree. This mount should never have that much impact on the game. And we can see that those Falconets are slowly crawling forward. One of the big things, though, is that as he crawls forward, it is exposing the Indian villager on the south. And we can see the siege elephants are finally coming. So, yeah, those Falconets, they are not long for this world. He needs to do damage right here, right now with those Salks. He
Yeah,
needs
I
to
don't know
take
what
the fight.
Boss has been waiting for, man. He's been waiting for such a long time. He's got such an impressive mass. All he had to do was right click, but his right click is not going to be as effective anymore because now the amount of Zambraks on the field is way larger, and there's a lot of good Gurkhas out on the field. They can, like, now he has a substantial advantage over the Dutch player, especially with him not being able to finish his last bunch of
Yeah.
skirmishers there. Oh, that was really bad.
Oh,
Missing that batch. Very nice raid over there on these villagers, but we can't miss out on this big fight happening right now. Hazards are going in. Zambaraks are not really paying attention right now. I don't really know what they're
finally.
doing, but Zam's very nice screening for these skirmishers going back. A lot of Hazards lost a lot of HP there. Scores are still very heavily favored in Klaus's his camp, but I mean, once those siege elephants hit the deck and once he can really take a fight, it's all depending on that big
It's
fight and
already
that
too late.
micro.
It's already too late. Like the
Yeah.
siege elites are there. Those falconets, they maybe killed what eight Gurkhas. If at least he was looking at the
Oh,
bottom
Bosniaks are
side,
coming in right now, but they're coming in so late, man. They're coming in so late.
yeah,
So many Zambraks have already been masked by the time that the Bosniaks are gonna, hit the field. And now Gurkhas are just so much better than Skirms, and they're in such a much bigger mass. There we go. Look at how many Skirms every volley is killing from these Gurkha. They have way better attack. They have way better HP. Dutch hasn't invested a single card into his skirmishers so
I think Omnibus is very tired at this one because he's really not connecting the dots. And by that I mean, where is India getting resources at this point?
yeah,
There is only one position in which he can, and that's the south. And he
definitely.
hasn't scouting the south in the last 5 minutes, it seems. And
Oh my
his
god.
army is exactly where it needs to be to collapse on those villagers.
More Hazards just getting peeled off from the main army, losing more. Oh, very good
Oh,
fucking
nice.
shot. Very nice there, taking a lot of HP and also killing Gurkhas in the meanwhile, and also killing that Mansabdar. I don't know if I am Turk has noticed that. Yeah, he's not retraining his Mansabdar right now, and you really, really, really want that Mansabdar before the big fight. Siege is taking a
Boom!
very nice volley off of one of those Falconets. There we go. One of the Falconets has already been neutralized. 2 other Falconets are remaining in the fight right now, but 2 Falconets not as good as 3 Falconets.
Oh!
But those Siege might get caught right now because of bad pathing, but thankfully they managed to just back off in time. And let's hope that I Am Turk has the insight to retrain that Mansabdar Gurkha before the big fight starts. Let me see. Is this a Mansabdar Gurkha being trained right now?
Nah, it's the Zumberax.
It is,
Oh,
it
yeah,
is, the
yeah, yeah.
Mansabdar Gurkha. Thank God he's making that Mansabdar Gurkha before that big fight. Bosniaks have hit the deck. They are going to come in. But again, Boss is. He feels like Boss of the first and second game where he's so undecisive. He's not making it, staying in an area where he is very exposed, at the end of the day.
Connect the dots. Where is he
Exactly.
gathering from? Where is he gathering from? Stop trying to win the game. Try to make sure your opponent cannot keep massing. And at this point, I
Exactly.
feel like he's trying to win the game, but you shouldn't try to win the game at this point. You should try
Yeah.
to make your opponent bleed, basically. Like
You should try
when you
and lose the
bleed.
game.
You know,
Oh,
like
but a
like
big raid coming in on the north side right now.
there
A
you
lot
go.
of Indian villagers exposed. There we go. Finally, we can, if you can look at that raid really quickly and see how many villagers are going to go down. These Bosniaks and Hazars have killed a massive amount of Indian villagers, and India is all the 43 villagers. I think the vill count is on about an equal basis. There we go.
Yeah.
Dutch is almost on 200 pop as well. Like, now is the time to push. You saw how many villagers you've killed. You see that the score is in your advantage. Actually, no, I'm taking my word back. Now is not the time to push. Now is probably the time to either age and just go back, or
Yeah.
like, you
Exactly.
don't have to push. You've killed so many villagers. Like, you're denying India the map, and this is now really looking bad for Turk. And Boss is indirectly containing him incredibly well.
Yeah, yeah. The only thing is, once again, he hasn't been raiding at the south. He hasn't been looking at the south even, and that's a bit sad in my opinion. Um, those skirms getting traded, I'm not sure about it. I feel like, as you said, just keep the contain, keep it slow, basically. Go into industrial, get your upgrades, and at that point, if you don't win, I don't know what to tell you. Those two
Yeah.
elephants coming in, those two seed jellies, they are gonna go for a boom, 360 no scope.
Ooh,
They're out. There you
360
go.
no scope, big boy. There you go. Get no scoped. Get
There you go.
wrecked. I mean, yeah. Now we're going to see an agent from Dutch at the other end of the of the map of Bengal. If we can just switch
Wait,
over to Dutch
those
perspective,
villagers, they are gonna move on the next coin mine, and
they're gonna get
suddenly
found. They're
they
gonna
are
get
gonna get
found.
found.
Yeah,
Wait,
exactly.
wait,
They're
wait.
gonna get
Look,
found.
look at that explorer, that Indian explorer getting rest. They are on top of the skirmisher. That could be a big thing. Wait, wait, wait.
Yeah, but
Is he
they're not
getting the
gonna do
snare?
anything. No, the Indian
Oh,
explorers don't snare. They just do a lot of
oh,
splash
that's true.
damage in
That's true.
their tank. They don't snare, so this is not really that big of a
But a big
problem.
stomp, a
Yeah,
big stomp, and
but still,
maybe,
they're
no.
already down. But the Zambraks are going to move down the south side of the map because the Indian villagers, like, why isn't Paus moving down right now? Boss doesn't look like he's aging either. I don't know what Boss is doing. Why is he caught in limbo right here? He's going to lose a lot of villagers. Just age. These Zambraks are going down and they're going to kill a hell of a lot of Dutch villagers right now. They even have that beautiful Mansatar Zambraks in there. Zambraks are absolutely horrible at raiding. But if the Indian army manages to get down south quicker than the Dutch army, he can do a hell of a lot of damage right here. But Baus is going to take this opportunity while the Zambaraks are raiding the Dutch villagers on the south. Please don't drag bug this only, Baus. Just go in for the kill on these
Going,
skirmishers and keep your
going.
skirms on the south to screen away these Zambaraks. And there we go. We're finally going to have this big fight after these players have been edging us for the past 21 minutes. There we go. The Hazar connect on the Gurkhas. But again, he's not attack moving. He's not fighting. He's lost like 6 cavalry units before he manages to fight.
Attack
And he's still not
move!
attacking. Please fight, fight. There we go.
There we go.
Finally, he's
Whoa,
connecting.
lot of
Look at all
person.
these Gurkhas are going down. The Mastatar has gone down as well. All of these Gurkhas are dying right now. Villagers are in there tanking a lot of shots from the Dutch player. Very nice move there by I am fucked by only boss. And yeah, the Reuters are still in behind, but look at how
Yeah.
many golden upgraded chevron the Bosniaks there are out on the field, and India's skirmass has been completely dwindled. Very nice moving forward right now with the skirmishers, trying to focus down the Zambarek, trying to flank on the other side with the Reuters. I would love to have him just move up north and try and pick off as many Zambareks as possible with his Reuters right now as well. The heavy cav has been exchanged for the skirmisher mass, but that's good enough because no skirmishers means that the Zambareks are completely redundant on the field right now because the Dutch skirms can just pick them up whenever they're in their range. We are seeing Swiss
Exactly.
pikemen being shipped by Dutch right now. Let's not forget, in that big fight, Dutch not only had Cav Combat, he also had Cav Cuirass from the arsenal. And now,
But
ooh, two big Moy Mahaus
careful
coming
though.
in, and there's
Yeah.
not really all that many Reuters out on the field to
Reuters.
protect this. And the Swiss pikes are still a while away from arriving, and the
Click, click,
Reuters
click, click, click.
missing it completely. Oh my God, they completely missed these Mahouts, and the
Uh,
Mahouts are now just expanding all over these Dutch skirmishers. They're really taking a heavy beating right now, these Dutch skirmishers.
yeah.
Finally, one of the Mouts is going to go down. A second Mahout is going to do a lot of damage, and these Reuters are dying quicker than what the Mahout is dying. Finally, the
There you
Mahout
go.
is going down, and the Dutch can breathe again. Now they can fight against pure Zamburex again. He doesn't need to back off. He just needs to stand and fight, split fire micro properly, and he will completely win this fight. There's more reinforcements coming in from the north side from the Dutch.
From the north,
Two
yeah.
different groups of units. There we go. We have a 10 batch of skirmishers. We have a 5 batch of hussars. They are going to come in for the snare. They want to get completely surround the Indian army, go for the throat, and take down all of the remaining Indian army. And I think, my friend, that I am boss is only boss, excuse me, for the millionth time, is going to take this game right now. These Hussars are going to back
Wait.
off. They're not going to risk fighting this. Mansabdar Gurkha has gone down again. Still, somehow, the Mansabdar Zambrax is alive. But at the meanwhile, very, very nice raid down south by these British musketeers.
Yeah, once again, the British musketeers putting the pressure down south. We can see the skirmisher were trying to do the same in the middle, but now here comes the cavalry, baby. You know,
Oh
and
my god,
it's gonna
huge
be
raid right now.
yeah, that's where you win the game. You know, it's when you start really hurting the eco. And sadly, Indian don't have banks that just trickle. You know, he needs those villager on coin, and now he's gonna lose them. Now it's gonna start to do the damage. And at this point, I think I am Turk. He is in a very bad situation. Only boss is likely going to win this series unless we see even
Ooh.
more raiding going in the middle of the
Counter
map.
raid on the other side right now. The Swiss Fisters are moving back. They don't want to fall victim to these long guns of the Zamburex. Very smartly moving them back, preserving them for a big fight, potentially for a flank. He knows he's ahead. Finally getting range cavalry caracol. So his Reuters are going to have more range and they're going to be able to kite better against the Zamburex and really screen these skirmishers from behind and not get absolutely blasted by
Idiots?
these Gurkha.
No, it's Reuters. No, my bad.
No,
I
it's
thought
it's,
it
it's
was
just Reuters,
Reuters.
yeah. Not
Just
yet, not
Reuters.
yet. He really, if he has it in deck, he should really ship the church card right now. There we go, church
There
card
you
coming
go.
in, and we're gonna have Stratiots. And if Mr. Boss knows what DE is all about, he knows that he can put down a saloon and train
Yeah.
more and more Stratiots out of that saloon, and he really has the resources to do that. So there is no reason not to do it.
Yeah, he has plenty of gold at this point, so it's like, yeah, just do that. The big thing though, like we can see 24 villagers on the side of Only Boss, while I Am Turk is on 30.
That
They
is
are
a
the
very
banks, of
big,
course.
yeah, very big advantage for Dutch right now. Let's not
Yeah, for
forget the
the
resources are running out on the map, my friend. But banks, they
they
have
don't.
smart investors. They have invested in the stock market.
Yeah.
That money is not going anywhere.
And when we say that resources are going out on the map, that's not true. There are still plenty of gold on the map. So if he wants to spam Stradius 24/7, he can. Like that's the thing. He can for the next 10 to 20 minutes at this point. We can see 2 full gold mines still on the map. So he can spam Stradius for the next 10 minutes or so. And we can see a little break in the game after
Yeah,
so
there we
many
go.
minutes,
Sorry.
so much tension, but yet, like really, you know that Mexican standoff, you know where people they are on top of the stairs, the other one at the bottom, they look at each other like that.
Yeah,
If you shoot, I shoot. If I shoot, you shoot. You know, that's what it was right there for
yeah,
so.
I see. But actually, Baus is considerably ahead. Let's not forget, Turk is completely out of resources. He's got nothing. He's on rice paddies right now. These two sea jellies are still alive. Let's not forget, these two sea
Yeah,
jellies are adding like 1.5k score to his score. So his score is even
yeah.
lower than what it actually is for units that he can use. And this is the time where Dutch just moves in. These Swiss Twisters are absolutely going to maul every building in their way. There's way too many skirmishers for I Am Turk to try and deal with. And look at these Zambraks do nothing to the Swiss
Yeah.
pikemen. And the Reuters, with their range cavalry caracol, with their cavalry combat, are absolutely going to do a number on these Zambraks that statistically are now probably worse than
Look,
these.
Stradius on the right side going
Oh
straight
yeah,
for the
Stratios on the right side,
straight for the
going
villagers.
going for the
There you
villagers
go.
and the sea jellies, and they're completing the surround right now of the Indian base. And I Am Turk is looking in a very dire position. He is turking right now because this game is over. And just as in history, India has been colonized in Bengal. This time, it wasn't the British, it was the Dutch. And GG.
What a series right there. Damn, those guys going for 40-minute games after 40-minute games. Woo! that was a series. That was a series right there. And at the end, only boss after after leading 3-1, get getting back, getting like basically come back by Turk to 3-3, he secures the last game. You know, when it needs to matter, only boss is there. You know, he doesn't disappoint. Good freaking job by him.
Yeah, this has been
That was a long one.
this
Damn.
has been such a beautiful series. I am Turk coming back from 3-1 down. It looked imminent for a reverse sweep, but only boss showing why he really is the only boss today. At least he is the boss, and he took the series 4-3 after going down. You know, mentally it's very heavy to play a game seven after you just thrown away a 3-1 lead. Feel on the back row at the back end. You feel
Oh,
against the ropes, and
look
especially against such a good player as Boston
look at
against Turk. Yeah,
the res graph. You can
the
see
resource
only
graph was
boss
amazing.
with
Yeah,
the five banks just living the best of life really. And despite that, like the quality of the units from India really shining for most of the game right there. Um, really, very impressive game right there from both sides. Very impressive game.
it was absolutely amazing. And I want to say only one thing because I've got to take a little small 1 minute break after this thing. I want to thank Boss and Turk for these games. You know,
Amazing,
it's
amazing.
been absolutely amazing, regardless of who won or lost. Today, Boss won it. Another day, Turk could have won it. Today, Boss managed to best him. It's been such an enjoyable cast. And like I've been someone that has questioned, you know, the legitimacy of the tournament for quite a while because of all of the DE aspects that have been added to a lot of civilizations. But it's series like this that highlight the necessity
Yeah,
of legacy tournaments because yes, we might have a couple of rotten apples here and there who will try and lame their way as much as possible, and I wouldn't even call it rotten apples because it's a 50-50 on what you like, taste of what you want to watch. But for me personally, watching this kind of a series really just, you know, it gives me the satisfaction of keeping
yeah.
on playing this game and trying to mechanically, even though mechanically greatest
I think
arrows,
you need both
etc. But
in a game.
it's been absolutely
I think you need both. And
Mr.
that
Kanoki,
series,
I'm gonna leave you for
yeah, no problem.
right back.
Like that series really shows us how like just proper mechanics, you know, just proper messing, proper fights, especially that first game on Great Plains. Those two pops, if I'm correct, that was from I Am Turk, if I'm correct. Those two pops are on the first map. Absolutely amazing. Winning Dodge versus Germany right there with two gigantic pop, excellent fights. That was really, you know, for me, the highlight of the series was actually at the beginning, in my opinion. Really, that first game was absolutely amazing, in my opinion. Really cool series right there. As I said, I am more of a D enjoyer myself. I really like the Thieves in general because they are
What the
a bit
fuck?
more
How can you
build
make
order
more units than me?
focused, I would say, and a bit less on the execution side, which is, in my opinion, not a bad thing. But indeed, like that match shows how proper execution on those old thieves is actually rewarded and can be appreciated as well. Really, I hope you had a ton of fun, guys. I'm gonna have to let go in a few minutes because tomorrow I have to work, and before that I have to sleep. Um, which is sad, you know. If I could have 20 more hours in every day, that would be cool. I only six actually. I sleep only 6 hours. But yeah, thank you guys for joining. We haven't caught up with the subs, with the follows. I don't know if there have been a few. That was really good. Is there a next game, Gaius? Is the next game? No, there is no next game. Yeah. Okay, so the games have been played, but they will be casted afterwards. Because we are hammered, guys. I'm not gonna lie, we are just extremely exhausted. Um, Shake is Shake gonna do a one-man cast? Oh. Maybe, but on his side, without even me or Gaius. Gaius, I just want to say thank you for staying with us all that time. Uh, that was a very long second series. Really nice camera work right there. Not missing a beat, always showcasing the shipment and stuff. You know, the small thing that makes it really enjoyable for us as caster. When all of those little things we don't have to ask and it just pops on the screen. You know. So really, thank you for that, mate. Cal and good. Yeah. I just want to make sure that Shake is not gonna come and take over the stream. You know, if we can. Oh, okay. So Josh. Okay. So Josh told us to finish the stream, so we are gonna finish the stream. Thanks a lot, guys. See you next time for more games. Really cool tournament, and hope you liked both of the casts with Shake, with Mr. V, and with myself. See you next time. Bye bye.